We should have the Facebook live stream open, should have the YouTube live streams open, and I think everything in between. Twitch should be up and running. I think, friends, we are ready to rock and roll. Should be an interesting night tonight. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Great to see you. And before we dive right in, let me verify the guest boxes are open. All right, the YouTube guest box is open. The TikTok guest box is open. We're good to go there. And we should be ready to rock and roll. Fantastic. Awesome. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. It's Sunday night. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. And big W for what you do. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If men had to give birth, nobody would ever be born. The human race would die out. We're not strong enough. We don't like pain nearly as much as we think we do. And literally, if we had to give birth, that would be the only thing we ever talked about. We would be telling war stories about giving birth nonstop, wanting people to pity us 9 days out of 10 days. But women do it. Just like it's another Tuesday because they're awesome. Big W, mothers. Big W. And Hammond, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for subbing. And also, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, ex-Mormongelical. Great name, by the way. I like that. And also, Seville, Big W Seville. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, as with John, Big W John. And hello, Ricky. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. We got a bunch of new members in here today. And also, Dexter, thank you so much, Dexter, for sending out 5 subbies. I really appreciate that. Good to see you tonight, my friend. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. Now, for those who may or may not be following my Clips channel, you may have already recognized that I'm doing a little bit of an experiment tonight. And that experiment is that I'm running a horizontal stream and a vertical stream. So don't be alarmed if you see me live in 2 different locations, testing the format out to see what happens. I don't know if I should dual stream to the same channel, vertical and horizontal, or if I should split it between the channels. Still figuring that out. I figured this would be a good test for now to see if it even works. And then there's a new feature that was introduced to Streamlabs that theoretically allows me to dual stream to one YouTube account rather than 2 different YouTube accounts. I haven't used it yet. I literally have no idea if it even works. Like every new thing in Streamlabs, it might be broken on day 1. But we can dream. We can dream. Aaron says, what's the difference between vertical and horizontal? Well, there's a couple things. The difference between vertical and horizontal really is that some people prefer a horizontal format. That's just the reality of the matter. A lot of people like the horizontal format. It also gives me, when I do my recordings, it gives me a horizontal and a vertical format. So when I go and I clip the live stream, I can choose to clip it from the horizontal format, which I think probably performs better on YouTube if I had to guess. But the reason why I still stream vertical format is because I can stream to TikTok and YouTube at the same time. And also because it puts me into the shorts feed. The shorts feed is like a high swipe area, so it gets a lot of new eyeballs on your channel. Also, J Cal, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that, J Cal. J Cal's actually commenting from our horizontal live stream. He's over on the horizontal live stream at the DZ Debates channel. So thank you so much, J Cal. Appreciate that. And Cyber, good to see you tonight, my friend. Cyber says, hello all. Justin, I got myself into a formal debate with Bought by Blood. Gonna be fun cooking him. Well, listen, he doesn't have much. It's mostly gimmicks from BBD. So, like, I don't know if you will have to worry too much about what he's up to. Before I forget, I have to add something to my screen. Sorry, hold on a second. I forgot that I need to add the little window so I can show the TikTok guests when they come up onto the YouTube live stream. So we'll see if we can get that going while we're waiting on our first guest to get in. But anyways, guys, welcome in. We should have everything up in a jam in here in just a second. Just 1 second here. Okay, then I'm gonna Yeah, we gotta change that guy. Yep, shrink that down. Yep. We just need this little tiny guest box area. That's all we really need. That little thing down there. All right, and then we'll worry about honing that in once we get the opportunity. Although I need to do it on the horizontal layout here real quick before I forget. There's always something I forget, when going live. Although, important update, by the way, friends. I worked yesterday, like the whole stream, or the whole stream. I mean, like the whole night, on figuring out why it seems like I seem to have issues getting the audio to work with Video Ninja. And after a little bit of playing with the settings that I'm using for the unapologetic live stream, but that doesn't cause any problems, I finally figured out what the problem is, and I tested it last night, and I think I have it fixed. So hopefully today, when we're bringing in some guests, I don't think we're going to really have any problems. So we'll have to wait and see on that, see what happens. But anyways, Stephen, thank you so much for the super chat. Stephen says, "Hey, Justin, this is the first time I've managed to catch you live. It's 23:03 in London right now. Is Doug part of the rock, paper, scissors trinity?" He is. And the reason... I don't know if the rock, paper, scissors is actually a trinity, but the reason why paper is so good compared to rock, it's not that it's better than rock. It's just that paper is actually made from rock. Essentially, all things are really made from rock. All the products of the earth. So, obviously, something that's made from Doug is going to be good, but it also keeps them, warm at night. He can cover up with a little bit of paper and do just fine. And Discordia, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, "Love the horizontal feed. It works great on my TV. Awesome." So I'm hoping in the future to do dual feed, and to integrate it so people who want to watch on TV or PC can do so. And do so with like a much more favorable format. And then those who want to watch on their phone, obviously, can have that phone format. So with that being said, the TikTok guest box is open. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button and you'll be able to get into the conversation. And Dex says, also, when you have horizontal, I can turn my phone screen off and the video continues playing. Makes it so much easier to listen at work. I didn't know that. So like if you have a horizontal feed or vertical feed and you turn the phone off, it doesn't keep playing. It only keeps playing if it's horizontal. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That seems like a weird oversight on behalf of YouTube. Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. But I'm not surprised. I think I'm going to try next week to run both the vertical and the horizontal from one YouTube location, from just one channel, and see how that works. Because I want to see if it'll aggregate all of the comments into Streamlabs as one stream. Right now I have to open up like multiple screens to read all the comments, which is fine. But if I can aggregate it into one, that'd be helpful. But also, Atheist Dude 101, welcome in. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. He says, "Thank you, Justin. I was a Christian for 17 years and deconverted in Thanksgiving." That's recent. Okay. Your channels have been awesome. Have been a awesome resource for me. Well, Atheist Dude, I'm really glad that I was able to help you, and I really appreciate that you sent me a super chat and you're supporting the channel, and that you let me know. And boy, what a time to become an atheist! Like over Thanksgiving, as you're debating with your family members about the birth of the virgin birth of the supposed Messiah. That's crazy. That's a rough time to be an atheist, but you're thinking about it. That's the time of the year when this stuff is like on your mind. You know what I mean? And Ja Rakul, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Appreciate that. It says, "Ex-Christian here since 2016, former Catholic. Love the channel. Been binge watching for weeks now." Well, Ja Rule, cool. I really appreciate you binge watching the channel and appreciate your support. And I'm glad that you made it to the other side. Big W for critical thinking, for rationality, and for being willing to question the deeply held beliefs that you had growing up, because it's not easy to do. And we've got Noah's Lions 8 babies on the ark with us again tonight. Good to see you, Noah. It says, the most I've ever put in the plate on Mother's Day. Oh, shit. Well, listen, if you're going to go to church and you're going to put something in the plate, Mother's Day is a great time to do it. I would say do it for the mothers, but they're not getting it. The mothers aren't getting a dime of that. In fact, half the churches collecting won't even let women in ministry, which is absolute tragedy. That they're limiting the brain power of the church to 50% of what it could be. And Johanna, my friend, welcome in tonight. Johanna says, just wanted to wish all the moms a very happy Mother's Day. Well, thank you so much, Johanna. And big W to all the moms. Absolutely happy Mother's Day. Absolutely. We got somebody in the guest box. Let me unmute them and bring them in. There's no name, but we've got a nameless person at least. How you doing, nameless?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, don't have a name.
Fair enough.
So, sorry, but yeah, whenever I joined in, I didn't put it. So, I kind of wanted to go in here today. I mean, I kind of wanted to conversate about
Oh, hold on
Christianity,
a second.
as you've mentioned.
I'm hearing there's a little bit of an echo on TikTok. Let me take a look at that. This is crazy. Is it echoing on YouTube or just on TikTok? It's always the same. Always the same. We'll see. Yeah, it's echoing a little bit on YouTube as well. All right. Interesting, because I actually didn't hear the echo. He sounded a little bit robotic, but not echoey. It's interesting that you guys hear the echo and I don't. But let me try something real quick. Yeah, YouTube too. Was it echoey or was it just kind of robotic? Because I didn't actually hear an echo. It was weird. It's also super annoying. It's also super annoying that I tested this last night and it didn't work. I mean, it didn't echo at all. Gonna drive me insane. It's gonna drive me insane. One of these days, I'm gonna lose my mind over this. All right. Give me a second to take a look at something. All right. Go ahead, a nameless guest, and say something now. Let me see if this fixes the echo. Hello? Are you still with me? Hola. Anything? Anything? I don't. If they're talking, I'm not hearing them. You guys don't hear them, do you? I don't hear them. Oh.
I tried muting and unmuting.
Oh, I don't think it's you. I don't think you're the.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem.
Well, like I was saying, I've been Christian for a bit, and I've kind of started.
Okay. So I think we're good to go now. I think the echo's resolved. So, um, so um, it sounds like you've kind of deconstructed, or you're still in the process of deconstructing, and you're attempting to do what now? Yeah.
from there.
Um. All right. So give me a second. I'm for some reason YouTube is saying they can't hear you, but everyone else can hear you, which is weird. Give me one second to test my audio with Mr. Morpheus. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
Morpheus, my man. It's weird that the audio was working on TikTok. Morpheus stepped away, of course. Morpheus, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, there is an echo. Okay, give me one second. All right, so like apparently the some of the audio seems to be working and some of it seems to not be working.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you coming through YouTube.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo. It's really weird because it's not really all that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's not all that echoey on my end, but I'm hearing it's echoey on everyone else's end. It's a weird situation. We need to rename the show to Justin Has Audio Issues.
Yeah, that's weird.
But you guys can hear them, right? Can you guys hear them? I want to make sure make sure everyone can hear you.
Weird Sunday. Monday.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so everyone can hear you. It's just a little bit echoey. I think we can fix the echoey. We just want to make sure that from the beginning that at least everyone can hear the guest. Not a good situation when people can't hear the guest. Yeah, you're saying the audio is doubled. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Give me 1 second, friends. We can fix this up here real quick.
All right, so I'm
Right. Let's see if this fixed it up. I think
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
see if that takes care of her. Is a little bit better here, guys? Do count to 10 for me again, real
Okay,
quick.
I'm going to count again.
I didn't hear anything.
All right, let's see if
I think they're
all right,
saying
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
yeah, I think we're good. All right. Well, let me grab the other caller and see if everything's good to go. All right, Nameless, you should be back with us. How you doing, Nameless?
Doing good. How
All
about
right.
you?
Yeah, I think the audio is better now. Sorry about that. New
Nah,
setup.
it is fine.
Had to verify everything was good to go. All right. So, anyways, we're good. We're good to
Okay.
go.
Mhm.
So Nameless, it sounds to me like you're kind of on the edge of atheism, but like you need the final push.
Right, right.
Okay, so I guess the thing I would ask then is where's the sticky point? What's the thing that's like keeping you hanging on?
A little bit. It's like I've kind of had a mismatch, especially with prayer. I know prayer is a pretty heavy topic for Christianity, and it kind of has a lot of expectation. So, I mean, I've, I guess you could say, quote unquote, I have had prayers answered, but it doesn't always, like, the ends don't always meet. And the thing with prayers, it's not, it's just, it's not necessarily relieving. And I think it's kind of like a subjective thing, but I don't think prayer is really a thing that is necessarily true and objective. And I just don't think it sits well with a lot of people who are. Sorry, my
Yeah.
back. So yeah, kind of like, and it's not just prayer; it's an array of things. You can either have a lot of good things with Christianity and a lot of bad things, and sometimes the bad things can outweigh the good things, and it's kind of sort of like a battle with yourself. And I don't think religion should give you a battle.
Yeah,
And I think
actually, I
that's kind of what
agree.
religion really does, is it kind of just gives you a battle, a constant battle, and you don't always win, and you don't feel relieved at all, and you kind of just feel useless in the religion. So I think there's also a lot of expectation with the battle too, is that you know people just say that, oh, you'll win it, and stuff like that, but that you don't always win it, and you feel that other people's testament is also correct, so you kind of lose faith in others as well. So yeah, I just kind of struggle with that stuff.
Okay, I get that. Okay, so let me ask you a couple. We're going to call them quick, easy questions, right? So you believe that God may or may not be answering your prayer, and I get that. Okay, I think there are
Hmm.
kind of two hurdles that I might place in front of you trying to connect answered prayer to God. I think the first thing is typically in order to believe that God answered your prayer, you then
Hmm.
also need to believe that He's ignoring the prayers of the mothers of
Uh-huh.
the 300 million babies that are dying right now.
Hmm. Yeah, I could definitely understand that. I definitely think that prayer really has no placement in this world, because it's just too contradictory. There's people suffering, and they're persistently suffering, and they're consistently suffering, and we can't just expect that, oh, we can just pray for them when yet suffering still persists. So it's kind of like, underlining that just prayer isn't really profound with dealing with things like that. And I don't think religion is really, good with dealing with the hardships and burdens of suffering, when people frame it as being, good with dealing it, which I don't think is necessarily true.
Right. So I guess back at the bar, the other thing I might mention is typically, like, when we talk about the types of prayer that people feel or they think have been answered, my
Mhm.
general experience is that typically they're pretty, like, coincidental. Like they could have
Mhm.
easily been a coincidence. And so
Uh-huh.
when we're talking about answered prayer, I mean, I would ask, like, did you see someone's leg grow back, or was it like, I know you prayed for something that you likely could have obtained
Mhm.
without the prayer?
Right. I think a lot of people who expect, you know, a result from prayer tend to actually give it to themselves. It's kind of like a desire as well, and I think people don't necessarily, they overuse prayer. They think that it is a tool to get what they want. And so I think that's kind of the hardship of prayer, is you don't always get what you want, and sometimes it causes trouble, for sure.
Right. So what about, like, the prayer that you're referring to, like this answered prayer? What about this answered prayer is still leading you to believe that somehow it's answered prayer as opposed to, let's say, a coincidence?
Mhm. Well, whenever I get an answered prayer, I think that it is almost justifying your participation in the religion. See, because it's not just something mere, because I think people hold prayer so dearly, so whenever it's answered, they kind of just, take aim on that prayer, and they believe that, prayer is good, even though they've experienced prayers being unanswered, and they've recognized that it doesn't cure things that are definitely needed.
Right. I mean, it sounds like you're agreeing with me. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is where
Hmm.
we disagree, right? Because
Huh. Yeah.
like I agree with you that, like, people are
Hmm.
praying and things aren't happening, right? And to me that seems to be a sign that the God's not real, right? And it
hmm
seems like you're agreeing with me. So I'm trying to figure out where is the link? Like, what's the link that you're connecting to your experience that still leads you to believe in a God?
it's kind of because I feel like so rejecting of the religion. It's not like I still hold some of its truth. Believe that Jesus was a person who did good and, taught things that could be morally righteous and stuff like that. But then again, there's other sides of it too. Like, I mean, I would really have to understand how, lengthy you are with, acknowledging, Jesus and kind of I guess I would really have to understand your side and kind of because I'm relatively new to your channel and this is
Mhm.
one of my first lives I've, been to. So I kind of really want to understand your side of it so I can at least combat it as well. So kind of your positioning with your thoughts with Jesus and kind of stuff like that.
Well, my position is that Jesus was a liar and a fraud who didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, and that the God of the Old Testament makes hundreds of prophecies that don't come true, and that it gets science and history wrong, and that the text itself was written many hundreds of years after the events that they're purporting to tell about, and is generally just unreliable. And the God of the Bible is a bit of a monster. Like he thinks
hmm
it's okay to punish innocent people for crimes that other people committed. Like in Exodus 32, when the Israelites go to make a golden calf because Moses goes missing, he's ready to wipe out every last one of them. He just wants to annihilate the entire people group, which is weird
hmm
because I assume there were some people who didn't participate in the shenanigans. God's
hmm
like completely willing with to like kill innocent people that didn't do anything wrong just because other people did do wrong things. And that to me
hmm
seems like a Bronze Age deity that mankind made up, not a deity that is like the highest moral authority in the universe.
Right. I mean, I can agree with most of that. It's quite an expressive, it's quite an expressive perspective on it. Do you think there's a moral difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament? Do you think there is, more good expectations on the New Testament compared to the Old, or it's the complete opposite?
Well, I don't know if it's the complete opposite.
Uh-huh.
Jesus still advocates for following the law of Moses, and the law of Moses is horrific.
Horrific.
Paul is the one that suggests not following the law of Moses, which is a whole different story because Paul seems to be disagreeing with Jesus. So
Mhm.
there's that. I would also say that like the New Testament has this new doctrine that doesn't show up in the Old Testament, which is basically love me or burn. Like you will
Mhm.
turn to God or you will suffer for all of eternity. And then Christians will come and say, "Oh, but you have free will." You don't have free will. That's coercion. If the
Mhm.
choice is love me or burn, then that's not love. That's coercion. Like if I said, like I don't know if you had a sister, but I said, "Listen, I'm going to take your sister out on a date, and listen, I'm going to treat her amazing. I'd be the best date she ever had." But if she says no, I will have to lock her in my basement and light it on fire. You're going to think I'm a monster.
Right.
And this is the God of the New Testament, the God who
Mhm.
wants to give you good things, but if you say no, he will destroy you and make you suffer.
Right. Yeah, when you mentioned Paul, I was kind of enlightened because I think I hold Paul a little bit more dearly. Not to Jesus. I think um, he does also, hold some teachings that are a little bit better. And I don't even cast him, as a Messiah or anything like that. He's not a Messiah. Um, but with Jesus in particular, I think, you said that he still withholds some of the teachings of Moses, which I definitely agree with. However, I think if it is a complete necessity, I think Jesus will reject some of the Moses teachings as well, such as to stone a woman. But I don't also like I said with that as well is it doesn't really outweigh anything else though. I think Jesus wasn't very perspicacious when it comes to, you know, the Moses teachings. I don't think he was not really judgeful of it. I think he still took some of it for granted, and he kind of used that as a persuasive tool. But I think there are some, elements of Jesus that kind of match what I was trying to say. So, but
Well,
I don't know.
the narrative from John 8, when Jesus refuses to stone the woman, is
Mm,
less of saying, don't follow the law of Moses, and more of saying, hey, if you do want to follow the law of Moses, you're next. Like, because you guess what? You got sins worthy of stoning too. That being
mhm,
said, that I don't think that story was original. Like that story doesn't show up
mhm,
until the 6th century. So like I get that it's a really good story, and I get that it
mhm,
plays really well for the type of Jesus you want Jesus to be. But I personally don't think that that's authentic to the Gospels.
mhm,
That being said, even if Jesus did relent on just that one thing, Matthew or Mark
mhm,
chapter 7, he chastises the Pharisees for not killing their children, because there's a
mhm,
law in Exodus that says if your children curse mother or father, they are to be put to death. And
mhm,
the oral law basically did away with this. They worked around this, and Jesus chastises the
mhm,
Pharisees for abrogating the law of Moses with the tradition of the elders. And the way that he chose to chastise them was say, listen, the law says you're supposed to kill your sons, but you've created laws that work around this so you don't have to do it. And so, like,
mhm.
Jesus is flatly advocating for following the law of Moses and for the killing of the children that cursed mother and father.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. Do you think there's still an evil mark on the New Testament? Do you
Well, yeah,
think?
yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole idea of the New Testament, which is that if you don't choose God or you don't believe in God, you're so wicked that you have to burn and suffer for eternity. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Like,
Right.
why would God
Uh-huh.
want to make people suffer for eternity for not believing and worshiping in Him? That's like narcissism at its highest form.
Mhm. Right. So it's kind of treating people who don't recognize Jesus as Messiah as a minority.
Well,
Is that what you're trying to come across?
not just
Mm-hmm.
as a minority. I mean, you're literally making them suffer. Like you're
Right.
for all of eternity or until you're annihilated, right? You're going to be made to suffer through the fire of hell, the right wailing and gnashing of
Mm-hmm.
teeth. So
Right.
this idea that merely not believing something is enough to make you suffer is a crazy idea. And it's really not even something that's in the Jewish theology. Like this is a fringe view within Judaism from the 1st century. Most Jews didn't believe that nonsense. Most Jews believed that like hell was a place where only the truly wicked would end up. And most Jews also believed that it was temporary, that the maximum sentence to hell was only 12 months. And then after that, you can enter paradise. So the New Testament's take on hell is the most barbaric take there is.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely agree with a lot of that. To kind of just conclude, might do a little bit more in-depth study as well on some of the positions of the Bible and stuff like that to really get a more fruitful outcome of my decision of whether to leave Christianity or not. But also to do this really quickly. Last live I tried to join, but there's a lot of people, and I actually saw that you were an electrical engineer, which I thought was pretty cool. And I wanted to also say I was also an electrical engineer too, so it was kind of cool of you to mention that. And I think one of the debates, remember the person that was just rambling conspiracy theories?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked how you kind of like you don't know what you're talking about when you talk about electricity. It was pretty comical, pretty
Yeah.
comical part.
The arc could be a capacitor nonsense is crazy work.
Hmm. Yeah,
Laughable. But, it is what it is. People like to
yeah,
believe things that make them feel good in their tum tum. So what can you do?
yeah. Definitely pretty true.
Well, listen, young
A
man,
lot
I
of people get
appreciate the
that.
conversation. I know you're doing a lot of hard work trying to figure out what is true and what's not. But we applaud you for questioning the beliefs that you most likely grew up with. So, if you're not
Mhm.
already in our Discord, and I'm hoping that you're at least 18 because we typically only deal with adults. But if you're at least 18, join our Discord
Mhm.
and connect with us offline.
All right, I'll definitely look into it.
All right, cheers. Good to see you, friend.
Good to see you too. Bye.
That's tough. Questioning your beliefs at that young of an age because no one's going to take you seriously. You know, your friends and your family are going to think that there's something wrong with you. Whereas, like when you do it in my position, you know, people don't really give you that hard of a time because they're like, well, he's a full-grown adult. He's got an education, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? But that's hard. Miss Non Sequitur, good to see you tonight. Miss Non Sequitur says, Dogs rock hard. Moms, they don't put up with schist. They don't. They don't. Moms for Doug. We need to make that group. Moms rock hard for Doug. We got to work that out. We got to work that out. And Moki, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, recovering Christian here. Just want to show support with the little I have. Well, Moki, thank you so much for showing support. Beautiful cat, by the way. My cat's down here chilling with me as well. He doesn't like heights. He doesn't climb up on me during the live stream. But Pi says hello to the audience for anyone wondering how Pi's doing. And David Burke, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. You got access to the cheat sheet now. And also Benny, thank you so much for the super test. Says I kicked Jesus' butt in a game as the Buddha. I don't know what game it was, but I'm going to assume it's not too hard to do. Although Buddha's got the weight advantage. Like if you're looking at weight class, I think Buddha and Jesus are in drastically different weight classes. It might not have been a fair fight. But then again, Jesus like can walk on water and shit. So I don't know. When I'm looking at the powers of Jesus and Buddha, there's a little bit of discrepancy. I have to take a look at that matchup though, with the pick a fighter profile. And Schnickerdoodle, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Justin, tell Doug I want to repent for all the times I used the phrase that someone was dumb as a box of rocks. I was using that as a slur, but it feels a bit blasphemous. Rocks aren't dumb after all. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Snickerdoodle. And obviously Doug forgives you. Doug holds no grudges. He would never hold that against you. But W for recognizing, you know, such a pejorative term and for making that correction. Doug definitely applauds you with neither of his invisible hands, but with all of his body. And it's just Kay. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says a reading according to the prophet Peblia. Oh, this should be good. He who is without schist, let him cast the first pebble. In Doug we find sediment. Thanks be to crust. We have got to mix the word crust more into the Doug lore. It's so good. It really is such a good word. And maybe mantle. We got to work on this. I need to make a list of Doug puns. And Khan, thank you for the super chat tonight. It says, feeling cute, might do some eisegesis on the Book of Mormon later and proclaim myself the fourth fulfillment of all the prophecies. I don't know. I hope you do. It's not hard. I mean, listen, if the Christians in the New Testament are allowed to do it, why can't we do it? Like, who says that you have to stop at Jesus' secondary fulfillment? I want a third, a fourth, and a fifth fulfillment. Let's make it real. Let's get things going. Let's make it poppin'. And Noah's Alliance again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says prayer is the Timu version of talking to a therapist who can only say uh-huh or hmm. It can help sort thoughts, but there's no constructive feedback. That's 100% it. And you know what Christians say? They say crazy stuff like, well, that's God's no. It's weird. If God's answer to your prayer is identical to God's not answer to your prayer, it seems like there's just no answer to your prayer. I think that'd be the most parsimonious conclusion we would get from that. And Hammond, thank you for the $10 super chat. So we know that Yahweh is a male God and he had a wife. Do we know what progeny he had in pre-monotheism? It's also kind of funny that the monotheist just erased his wife. You think he would be mad? Yeah, basically. So there's a lot happening here. But the bottom line is, in the ancient Canaanite culture, like the Yahwistic edition of it, we don't know if Yahweh had any children. It seems likely not. And he's had more than one wife. So, for example, in the Elephantine Papyri, we find seems to be a relation between Anat and Yahweh. We find the name Anat Yahu. And then we also find at Kuntalet Ajrud, we find some crossover between Yahweh and Asherah. And then again at the temple at Arad, the archaeological evidence is that there were two deities inside of the temple of Yahweh there. There were two standing stones in the sanctuary, obviously one for a male and one for a female deity. So like the ancient worship of Yahweh seems to be monotheist or polytheistic, and also that he had a wife. Dr. Pizza, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Justin's pretzels, you tie them, we fry them. I appreciate that. That's pretty good. The green screen's getting a hold of me. Look, the green screen is making my teeth disappear. I gotta adjust my my green screen settings. Czar, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W says, I don't know how you keep this up, but the mix of your patience and your knowledge has proved invaluable to me. Well, I really appreciate the sentiment, Dalkaru. I really appreciate the super chat and the support. And thanks for being here, and thanks for supporting the stream. And we're going to do some cooking. I'm going to bring in Forrest from our TikTok queue after I read these next two messages. Space Lord, good to see your friend. It says, Doug is gneiss, a type of rock pronounced nice. I didn't know it was pronounced that way, actually. So when I see Doug is nice, I'm going to say Doug is nice. That's a really good play on words, actually. I didn't put that together. And some people have said this already, and it went right over my head. So thank you for clearing that up for me. Learn something new every day. And Philo, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, it was nice chatting. I just joined the Discord. I'm quite intrigued. Great chat, lad. Well, thank you so much, Philo. And again, you look young, my friend. You got to be at least 18. And Tally, good to see you tonight, Tally. Thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. It says, I've been enjoying your guest spots on other shows. Well, thank you so much for watching, Tally. I'm trying to make some rounds and be able to collaborate with friends from other channels. So thank you so much for watching and supporting the stream. We're going to try to get Forrest in here. We'll see if Forrest can connect. And while Forrest is trying to connect, I'm going to see if I can get this guest box fixed up on the stream. Crazy small guest box. There we go. Let's get that fixed up here. Anyways, Forrest have a little bit of trouble connecting. Forrest dropped in and out of the guest box a few different times. So I wasn't sure if Forrest is actually with us or partially with us or in some sort of a transitive state. Have no idea what's happening with Forrest. Maybe Forrest will get with us. Maybe he won't. But we're going to try. Oh, he dropped. Okay. Well, so Forrest obviously isn't actually with us, so that's fine. We'll move on to Sakari. How you doing, Sakari? I don't know if I would call myself great, but you are here. You're in the place, man. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. That's horrible. Yeah. She fire. Andre fire, buddy. Well, Sakari, I'm awfully sorry for your loss, but we're certainly here to help any way that we can. And I know deconstructing is hard, but often it's these types of situations that begin the deconstruction process. You might be familiar with Leaving Faith. She started deconstructing when she lost her grandfather, who was a very nice guy, very great guy, but just wasn't a Christian. And she's like, well, what the fuck? Why would he be in hell? That doesn't make any sense. But these. Mhm. No, they wanted to get out of there. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I hear some people saying that they can't hear you on YouTube.
Sending in money, and because I love what you're doing, and I have to learn how to send in hats and tiny dinos. So
Right,
God
right,
bless
right.
you and take care.
Well, cheers, Sakari. Thank you so much for being here. I just turned on the desktop audio that should drag it in from TikTok. Hopefully that fixes it. Sakari, thank you so much for dropping in. I'm glad to have met you.
Thank you for saving my life.
Absolutely.
Have a
Cheers,
great day.
friend.
Bye.
Did you guys do you guys hear him once I turned him on? Sorry about that. That was there's some stuff that needs to the new audio setup seemed to have gotten rid of the echoing from the YouTube queue, but I need to make maybe one or two adjustments here to make sure that it works when we bring in the TikTok guest. All right, so let me grab our next guest on the TikTok queue, and then we'll grab our next guest on the YouTube queue after that, and we'll just, we'll keep it going. And also, Faristo, welcome to the Kraken crew. And also, Justin, welcome to the Kraken crew. And Fierce Interaction in the house tonight. Good to see you, Fierce. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. It says, just started watching a Jody Magnus lecture, and it's what I imagine a Justin lecture might be like. Are you familiar with her? And nice to catch a full live stream. Praise like, well, big W for catching the live stream. And I actually don't know Jody Magnus. Now I feel like I need to know. Send me a link to whatever video you're watching, because now I want to see it. And I kind of feel like I'm sad I missed out on somebody I should know about. My goodness. But Fierce, thanks for dropping in. Let me know about that. Do you guys know this Jody Magnus? Is this somebody I'm supposed to know about? How you doing, FC?
Hi, I'm doing okay, thanks.
All right, FC, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, over 18 and I'm a believer.
Cool. And what would be? Oh shit! Sorry, I'm about to ask you the wrong question. I'm so used to doing the other topic. Okay. Do you believe that God is all good, or mostly good, or not so much?
All good.
All good. Okay. And is this because God can't do bad, or because he chooses to not do bad, or another reason?
Pretty much both. He chooses not to do bad. He can't do bad. Yeah.
Okay, so he's incapable of doing bad. If God does something, then by virtue of him doing it, does it mean that it's good?
Not. I'm not sure about that, but he does do good. What he does is good. He's good and righteous and holy.
Has he ever done anything that was not good?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Do you think it's a good thing to punish children for crimes that their parents commit?
I'm not sure in all circumstances.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I can't speak for all circumstances. I guess it would depend on.
So you think there are some circumstances in which children should be punished for the crimes that their parents committed?
Yeah, I think in general, children will suffer either way. So if you do something wrong and you go to prison, your children will suffer.
That wasn't the question. My question is, should they be punished? Not will they have unintended consequences?
That's my answer. I just think they will suffer either way.
That's not my question, though. My question is not will they suffer. My question is should they be punished?
Not really. Not in general. No.
Okay. Are there any circumstances in which they should be?
I don't know about should. I just feel like when I say should be, like that, I'll go back to my previous answer. Like if you've done wrong and you suffer, and you get go to prison, your children will be left without a present father, and that should
We're
just
we're not
that
talking
should be the
about
case.
unintended consequences. We're talking about punishments. Just try
No,
to
but
focus.
it's
Okay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
unintended
So
consequences are different than punishments. Punishments are decisions that people make in order
yeah,
to
so it should
inflict some sort of retribution on the person who committed the
you
crime.
should be punished for
Unintended
what you.
consequences are not punishments. So I'm talking about punishments. So the question is there
Well, I
ever
would
a
say
scenario in which it would be a good thing to punish a child for the crimes of their parents?
I wouldn't term it as a good thing. I would say where I think it would, I could see the sense of it is if if um if if God as a judge, like you say you punished my children, so you say you personally did something wrong to my children, and God said, hold on, that's not fair, and I'm going to therefore, I don't know, he's going to repay like for like. I could see that.
Okay, so you think it's okay then for innocent people to pay for the crimes of their parents?
No, I think I wouldn't put it. I think that the weakness in that your kind of line of reasoning is that you can't distinguish always the children from their parents. There's in like a deep relationship
Literally has
between that.
nothing to do with what I'm saying. You keep trying to move the goalpost. I don't know why
Well,
you.
I can make a
I
point.
mean, I can
I
only
don't.
assume because you don't want to address the point that I'm actually
No, no,
making.
I'm
So my
addressing
point
it.
is not that there's unintended
But
consequences. My point
my
is
point is
that
that I think
should an individual ever make a conscious decision to punish a child for a crime which they did
no,
not commit, but which their parent committed?
an individual shouldn't do that.
Okay, so there's never a good reason for that, is there?
Well, I've already explained. You didn't accept my points. I don't.
Well,
You
your
can't
point
go.
was irrelevant. Your point kept addressing
It was
unintended
relevant. You didn't
consequences
want
rather
to.
than
It was
punishments.
relevant, entirely relevant. You just wanted to ignore it. I can't really argue.
I didn't
If
ignore it.
if you want
Your
to,
point was not about
you did
punishments. It
ignore.
was
You
about
did ignore my
unintended
point. You
consequences.
told me that it's not valid, so I can't really argue it fully.
It's not valid because you're talking about
No, it is valid. You
unintended. I
didn't
don't know
want to
why you keep
accept
talking
it.
while I'm talking, FC. Do you want to have a conversation or not? So you're talking about unintended consequences. I'm not. I'm talking
I'm
about
not talking about that.
conscious decisions. Is there ever
I'm
a
not talking about
situation? You're doing it again, FC. Is there ever a situation where somebody should make a conscious decision to enact a punishment on a child because their parent created some sort of a crime or a sin?
I just think like we could go a different direction because you're not really accepting my viewpoints.
All you actually have to say is yes or no. It's crazy
It's
that
not
you
always
can't
yes
just
or no.
you can't just say yes, no, or I don't
No,
know.
I can give my opinion.
Well, what's
You
the
could
answer?
respect that. You could respect my opinion. That's what you
What's
could
the
do.
answer?
You could respect my opinion. That's what you could do.
I'm waiting for the answer. It's a yes, no, or I don't know.
The answer is, in certain circumstances, that I can understand why children will naturally suffer because of what their parents did.
Again, that's not at all what we're talking about. We're talking
It's a
about
valid answer.
it's not a valid answer. We're talking about somebody
Yes.
making a conscious decision to punish another individual. What we're not talking about is the fact that sometimes there are unintended consequences as a result of somebody being punished for their crimes. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an individual that says, your parent sinned, now I'm punishing you and your children. Should that ever happen?
I'll answer again. That is what I am talking about.
It's not.
You may not accept that, but I am talking about it as a valid point.
You're not. You're talking about consequences that are unintended because of the punishment. I'm talking about I'm talking about when a father or a mother commits a sin or a crime, and let's say that the punishment for that crime, let's say that it's being locked up for 25 years. Would it ever be valid to lock up the parent and the child for 25 years? Would that ever be a thing that should be done? Yes or no? It's crazy that you have to jump through all these hoops and lie to my face to make this argument work for you. He's yapping. He doesn't know he's muted, I assume. Bruh. Okay. Well, he wasn't prepared to have a discussion anyways. We'll just take care of that. Not a problem. All right, I'm going to test one thing real quick. I'm going to bring in somebody from the YouTube queue and make sure the audio still works, or see if I have to switch audio sources back and forth between YouTube and TikTok still. Also, welcome to the show, and thank you for the super chat. The serpent that God framed, it says, "Can't hear the guest, buddy." I think we got it fixed. Don't worry. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. And Douglas says, "Can Doug shake just one eye?" Probably. I've never asked him. I'm assuming though. I've never seen something that he couldn't do. I mean, obviously it's Doug, so I'm assuming so. But thank you for the question. And also, Hammond says, "What's your review on the book of Tobit, Judith, and Sirach? I know they have their problems, but I like them." Well, they're great books actually, and both Tobit and Sirach were heavily quoted by the early church and by extra biblical sources. Judith, not as much. Judith seems to be more of a historical fiction than it is like like they're not intending it to be a real history. So Judith doesn't get as much love, and it's obviously clear that it is historical fiction. But Tobit and Sirach were incredibly influential to the first century Jewish communities. And both of them get kind of sideways quoted in the New Testament. I have some of these partial quotations in the Deconstruction cheat sheet, actually. And I've got a list of a link to a document that I created in the Deconstruction cheat sheet that shows every mention of the apocryphal works in the first 400 years of the church. You can see every single time one of these books were mentioned and what the early church fathers said about them. And Justin, thank you for the super chat. Big W, he says, "Big W on your channel. Keep cooking. Rock hard for Doug." Well, thank you so much, Justin. And what a great name, if I do say so myself. And also, Marie, thank you so much for the super chat. Marie says, was going to ask a serious textual question, but what I really want to know is which rock metal songs bring the greatest glory to Doug, oh prophet? Great question, Marie. I haven't spent a whole time thinking or praying on this. But I mean, obviously the band Petra, the entire band was formed just to praise Doug. That seems obvious. So we can mark that one down. Doug obviously loves Petra. Obviously, he loves the Rolling Stones. Everything by the Rolling Stones obviously is inspired by Doug. That just seems like blatantly obvious. So those are two places to start. Outside of that, I'm not entirely sure yet. Not entirely sure. But thank you so much for the question. I appreciate that. And Satcom, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And also, Aaron, thank you so much for the super chat. Aaron says, "The psychology of avoiding a direct answer in religion is fascinating to me. How can you say you have an answer, then you respond with is pouting?" That's the craziest thing, is these aren't hard questions. Like I'm giving like simple, just yes or no questions, and they're just like literally doing somersaults around saying yes or no. Just say yes or no. It shouldn't be hard. I don't know why this is so complicated. Anyways, Fable, welcome in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, I have one question real quick. Can everyone hear Fable? And when Fable talks, is it doubling or does he sound normal? Just say like the ABCs or something real quick.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L, M, N, O, P.
TikTok says you sound good. TikTok says you're good. Let's see about YouTube.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Shit, you got a decent voice, man. You sing?
No, I'm just trying to make this entertaining.
It is doubling on YouTube. Of course, it fucking doubled on YouTube. All right. We'll do one. I know how to make it go away, but I want to do one more test. What about now? Is it doubling on YouTube now?
Is it doubling? Tell us, guys. Da da da. Da da da.
The people in TikTok are asking for a musical now, just so you're aware.
Oh my gosh.
This is what you've done.
Oh my goodness. I don't think they'll like the musical that I end up making. Will be like some Book of Mormon type stuff.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I think that seems to have fixed it. We'll rock with that for now. Cool. So, Fable, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, and I'm actually not a believer. You can kick me if this isn't like right for the type of live stream you have, but I do have something I'd like to challenge you on that you've said in the past.
Well, you're welcome to. I mean, typically I don't, but you waited in the guest box or in the guest queue for so long. I kind of want to give you the opportunity now.
Okay, yeah. So my question to you is, I know in the past you've said that Islam is like the worst religion, worse than Christianity, right?
Well, I think right now, like if we look at the history of the two religions, I think Christianity has caused more chaos than Islam, just as a totality. But I think today in the modern age, I think Islam is more dangerous.
Would it be fair to say that Muslims right now are more dangerous, not that Islam is more dangerous than Christianity?
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah. The people that practice the religion and the people that live in predominantly Islamic countries are not necessarily the issue. I think it's the religion that seems to be the issue. Just like Christians aren't necessarily the issue as much as the religion that warrants the behavior, right? So, like I've said this before, and I got a little bit of flack for it, but I think it's still true, which is that we all know that Christianity went from being an incredibly dangerous religion, then they reformed, and now they're entirely different than the way they were before. Well, Islam could easily do another reformation like they had prior, and end up being a benign religion, just roughly similar to how we view Christianity today.
Right. So it sounds like you're saying that the Muslims are dangerous because the religion is more dangerous. Is that fair to say?
Well, I think it's more than just in the Quran. So I like the phrasing you said, because the religion is dangerous, because there's a lot of religion that is found in the hadiths and the narrations that are not found in the Quran. And I think if you do a totality of all that, you can make some really dangerous doctrines. I think if you get rid of all the hadiths and you stick only to the Quran, I think it slims down the amount of dangerous doctrines. But I think there's still some stuff in there that certainly I don't think is appropriate for the modern age.
See, because the way I'm thinking about it is you have the religion and the practitioners. And if I were to look at Old Testament, New Testament for Christianity, and I were to look at hadiths and the Quran for Islam, I don't know that I could easily say one is more dangerous than the other, but I could say that Muslims are more dangerous than Christians today.
Yeah, and I would agree with you. If we're just comparing the texts at face value, the biblical text seems to be, in my opinion, more abhorrent. But when you look at the behavior overall of the religion, I think the behavior currently of the Islamic varieties are a little more dangerous than that of the Christian variety. But all that being said, like Christianity could revert. We could go back to the Dark Ages. That's certainly possible. That's why I think it's important to just be free of these dumb Abrahamic religions. We don't need them. They don't do anything for us.
Yeah, I agree. I guess it's just the distinction between Muslims and Islam. It always bothers me when I hear like Sam Harris argue that like Islam is uniquely dangerous compared to Christianity. And in my mind, it's just no. Right now, Muslims are way more fundamentalist on average than Christians are, and that's what's dangerous. But
yeah, I mean, I agree. So, like, when it comes, I love Sam Harris. I think he's wicked smart, but I don't necessarily agree with him on everything. And certainly, I think to me, Christianity and Islam are two sides of the same coins, and they're kind of manifesting in different ways at different time periods. But if I'm just going to sit down and say, okay, look at the history of both of the religions, are they a net benefit or a net negative? I think it's a net negative.
yeah, I agree. I don't want to take up your time much more. I was just curious to ask you about that, and thank you for entertaining me.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Fable. It's good to hear from you.
All right, take it easy.
Cheers. And I've said this before. Like there are dangerous Christian groups. There's lots of them. Well, like all the time we hear about new like Christian cults that are harming children and different things like that. But they seem to be like small groups, whereas right now the groups of dangerous people in Islam seem to be rather large groups. But Daniel Hill, thank you so much Danielle Hill, thank you for the $30 over Cash App. Big W, Danielle. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And also, we've got a super chat in again from the Serpent. Says innocent people shouldn't be punished for a guilty party's crime, period. Yeah, that seems to be that. I think that's something most normal individuals can agree on. But for some reason, it's hard for Christians. I think because they know that if I go to the book, I'm going to find stuff in the book that that's going to disagree with that notion. You know what I mean? Also, Maximilian's with us tonight. Maximilian, thank you so much for the 5 gifted Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, friend. I appreciate that. And also, Mostly Gizzards with us tonight. Thank you so much, Mostly Gizzards, gifting out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Again, if you guys have either a gifted or purchased DZ Elite membership, you should have access to that cheat sheet, and I hope you make the most of it. And Seville DeVille, great name, by the way. Thank you for the $1.99 super thanks. And also Gates of Delirium's with us tonight. Gates, welcome in. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Said had a really great and honest conversation with a Catholic recently, and your talking points really helped get them to admit some gaps in their beliefs. Thank you for all the info. Well, thanks for letting me know. And you know what? I've had quite a few conversations with Catholics, and my personal experience is that people of the Catholic persuasion are generally easier to talk to about this kind of stuff. They're not quite as fundamentalist as the Protestant varieties, but it is what it is, right? Also, Hammond, another super chat says Marduk versus Yahweh, who will win? We know who wins. We don't have to ask who wins. We know who wins because Marduk kicked the shit out of Yahweh when the Babylonians rolled into Judea in 605. And then between 605 and 587, just steamrolled Yahweh and Yahweh's people. And then when King Cyrus came in to Babylon and defeated Babylon, Yahweh's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make sure he does it. And then what did King Cyrus say? King Cyrus on the prism that he wrote in Akkadian said, "Oh, it was Marduk. Marduk gave me victory." So even King Cyrus had to slight Yahweh. And Meg, thank you so much for the super chat. Meg says it's obvious that rock and roll itself was created by dog. I mean, I feel like that's obvious. I feel like we shouldn't have to like argue about that general concept. I think that's just obvious. Very intuitive. Welcome in, Aaron. Aaron, before we get started, I want to make sure everyone can hear the audio. So, Aaron, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm at least 18 and I am a believer.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
So I am a true Christian and believe in Yahweh.
Okay, fair enough. So you believe in the Hebrew scriptures and you believe in the New Testament, I assume, then?
Yes.
Cool.
Correct.
And do you believe that this God is all good or partly good, or what's your belief?
So I believe from the Bible that God is all good, and there's many reasons why. Because like from each scripture, like for example, Psalms, you could see that every priest and all those that were talking about God were saying that they should praise God and believe in God whenever they are down or need help. And then they would like, sorry for my mistake, basically then if you would read it if you're upset or whatever, then it does really help, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Do you think that blood feuds are good?
Well, no, I
Okay.
don't think that's good. But can I ask you a question?
Well, I mean, do you know what a blood feud is?
I'm not sure, but is it when you give someone blood if they're losing blood?
No. A blood feud is essentially like, let's say, for example, somebody came and like unalived my sister. Then I would be allowed, according to the rules of blood feud, I would be allowed to go to their family and unalive one of their sisters. It's like a tit for tat type of system.
Well, I think no, because God says leave all the revenge to him and not yourself.
Okay.
You know.
Would it be good if God did
So,
it?
well, it would, because he knows what he's doing. You should let everything on him, because he's the one who created us, so he knows what is right for us.
Interesting. So God would never kill an innocent human being, only a guilty one?
Well, he did kill a lot of people in the Old Testament.
Sure did.
On Genesis. Sorry, I forgot the scripture, but I know quite a few that he killed, but he did kill them for a reason.
Do you think that babies are innocent?
Babies are innocent, yes.
Do you think it's ever appropriate to unalive a baby for the crimes of their parents?
Well, I think it's a very bad decision to, like, kill a baby.
Yeah, but is it ever a good thing to do it?
No.
Okay, so it's never a good thing. Okay. What if God does it?
Well, if God does it, then he won't, because I know that he wouldn't kill a baby.
Sure about that?
Well, if he did, then I don't know, but he probably did that for a reason.
Okay, so what I'm going to read for you is a snippet from the book of Exodus. Have you read Exodus?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm going to put it on the screen for everyone to see. Actually, hold on one second. Let me. I got to move this guest box behind the browser. There we go. Okay.
Wait, what's the scripture? So
this is Exodus 11.
What verse? Sorry.
We can start in verse 1.
All right.
Right. So this is the last plague. It says, the Lord said to Moses, I will bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Okay. And then after that plague, then finally they're going to let you go. And this is the plague. It says, thus saith the Lord, about midnight I will go out throughout Egypt, and every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sits on his throne, to the firstborn of the female slave, who is behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the livestock. There will be a loud cry throughout the whole land of Egypt, such as has never been or will ever be again. So it sounds to me like God does kill babies. We lost him. No one can hear you if you're out of the app. If you swipe away from the app to read your Bible, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that, yeah, you're right, because that was one of the last 10 plagues. And, like, if you think about it, he wanted to release his people, the Hebrews, and to show the Egyptian to fear him and let them go. He knew what he did, so he did kill the firstborns, not because he knew the firstborns would be something bad, but he did it to release the right people.
Yeah, but
And also
could God have softened the heart of Pharaoh rather than killing all the babies?
Well, I actually don't know, but I think, in the Old Testament,
he's all powerful, isn't he?
Who, God? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
So he could soften Pharaoh's heart.
Well, he could, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it seems like the killing of the babies isn't required to have the Israelites released, is it?
Well, I think killing the firstborns would make the Egyptian fear him more.
Well, that may be true, but like he can make the Egyptians afraid of him without killing the babies. Like he sent nine plagues already.
He killed the firstborns? Do you know why the reason he did that?
Yeah, because the Egyptian pharaoh, if you go back prior to all the plagues, was trying to unalive a bunch of the Hebrew babies. So again, God is doing a blood feud. That's the beginning of the conversation. So God is cool with blood feuds.
Well, in the Old Testament, probably yes, but then after, when he sent his son, then there's forgiveness and that. So you know, like, but do you agree with me that in the Old Testament it was more, how do I say it, more dangerous and strictful?
Bloody.
If you agree,
I do
yeah.
agree, but I don't know if that helps your case. You know, for example, if I said to you, Aaron, I'm gonna take your mother out on a date, and like I'm a really good guy, you know what I mean? I'm awesome.
Yeah.
But it is true that like the last, I don't know, my prior girlfriend, I beat her up a few times, right? Are you gonna let me take your mom out on a date?
Well, I wouldn't let you go out with my mom on the day.
But I'm better now.
Well, if you're better now, then yeah.
All right. So the thing is,
Because
like,
just
God shouldn't
because if
need.
you told me you're better now and you proved me that you're better now, then yeah, I would.
What if I
Because forgiveness,
unalived my
innit?
prior girlfriend?
Well, if you're unalive, then no, because you said before that if you abused her, then and then you said you're a good person right now, then you know I would let you. But if you said unalive, then I wouldn't let you because you're human. You don't know what is good or right. You know what I mean. But for God, if He kills a human and we still follow Him, well, that's the right thing because He knows what He's doing.
Sure, but again, you already mentioned that you should never like kill innocent people to like as punishment for what their parents did, which means when God killed all the, you know, Egyptian firstborn, a lot of innocent people died.
Hmm. Yeah, that's interesting too. But
There's other occasions where God punishes people for crimes they hadn't committed, and they don't die, but they do, like, horrible stuff happens to them. You want to hear another occasion?
sure.
Before we read the passage, let me ask you a simple question, which is, let's say, for example, that I'm married. I'm not, but say I am. So, say, for
Yeah.
example, I'm a married man, and I go to my neighbor and I assault my neighbor's wife. I in the bedroom. Okay, would it then be okay as a punishment to have somebody come assault my wife?
Well, it would be basically fair for you. Well, not for you, but for the person that their wife got assaulted. It would be fair because, let's say, if that was my wife and you did that, then it would be fair if your wife, you know what I mean?
So if I assaulted your wife, you think it'd be okay for you to assault my wife?
Well, I would, but just
That's some
like God
crazy
said, I
work.
can't take revenge
Why would you think that'd be fair?
because it says in the Bible, if you get slapped on the right cheek, you slapped in the other cheek, which gives you an explanation that if someone does something to you, you have the right to do it, but you
Right.
have a decision.
Do you think that the woman did something worthy of punishment?
Well, not her, but to give you the feeling of how I felt, then yeah.
Okay. Do you think that my wife should be receiving the punishment that is due to me?
Uh, Wait, what do you mean by that?
Okay. If I assault your wife and then in turn you assault my wife, what that means is that my wife is taking the punishment, not me. Right? So what crime did she commit that is worthy of being assaulted?
Well, she didn't do nothing, but
Thank you. Yeah.
like, how do I explain it? Like, I would still show you how you like. For example, if you did, then I would still show you how you affected me, and then punish you.
Right. But my wife has nothing to do with it.
Well, you're right. Shouldn't be with a man that assaulted another man's wife.
I agree though, but she has no control over what I do. Like if she marries me, she has no idea that 10 years down the road I could assault somebody else's wife. That's not something she has knowledge of, nor should she be responsible for it. Are you suggesting that my wife should be held responsible for what I do?
Nah. But wait, can I give you an example?
I think the correct answer was nah. The nah but was the wrong answer. But go ahead.
So for example, yeah, one day you came like to my car and you broke it, yeah? And then I get mad because it was my car, all of that. And then I come to yours. I wouldn't do nothing to you, but I would break your car. Why?
My car's not a sentient human being, though. We're talking about what's done
Well,
to
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
sentient
yeah,
human
yeah.
being. This is a
Yeah,
non-analogous
I know.
example.
Yeah, I know, but like if you think about it, it's like revenge.
I know
Like
what
I have the
I
right.
know what revenge is. What I'm saying is it's not analogous to the scenario we're talking about. The scenario I'm talking about is when a sentient thinking human being who has not committed a crime is harmed for somebody else's crime. I'm saying that is not okay.
Oh, it is interesting what you said though.
Okay. Aaron, do you think that there are episodes in the Bible where God does this?
Killing innocent people or like
No, having them assaulted.
uh
Seems like a weird
not
thing God
quite.
would do, huh?
Well, if there was a reason and I knew the reason, then it wouldn't be weird because
Well,
God is God, God is good, God
can you
is
name a
what
single
I believe.
reason why a woman should ever be assaulted?
Well, first of all, one reason a woman shouldn't get assaulted
No, should.
is
Can you name
should.
one reason why a woman should ever get assaulted?
Well, if she has a reason why to and like how do you say it? Like if someone assaulted her then and they had a reason why and it's a good reason, then yeah.
Is there ever a good reason to assault a woman?
Well, not a human, but God should.
Okay, not a human. Okay, so there's no good reason to assault a woman, is there?
Well, not yeah, I meant not us, but like for God, yeah, he could kill anyone he wants.
I'm talking about assault.
Oh, you mean assault?
Yep.
Well, nah, I don't think it's good.
Okay, so when we go to the Bible, what we find is God doing exactly that. After David assaults Bathsheba, the punishment handed down by God is that he's going to kill the child because God kills babies all the time. Then it says that there's going to be a secondary punishment. God's going to raise up trouble within his own household. Actually, give me a second. I grabbed the wrong passage. This is 2 Samuel 24. I want 2 Samuel 12. There we go. 2 Samuel 12, verse 11 says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." And then that happens. 10 of David's wives gets raped by a member of his own household, Absalom.
Well, did God say that?
Yep.
Well, I think if God says what he says and he knows what he's doing, then I would still believe him because he
Okay.
created me.
So it's a good
So,
thing that these women were raped.
well, if God said yes, then I would agree.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy work. If
Yeah,
if
it
God
is.
was actually evil, let me ask you a question then. Is there anything God could do that you wouldn't disagree with? Would you disagree with anything?
I would never disagree on anything that God
Never.
says or
Oh
does.
shit. Okay. If God said, "Aaron, I want you to go to the local orphanage because we got all these babies that are homeless. Go to the orphanage, just round them up, throw them into the baby grinder, and make some baby paste, and then, make sure that you don't let any go to waste, and then go and paint your driveway with them so that you can seal up your driveway with the baby paste, and then just run over them every day on your way to work." Would that be the right thing to do?
Well, actually, I know God would never say that, so no.
That's not a question. The question is, if God told you to do it, would that be the right way to proceed?
Well, no, because I know it's a stupid thing to do, but I know God will never say that, so
It's not a
I would
question. The
still.
question is, if God told you to do it, would the right thing to do, would that be obedience?
No.
Okay, so there is an occasion in which God would tell you to do stuff that's bad and you should disobey him.
Okay, tell me one thing God has told us
It's
humans
crazy that you
nowadays.
can't just say yes or no. Are you saying
Well,
that
no,
this is one instance where you should say no to God?
I will never say no to God. But if
Oh,
He
so
tells
then you
me
have to
to,
make the baby paste.
well, if there's a reason, then like I
I
know God wouldn't say, but yeah.
I gave you the reason because the orphanages are full of babies. They can't get homes, and God's going to take them up to heaven. So he says, go make the baby paste. So is the appropriate thing to do, is that going to be making baby paste?
I would do whatever God would say. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you gave me the honest answer. I appreciate that. And what state do you live in, by the way? I'm in Ohio. What about you?
Oh, I'm from England.
Oh, you're in England. All right. Well, just so you're
Yeah.
aware, we're already in contact with the police up in England, and we're sending them to your address to let them know that you need your hard drives checked. Okay?
Why?
Because you're dangerous. Because you think it's okay to make
I'm not.
baby
I'm not
paste.
dangerous because I'm not gonna.
That's crazy work right there. He's okay with assaulting women and with baby paste. I thought he'd stop with the after the assaulting of the women and draw a line at baby paste, but you know, he had to give in. What are you going to do? Call Scotland Yard. Eric says, thank you for broadcasting in landscape format. Shorts, vertical format goes silent in the background. Get this message to Ian and Blitz. So, Eric, I don't think any of us knew that when you do vertical format, that it goes silent in the background. I had no idea. I'm learning this just today, actually. So I appreciate you letting me know. And I'm going to be live streaming in both formats here in the future. What I'm trying to figure out still yet is if I want to live stream both formats to one channel, or if I want to split the formats out to horizontal on my DZ debates channel and just do vertical on this channel, since so many people, like my whole audience has been built up on vertical format. I don't know yet. I'm still figuring it out. It might be easier just to do both formats on one channel, and then you can just pick and choose. You know what I mean? We'll figure that out this week. But anyways, Kay, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, thanks for streaming today. I love all the mothers as well as the women who cannot have children. This day is a happy one and also difficult for some. And actually, that's the truth of the matter. Mother's Day isn't always happy for everyone, but I'm hoping that this is the best Mother's Day that we can have. I'm certainly hoping all the mothers here are able to have a good Mother's Day. And Sat, thank you for the super chat. Big W says, not a believer, but want to know more about the Bible. Where can a lay person start without someone trying to indoctrinate me? Any book, website, course, etc. Suggestions. I always have good suggestions for reading. If you're really new to reading the Bible, I would start with the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. Get the 5th edition. If you find a used 3rd or 4th edition, that's fine. They're great. If you get the 3rd edition, make sure it's the 3rd augmented edition. Don't get the 3rd standard edition. There's a lot of stuff missing from it. I would also recommend maybe to a lesser degree the Westminster Study Bible and the SBL Study Bible. They're pretty good, but they're not as good. And I may also include, let me think on another good study Bible. There's another one that was in my brain and now it's gone. But those are 3 good places to start. And then after that, we can look into more of more like commentary, like full on commentaries. But Debbie, thank you for gifting out a DZ membership. I appreciate that. And also Fierce Interaction. Again, thank you so much for the super chat and for the information. Fierce says, Jody Magnus is a distinguished professor in early Judaism at UNC. Oh, she's at UNC. Okay. Only heard about her Thursday. No video. It's one of the great courses. Oh shit. Okay. It's $10. M's fixed audio. He sounds great. Yeah, actually, his new mic does sound amazing. Okay, now I know roughly the type of a person we're talking about. So she's a real educated, actual professor. I'll definitely give her a look. I don't have access to her great courses, but I'll definitely give it a look for $10. Sounds amazing. I like a lot of the Bible staff at UNC. Appreciate the note. And Disco, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero says, going to talk with a friend about deconstruction later this week at a restaurant named Zeus. It seems ironic. Hail, Doug. That is crazy and ironic. I love it. I love it. Thank you for letting me know. And if you need any resources, let me know. I'll shoot you some resources. And Danielle says, couldn't stay long, but have a great stream. Well, Danielle, thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for supporting. And Songwriter as well, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, new member of the Kraken Crew Elite. Thank you for helping me with my deconstruction. You've been really helpful. Well, Songwriter, I'm pleased as punch that I have been helpful in your deconstruction journey. That's my goal. That's what I want to do. So big W, thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate that. And Coffee RN, big W Coffee, thank you for the $5 super chat. Coffee says, God said slavery is totally cool, but if you eat shellfish, you get tortured for all time. Rock hard for Doug. That's the craziest thing to me, is that like some of the stuff that God prohibits, this is an abomination, seems awfully strange when there are probably more weightier matters to consider. All right, let me get our guest in here. We've got,
Hello?
it looks like, is it Reggie? I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
Yeah,
How you doing, Reggie?
I'm doing good. So I just wanted to say, a lot of the stuff you reference is from the Old Testament.
So,
If you knew, Christ fulfilled the laws of the Old Testament.
that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, it
Why do I
doesn't
care?
matter because it's the way of the Bible. It says it. The laws of the Old Testament are fulfilled. Just like the way we don't sacrifice animals, we don't have to do that no more because Christ fulfilled those laws.
What does the word fulfill mean?
I could give you my interpretation. I don't know the exact definition.
Does the word fulfill mean abolish?
In some cases, yeah.
Oh, can you give me one of those cases?
Well, and if you want to go to the Bible, like I said, Jesus, he denounces a lot of the laws because he knows the only way to God is through him.
No, I
The only way
disagree
to-
with that. In fact, he says the opposite in Matthew chapter 5. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. So he did not come to abolish the law or the prophets. It says, I've come not to abolish, but to fulfill. Okay, so he came to fulfill, not to abolish. And fulfill can't mean abolish, or else this statement would be useless. So fulfill must mean something other than abolish. It says, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Have heaven and earth passed away?
Nope.
Okay, so then the law is still in effect. That's why he says in verse 19, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So according to Jesus, people who do the law, will they be great in the kingdom of heaven or not?
Yeah, the commandments. He's talking about the commandments here, not sacrificing, you see how he denounces.
He doesn't say the 10 commandments. He says the law and the prophets. That's the law of Moses. That's the Torah and the prophets.
Yeah.
Jesus never once makes a distinction between the 10 commandments and the rest of the commandments.
Do you mind if I get my computer? Because I'm not good at quoting straight from the Bible, so I have the notes.
Hey, whatever you think is going to help.
All right, let me see. Actually, that's probably going to take too long, and I don't have time.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you'll cook me. Don't worry.
No, I'm not going to cook you because I won't lie. I'm not the greatest in the Bible. I'm still learning. I'm still on my path. But, I know what people like you do. You guys try to bring people who are still short on their path and try to confuse them. It's okay, though.
We don't choose who gets in the guest box. I didn't choose you. You just ended up in my guest box, and it sounds to me like you'll do just as well as everyone who came before you. So
You're right.
The question at hand right now is whether or not God is good. And you do believe that the God of the Old Testament is the God of the Bible, right?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, so it doesn't really matter if we're talking about Old Testament or New Testament. We certainly could be talking about both, but it's kind of irrelevant. So do you ever believe that it's a good thing to kill a person based on faulty evidence?
Can you explain more?
Nope. It's an easy question. Is there ever a reason to kill somebody based on faulty evidence?
From the human standard, no.
So you think there's a God standard that it'd be good?
Because God knows what from
On faulty evidence, I said.
There's no faulty evidence to God.
I'm asking you, it's a hypothetical. Is there ever a good scenario in which it's a good thing to unalive somebody based on faulty evidence? I'm not asking you if you think God did it. I'm asking you a hypothetical.
No.
Okay, fantastic. Now, there's no good reason to do that. You have to have solid evidence. Now, you may or may not have read Deuteronomy 22. We'll find out. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence he's probably looking for?
Not find if she. I don't know. Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously, whether or not she bled. It says after going into her.
Yeah.
Okay. So he went into this young woman and she didn't bleed. And he's like, well, she might not be a virgin, right? Now, if it happens that he wants to take her to court, this is what's going to happen. Says, the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. So just so we're following so far, the evidence to clear her or to make her guilty is the bloody sheet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, it says, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel. Cool. So, do you believe that the bloody sheet then is enough evidence to warrant somebody being stoned?
No, but this sounds like this is a rule of people, of man, not a rule of God.
But it's in the Bible. God spoke it.
Okay, but no, you have to take context from the Bible.
I know the context.
So who's speaking right then and there?
All the laws in Deuteronomy come from Yahweh.
No,
Yep.
because you have to. Okay, now that would not even be close to true.
It certainly would be true. In fact, he says it on multiple occasions. Have you read Deuteronomy before, or are you just saying stuff that you heard in church? It sounds to me like you haven't actually read it.
Christ fulfilled the laws of the Old Testament.
Irrelevant. We're talking about the laws of Deuteronomy. It says, this is the commandment, the statutes, and the ordinances that the Lord your God charged me to teach you to observe in the land that you are about to cross in to occupy. So Moses is saying, when he gives the laws in Deuteronomy, that these are the laws that God instructed me to give you.
You know what? I'm not. If you're not even going to take the fact that Christ fulfilled the laws,
it doesn't matter. The fulfillment of the law is irrelevant, and you already got crushed on that point, so that's irrelevant too. The question is whether or not they're temporary or permanent. Is that whether it was a good idea to have a woman executed based on a bloody sheet?
You know what? It's why I don't debate atheists. But all right, I'm gonna just leave. It's up to you what you believe.
Yeah, I'd run too, since you haven't read the book. It's okay.
I'm not.
I'm used to it. Don't worry. We're used to cowardly Christians. It's fine.
It's not cowardly. It's just you're not going. You've already set in stone that you're not going to believe in Christ.
I'm not set in stone. I just have facts, and you don't.
You're set in stone because
no, I'm not set in stone. I have facts, and you don't.
You're cutting me off. You're set in stone. The fact
I'm not set in stone. I'm waiting for the. I'm waiting for the argument. Give me the argument that makes it okay.
You're set in stone because you're not even thinking about the whole fact that he sacrificed his life.
I have thought about it. Jesus dying is meaningless to this passage. It means nothing. The question is whether or not it was ever okay at any point in time for any amount of time to execute a woman if she bled or didn't bleed on a sheet. Does it matter how long of a time period you think this law was in effect for?
Okay, I guess you could say yes. In the Old Testament, it was okay. Yes.
Okay, so it was good. Are you aware that not all women bleed on a sheet when they do the deed for the first time?
Yes, I know that.
And what percentage do you think actually do?
Probably less than 10.
Well, it's a little bit more than that. It's about 43%. So you think that for whatever given period of time the law was in effect for, that it was a good thing that God said you should kill these women even though they're innocent?
I think it was false interpreted.
It's not falsely interpreted.
I don't think that.
He said if there's no blood on the sheet, you get her stoned. That's what he said.
So like I said, you know what? Never mind. All right, bro. I'm running. My fault. I'm running. I'm scared.
Okay. Well, at least he was honest. I mean, to be fair, if I was a Christian his age and I found myself in the middle of this discussion, I'd probably want to get out as well. Not a good place to be. Oh, well. He did his best. He did his best. He sounded young. I don't know how old he was, but he was definitely young. All right, let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get the next guest in. We got a couple waiting to get in. Judas, good to see you tonight, my friend, says, Mr. Fire, giving great arguments against the Bible. Well, thank you so much, Judas. I appreciate that. And we're going to keep cooking tonight. And Flanker420 says, I love a good dad joke. Dad joke, why did Karen press Control-Alt-Delete? She wanted to see the task manager. Holy shit. I work in an engineering office and I cannot believe I've never heard this. This is a banger. Okay, literally tomorrow at work, I'm going to see how this joke goes over in the office. I'll let you know. I appreciate it, Flanker. You gave me a real one. I love this joke. Thank you so much. And Radical Dreamers, thank you for the super chat, says, Justin, I was studying the cheat sheet. Who exactly is the child that eats curds and honey? Is it Isaiah's son? Well, my interpretation is that it's Isaiah's son from chapter 8. That being said, it is also irrelevant. The identity of the child is meaningless. The only thing that matters is that the king knows who the child is, and that the king can verify that before the child is old enough to eat curds and honey, that the prophecy comes true. The prophecy is for King Ahaz's lifetime. The fact that we do or don't know who the child is meaningless as long as Ahaz knew who the child was. Again, Christians want to make the Bible about them. It's not. The prophecy to King Ahaz was a prophecy to King Ahaz. It was about him. Hammond said Sirach 31, 4-6 is only true afterlife. The Bible can somewhat prove. I know the people back then didn't know, but in a sense, our genetics are our legacy. You're not wrong, actually. I knew, I don't want to name names. I knew a man of Jewish heritage who bemoaned, this is probably 10 years ago now, was bemoaning that so many, so many religious people, like religious extremists, are okay with their children getting the blowback from their religious extremism and sometimes not surviving. And he was saying, how could any parent do that? That is your immortality. Like I say, that's your legacy. He said, that child is your immortality. And it's such a good point. And I think a lot of people from the ancient Near East had this concept, is that, no, we don't get to live forever. But the thing that lives on, our progeny, that is the thing that matters for most people. That is the thing that allows you, in essence, to continue to live on. And I see your correction. He says, sorry, it was Sirach 30. Yeah. I wasn't going to fact check you on the verses. We should read it, though, for everyone who's not aware of what Sirach is talking about. Give me 1 second. Sirach 30, verse 4. And I'm in the NRSV. And so it should be in here, where it says, he who teaches his son will make his enemies envious and will glory in him among his friends. When his father dies, he will not seem to be dead, for he has left behind one like himself. And this to me is like the greatest joy of childbearing, is that we get to live on after we're gone. You know what I mean? Evan, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you tonight. Evan says, Christians always missed a part where God killed the firstborn of the slaves of the Egyptians, of the animals. None of them had anything to do with it. Yeah, that's a really good point. Is it wasn't just the children of the Egyptians. It was also the children of the slaves of the Egyptians, which is crazy work that he would do that. And Epifanio, thank you for the super chat. It says, atheist debaters outsource their knowledge from philosophy, biology, science, etc. You win by playing the rules of their book. That's hermeneutics. Yeah, pretty much. It's crazy that people get up here and claim me like just arguing with bias. All right, let me grab, I want to grab Yardbird, and then Father Joseph, and then Fight the Good Fight in that order, and we'll keep everything rolling, friends. And Gates of Delirium, thank you for the super chat. Gates says baby paste is acceptable under the Christian worldview. That's That's what we heard. I wasn't the only one who heard it. I heard the same thing. Oh, he didn't stay. Okay. All right. I guess he didn't want to chat. Oh, well, we tried. Let's grab Father Joseph. How you doing, Father Joseph? Of course, your audio's not on. Father Joseph, I don't think your microphone is turned on. I don't show any audio coming into your stream. It says that you've got a Shure MV7 Plus, though. So, like, your stuff should be working. I don't know why it's not working. Refresh, just refresh your browser, see if it fixes it. It's weird. We just talked to somebody on the YouTube queue a couple minutes ago, and it didn't seem to have any problems. And his microphone does work. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, we'll get him. We will get him. 1 second. All right, we'll see if this works. Yeah, we still got nothing. I can't hear you. No one else can hear you. I don't know what the situation is. Yeah, Father Joseph, I apologize, but something's wrong with your equipment or your connection or something. I don't know what it is. You can try changing microphones. So your screen doesn't even show that you're talking right now. So like when you're talking, there's a sound bar that goes up and down. I can see when you're talking because the sound bar goes up and down. You have no sound bar. Your browser doesn't know that you're talking. There you go.
Hello?
You got sound now.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I'm doing okay today. Yeah, sometimes there's a disconnect between the mic and the computer. So, hold on.
Oh, interesting. So I just as a test, I switched it to your Shure microphone, and it doesn't work. Your webcam microphone does work. We can use that, but you'll have to get a little bit closer to your webcam. We can't hear you right now, my friend.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so yeah, let's just use it. I got my Shure on. Sorry, sometimes the webcam mic gets in the way.
Right. Yeah. No worries. No worries. Okay. So, Father Joseph, are you? I'm so used to asking if you're at least 18. You're at least 18.
I hope so.
So you earned those gray whiskers. So I'm not going to take that from you. And are you a believer in some kind of a God?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Cool. And do you think that the biblical God is all good, partly good, or some mixture?
No, I believe he's all good.
Okay. Cool. Do you think that God has ever done anything that is not good?
No.
Okay, cool. Do you think that, let's say, like children, do you think children should be punished for, I don't know, like making fun of somebody by death?
Depends on the circumstances.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah. I think that, for example, children making fun of, say, God in his presence, to cause consternation among the public. I think if a child does that, it's horrific and kind of not the most realistic thing. But yeah, one could imagine circumstances mocking the dead in their presence. I mean, there are things where children would naturally not do that, but perhaps a child under the inspiration of the demons can.
Sure. Then it would be okay to have the children executed.
Well, if they were like seriously causing, psychological damage among the community or something like that, or
Children?
I think if they're hurting people, kids can unfortunately. Of course, we should treat children good as they are, in a positive sense. But I mean, we can't deny the fact that even 5-year-olds have shot other people. I mean, like the potential for evil is still there in a child. It's just usually it has to be inculcated. I mean, I hate to say it, but moral perversion, for example, that can be caused through abuse. So, the fact that you just generically say children, it's not a cover.
If a group of junior high students make fun of a pastor for being bald, would it be okay to execute them?
I don't know. I don't know the circumstance.
You don't know.
No, I mean we're asking these things in a way that's emotionally slanted, but in reality, there can be situations where that can happen.
Well, let's say that the pastor was like really emotionally hurt. Like he thought the kids were going to like him, and it turns out they're making fun of him because he's bald. Is it okay to kill him?
Don't know. I mean, what we're gonna have to have more certain. Like I know that this is most likely some sort of reference to a religious text. So I mean, it's kind of I'm too. You notice I'm pretty old. I'm kind of past that gotcha thing.
Well, it's not a gotcha. I'm just kind of
It's a
curious.
gotcha.
The reason why I ask like these hypothetical questions is because if I don't ask the hypotheticals first, then Christians will turn around and walk all over themselves and change their minds about things that are, clearly ridiculous. So it sounds to me though like you're not going to do that because you're doubling down. You're saying no. It actually is okay to kill children.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's because one thing I've learned over time in debating with people is that in general most gotcha questions are emotionally derived, so they're for the audience to evoke shock, and so I'll roll right in. I said it's an all good God, and I'm serious about it.
Cool. So then what about babies? Is it okay to like execute babies?
Not under most circumstances, of course not, but it is. You notice I don't make it universal.
Is there a circumstance where it is okay to execute babies?
Well, if you're talking about the children of Amalek, for example, like in that case, the entire society was so warped it had to be wiped out.
That wasn't what I was referring to.
Sure,
but you're saying there is scenarios. Okay, so if a society is truly evil, it's okay to annihilate them, to commit the genocide.
Can I ask you, was Hiroshima justified?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think anyone should be dropping atom bombs on anyone else ever.
Okay, well, that's good. At least you're consistent. I mean, they did that because they wanted a quick end to the war, and there's obviously other reasons. But certainly, in a purely human standpoint, governments have made that decision, sometimes to great effect.
Yeah, and I would
I'm
obviously
not saying it's right.
Yeah, obviously, I would disagree with those governments, and that's my position. Okay, so then, what about the Egyptian babies? It was okay that they all died.
Well, I mean,
the firstborn.
If God decreed it, I would say that he had reasons. I mean, in many cases, forensically, we don't know what those reasons are. There could be a number of cases. There have been cases in history where a future generation of an enslaved community takes over violently as revenge for the first set of killings because the kids were allowed to live. I'm not saying that's a good way to do things, but I am saying that repercussions can happen if you don't go with total death. That's part of, I would say, even basic war strategy at this point historically. Like the fact that you could say God did it, therefore he's not good, but it is, if it in fact is a legitimate war strategy, one might ask perhaps whether God was simply using a strategy that worked.
Well, is God
and
capable
that we've seen proven to work?
Is God capable of doing it without killing the babies?
Well, again, this is the automaton question. Whether, God can force people to do good.
No,
of course he could.
That wasn't my question.
Yeah, but it's part of the question because you're saying.
My question is, can he accomplish what he wants to accomplish without killing all the babies?
Not within the paradigm that has been created, no.
Okay, so then he's not all powerful.
It's not an issue of all powerful. It's an issue of whether he should break his own rules.
What
if he gives us free will and it's our job to do the right thing?
He breaks people's free will all the time.
Explain.
Have you not read the Exodus when he hardens Pharaoh's heart like 6 different occasions?
Well, Pharaoh's heart was already capable of being hardened because he was outside of the grace of God.
Is hardening somebody's heart a manipulation of someone's free will?
Not necessarily.
Then what is it?
Well, it can be a push in a direction. God does push both good.
Could God soften someone's heart?
God, has he softened someone's heart?
I'm asking you, could he?
Well, I mean, but you know the text, I would say almost probably better than I do. So we know that God can soften and harden hearts.
Okay, is that a violation of free will?
I don't think so, because if a person really wants to, they can change.
Well, there you go. So then God could soften the hearts of people without killing the babies and get to the end goal.
Well, you don't know that. We don't know what the actual historical circumstance was where that was done.
Well, if the answer is no, then God's just not all powerful.
No,
Just
you're
just
assuming that
just
God's
a
not all
definitional
powerful.
argument. This is how definitions work.
Well, the problem is that free will allows us to do things that are not God's will. And so the point is, while God may influence us in one way or another, in general, he does not. I think that to me is standard Christian orthodoxy. I'm not exactly sure why that. Well, I guess if
Well, Jesus says that nobody comes to the Father, or no one comes to me unless already drawn by the Father.
Yes, and he also says no one comes to the Father except through me. So
right.
It works both ways.
Right. No, but my point is that people who come to the Father come because God draws them.
Yeah.
Is that a manipulation of free will?
I don't think so. That's a call and people answer it.
Right. But again, they don't come unless God draws them.
Well, I would say to that God is continually drawing people. He wills all men to be saved. I believe you've read that before. But not all men listen. That's just a consequence of free will.
Sure.
He's
just not to Paul. Paul disagrees in Romans chapter 9.
Paul got a violent conversion. I respect that. I got a violent conversion. There are few people who literally God kind of had a slap.
Yeah, God knocked Paul off the horse, made him bump his head, the whole 9 yards.
Made him go blind. Yeah.
Was that a violation of free will?
I think that St. Paul was such a hardened Pharisee. If you remember, he was witnessing executions and was okay with that. And thinking it was great, that God had to be a bit direct to him.
So God can violate people's free wills.
I think that he knows whose free will he needs to mess with and who will benefit from it.
Yeah, but you said he can't violate his own rules.
Well, I said he wouldn't violate his own rules.
Okay, so sometimes he does violate his own rules.
Yeah, that's what miracles are for.
Okay, so God can violate the rules. Okay, so then what prevents God from violating the rules to bring about the goals that he wants without killing all the babies?
Maybe he thought that maybe he realized that, these people had become so deranged and degenerate that it would have been too much psychological strain on the rest of the world population. I have no idea.
To let the Egyptian babies live?
Yeah, like maybe they were just really horrible babies. But
he left the Egyptians. The Egyptians are still there, and he only killed the firstborn. He didn't kill the secondborn, the thirdborn, or the fourthborn.
Well, but those would be different. I mean, I would guess those are still somewhat, different Egyptians.
The firstborn and the secondborn are sometimes only a year apart.
Okay, so basically, in that case, I mean, it may have just been a matter of scrambling property rights. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it again.
Yeah, certainly a matter of proper rights. I agree with you. Do you think there's ever...
It'll mess up the property rights pretty good. So.
Yeah. Think there's ever a scenario where like a man's wife should be sexually assaulted as a punishment?
By her husband or something?
By, we'll say an intruder. So like, for example, if I do something bad, is it ever okay to punish me by having my wife sexually assaulted?
No, I just heard that one. And it doesn't follow.
Okay, that should never happen then.
In theory, it shouldn't. Now there is the question of war, and I don't like this fact, but it is still a fact of reality that many times people who have killed a husband in war will take the wife as booty. Unfortunately, that has happened since time began. If that's what you're referring to, but if you're referring to like...
It shouldn't happen in war either, right?
It's war.
But the question is should, not does. I'm saying should it happen in war?
we should be honorable with women in war, absolutely. But
should God be honorable with women in war?
God's not involved.
He certainly is involved. All the wars in the Old Testament, God says, I will deliver them into your hand.
Right, but that's not you. I mean, people on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. God says, I'm going to deliver them into your hands. He says, I go out and fight in front of you.
Yeah, but he did not physically turn into a person and fight.
Yeah, he
Like, he
did.
didn't incarnate himself. No, I don't think he did.
Yeah, the angel of the
He
Lord,
appeared as a,
the angel of the Lord manifests and killed like 200,000 people.
and I would assume that the angel of the Lord manifesting and killing 2,000 people wouldn't look like a person.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
he's
the
not-
angel of the
he's
Lord is
operating-
described as looking like a person in the Old Testament. It's kind of irrelevant. Like, if you believe that God
mean,
is
he's
sending
described a
the
few different
angel
ways.
of the Lord to descend and fight on behalf of the Israelites, it's essentially the same thing. Like, God can just send his emissary and bada bing, bada boom.
Sure.
So no one has to get graped.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, so let me tell you a story though.
I'm gonna raise you up one card there, because this God is all knowing, correct?
Well, it depends on what part of the Bible you read. In Genesis, he's
No,
clearly
no,
not.
good.
In Deuteronomy, he's
He's-
not either.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about your reading of the Old Testament.
No, it's just-
general Old Testament.
it's
and New
just
Testament
absolutely
belief is
true.
that God is. Okay, so you're saying God was never all knowing.
No, I'm saying that it depends on what part of the Bible you read. It clearly in Genesis and
okay,
Deuteronomy,
I'm
there
gonna-
are things that he doesn't know, and he has to find
try
out. And he tells you,
Let's
I have to
try-
find out.
Let's try this a different way. Is it standard Jewish and Christian belief that God is all knowing?
For Christians and most Jews, but not all Jews.
Okay, well, I don't care about atheist Jews, or the freaky ones that believe in 12 gods or anything like that. The point is, it's a standard Jewish and Christian belief that God is all knowing.
But that wasn't your question.
Yes?
The question was, what is it? If God was all knowing, and I said according to the text.
Right,
I didn't say.
Right, but I never.
I don't
finished the
really
statement
care what
because-
people believe. It doesn't matter to me what people believe.
Well, then why would anyone take your statements as relevant
Well,
either?
because what Christians and Jewish people believe about the text doesn't change what the text says. My belief about the text is independent of what you believe about it.
That's fine. But my point in bringing that up is that such a belief could, in theory, assume things like future bloodlines, future genetics that God would be aware of that humans are not.
Right? Yeah, you have to assert
But
that
now
into
you don't
the
have, right.
text.
But well, if you believe in an all-knowing God, it's assumed.
Oh,
But
I
the
agree.
point
If you
is-
believe in that, yeah.
Right, but if you want to say there's 5 different ways in the Old Testament where I think I can prove God's a schmuck, you could do that too. But no one will care. The point is,
they
that
certainly
an
do
all-knowing
care.
God he may have a justification that may not be immediately visible.
Right. Okay. That's so. Give me the justification for 2 Samuel chapter 12, when David is punished by Nathan the prophet for what he did with Bathsheba. Right. You remember the story?
Yeah, that's the basis of Psalm 50. David repents. Psalm 51 in your book.
Okay. So it says, as part of the punishment in verse 11, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And I assume you think that was a befitting punishment for the women to be sexually assaulted?
Well, again, and once again, when we're talking about, like, slightly post-Christian societies, women were often seen as property, but more importantly, they accepted their role as that. So they would have been much more passive at the idea of being just taken away. As to whether that's a befitting punishment for the prophet David, obviously that's what God said.
Is it a just punishment?
I mean, he did that to some guy and had him killed. So yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of fair that he had his wives taken away.
Okay,
it
is
kind of fair, right?
So it is fair that 10 of David's wives got raped.
Well, we don't. They got they got used or married off, etc.
They didn't get married off.
Okay, can you demonstrate that from the text that they were all killed?
They weren't killed. They were put into a separate location after they were raped. So in chapter 16, Absalom storms the palace and comes in under the advice of Ahithophel and assaults the women.
What's the chapter verse here?
We're in 2 Samuel 16. The advice of Ahithophel. So when Absalom tries to take over the throne, and he chases his father out of Jerusalem. As a display of force over his father, now that he's in the palace, he asks Ahithophel, "What should we do?" Right? And it says, Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Go into your father's concubines, the ones he has left to look after the house, and all Israel will hear that you have made yourself odious to your father, and the hands of all who are with you will be strengthened." So they pitched a tent for Absalom upon the roof, and Absalom went into his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. So,
Well, you said wives earlier, so these were concubines, right?
concubines are wives.
Not exactly.
They are
not.
according to
They're
Exodus
sex slaves.
21.
They're your higher status sex slaves.
You're making it worse, not better.
No, I mean you're the one who used the shocker claim that people taking wives, but the truth is they were concubines. That was what
doesn't
they
matter what you
existed
call
for.
them. What happened to them was unjustified.
Okay, so let me see if I understand correctly. Because David had actually stolen someone's wife, Absalom violating his sex servants, if we shall, who that was their job. Like, it's. I mean, I'm sorry to say this.
So if you're a concubine, you're not allowed to have autonomy over who you sleep with.
I don't think any women thought they had autonomy at that time. No.
I'm asking, in reality, should they have autonomy? Should they be allowed to say who they sleep with and who they don't?
What you mean by in reality is in our modern era, and I'm saying that is not our modern era.
I didn't say it was. I'm asking you.
Yes, you're calling it reality, but you're not talking about the fact that it's 2,500 years ago.
In real life, in the life that we all live in, should it be?
That's the modern era.
Should it be the case in all eras that women should have a say over who they sleep with?
You cannot do an absolute over history.
Yes, I can. I'm asking should women in all time periods be allowed to say who sleeps with them?
Okay, and you want to apply universal across all eras, correct?
Yeah, this is easy. This should be a knockout for you. All you have to say is yes.
What's the yes?
I'm just waiting for a yes that women should have autonomy over their bodies in all time periods.
That's historically untrue.
I know it's untrue. I'm asking about should. I'm not asking about if it actually happened.
Why are we doing ought questions over history?
Because the ought question is important when we're talking about the morals of the God who is timeless.
Ah, I get it now. Okay.
I don't think you do get it.
Yeah, I kind of do. Like, autonomy didn't exist 2,500 years ago, therefore God bad, right?
Well, God is the one that caused it to be that way, according to the book. So the question is whether or not it's ever just for God to punish 10 of David's concubines for having them sexually assaulted. Should that ever be considered a just punishment?
Let me see if I understand correctly. There is an assumption here that concubinage was not common among all societies at the time.
That's not my assumption whatsoever.
But if you include that assumption, then that is on the table for God.
That's not my assumption. My assumption is that all women should have autonomy over who sleeps with them. There should never be a time period in any point of history. I know it's not history. That's the problem. Your God is supposedly ahistorical. He existed at all points in time. He should have known in the Bronze Age and in the Iron Age that you shouldn't punish women by having them raped for crimes their husband did.
Again, I do not know what would be the post effects, etc., in terms of potential pregnancies, future children. It's too broad of a question to answer.
Not a broad question. Just so we're clear, you think it's okay that God had 10 of David's concubines sexually assaulted?
I'd say it was visibly fair punishment. I don't know if those
fair punishment. Wow, this guy.
Well, do you have
daughters, Father Joseph? Do you have daughters?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, what would happen if somebody did this to one of your daughters?
None of this would happen in the modern Christian.
It's a hypothetical. Would you be upset if it did?
Well, of course I'd be upset if it.
Why?
That's kind of, it's kind of a self.
It's not. Why? Why would you be
Yeah, it is.
upset?
Because I wouldn't want my daughters to be hurt.
Because it's unjust, right?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming they were innocent.
Yeah.
That
Is it
everyone in this
ever
situation
just to
was
punish
innocent.
innocent women for crimes they didn't commit?
Again, we're not talking about an autonomous society. You're trying to create absolutes out
No,
of the past.
you're right. Yes, because justice has a firm definition. Justice is the idea that the people who commit the crime receive the punishment, and the people who don't commit crimes don't receive punishment. So the idea of justice is timeless. It doesn't matter what time period you live in. So all you're saying is that you're okay with the God of the Bronze Age being unjust. That's what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is I do not, once again, understand the mind of God nor the circumstances. However, do we know what happened to the concubines afterwards?
Yep.
What happened?
They were placed in a separate home because they were defiled, and they lived out the rest of their days in solitude.
Okay.
Chapter 20.
Maybe that was better. Maybe that was better than living under David.
I don't know if it was better. The question is whether or not they should have been sexually assaulted.
No, that's my point. Not you're focusing on.
The question is whether or not they should be sexually assaulted.
I didn't.
If God merely wanted to put them into a safe house, he could have done that without having them raped.
Once again, we're placing moral judgments on a situation where we were not present.
Father Joseph, are you credentialed? Are you like a real priest?
I am a real ordained priest. I don't understand what the relevance that has, but sure, if you want to call me Joseph, you can.
I mean, your name says Father Joseph.
No, but you can call me Joseph. You don't respect that. I mean, you were a pastor, right? I'm not calling you ex-pastor Doug or anything.
I'm just saying it's in your title. I'm just using what's in your title. Okay.
Would you like me to change it?
No. So you're a Greek Orthodox. Did I hear you Greek Orthodox pastor?
Or
priest?
Orthodox Christian, sure. Yeah. What's the point of that? I see your chat. They're calling me all sorts of names, and it's fine. I'm really okay with that.
What's the name of your church?
Why?
Just curious. They might want to see this video.
Well, they can. What do you mean if they might want to see what video?
You're a defender of the faith. They should see this video watching you defend the faith.
This is going on my channel. You think I'm actually ashamed of my arguments?
You should be ashamed of your argument.
No, why?
You should be. You should be losing sleep over this. Actually,
I am actually not losing.
Great. So then what's the name of your church?
I'm not losing sleep.
What's the name of it?
Yeah. I don't want your fans to come after me.
They're not going to come after you.
I don't know that. I don't know what kind of great. Once you
don't want him to. So you don't want him to see this then.
No, I'm putting it on my channel. But the way these people are talking in your chat, shoot, I don't know what kind of crazies you got.
What's the name of your channel?
NFTU.
The name of your channel is NFTU?
Yeah, it stands for Notes from the Underground. It's the same as the name of my blog.
Okay, so the name of your YouTube channel is Notes from the Underground. Guys, make sure you mark that down.
NFTU. It's NFTU, True Orthodox News and Apologetics.
Fair enough. Guys, make sure you track down this guy's YouTube channel. We'll catch up with him later and make sure we take care of business. Anyways, listen, Father Joseph,
I had the way you said that.
I had a delightful time talking to you and letting you tell me how despicable of a human being you are and how you actually don't think
that's great. That's awesome.
How you don't think that women should have autonomy over their bodies and it's okay to kill babies. Different things like that. It's really eye-opening for everyone here. And trust me, we'll probably find a way to make sure that your church sees this video. So just, most likely going to be the case. Well, there's a POSFF for you guys. Look at that. The serpent frame says effing Sun Tzu over here. Thanks for the super chat. Also, Logan, thank you for the 1999 super chat. Big W Logan says, Christians out here defending God, punishing like the mafia or cartels would as a good thing. It's crazy to me that somebody will get on a live stream and defend that kind of nonsense. That's unfucking believable. And he is an ordained priest. He's an ordained priest. Guy has followers. There's people in his church. Unbelievable. And Fosco, thank you for the super chat. It says theists will use the consensus argument when it suits them and say it's conspiracy when it doesn't. You nailed it. Same thing with science. When they like a scientific theory they think supports their position, they'll die on that hill. They'll never let it go. But the other science they hate. They hate all the other sides. And Gate to Delirium says baby paste is acceptable under the Christian worldview. It is. Under the theistic worldview, baby paste is always acceptable. And Seville, thank you for the super chat. It says Christianity to those 13 and under is a form of child abuse. Thank Doug for Santa Claus. Actually, Santa Claus is a way better fictional entity than religion. Religion is child abuse. We got to get rid of this. This look what it's doing to our country. There's literally a guy on a live stream just now, a 50-something likely year-old man who is defending women being raped. It's crazy. Also, Lauren, thank you for the super chat. Lauren says, aren't you exhausted? Weren't you on Mindshift this morning? Well, we recorded that Thursday. But yeah, Brandon at Mindshift did release the video today. So I did like a 3-hour sit down with Brandon at Mindshift, an amazing channel. If you haven't followed it, make sure you do. And we covered, my same old bullshit from head to toe. And it was a fun conversation. He trimmed it down to like 2.5 hours, which I don't blame him. We went for a long time, but it's solid. It's rock solid. And Dr. Joe in the house, good to see you, Dr. Joe, says in a way, the car example is analogous because women are property and men are socialized to collect them. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. For most of history, it was women being essentially purchased and sold as property, as brides. It wasn't until literally just the modern age when people stopped essentially trading women like playing cards. Fucking crazy it took this long to figure that out. Also, Phil Fun, thank you for joining the Kraken crew. I appreciate that. And Jacob, thank you for the super chat. It says Christians are the Dragon Ball fans of religion. They can't read. Fulfilling means abolishing now. I know. I'll never get tired of hearing Christians say that fulfill means abolish and then show them Matthew 5. And Sean says, I listen while on the road for work and find myself cheering you on. Just scream Deuteronomy 22, biatch, at the last cut. Deuteronomy 20. Listen, when I first started streaming, I couldn't believe that more people weren't talking about Deuteronomy 22. Deuteronomy 22 was one of the worst passages I ever encountered as a young Christian. And it was wild to me that people weren't bringing it up. And S, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, who needs Satan, to disparage Christianity when Christians have a knack for making it sound detestable all by themselves? They do. They will stand behind this God no matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he does. And Reverend Ricky Skaggs, good to see you tonight, says, caught Fridays know that I am the son of John the Baptist and John the Apostle, conceived when they bumped into each other in Vegas. They had a docking session, apparently. Well, Reverend Ricky, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. Let me know if your scriptures are out. I'll make sure to give them a read. And Benny, thank you for the super chat, says, the Buddha actually walked on water and rainbows. I had no idea. I didn't know this. He also healed the sick and also had a miraculous birth. Religious competition was crazy back then. I had no idea that that was in the Buddhist teaching. Now that I know this, I really need to read the lore. I cannot believe I haven't read it yet. It just is one of those things I haven't got around to. Thank you for letting me know, Benny. And C. Willie says, Christians who say subjective morality is a red flag is extremely ironic considering their religion justifies baby paste, slavery, and grape, among others. And we just demonstrated. We literally just demonstrated that subjective morals don't make you any better or worse than objective moralists. Because if you're a believer in objective morals, you have to agree that having women raped is acceptable. You have to do it. And Meg, thank you for the super chat. It says, children are the immortality, but if they misbehave, it's all over according to the Bible. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, you're right. This is your legacy. This is your immortality. But if you make fun of somebody, we'll have you mauled by bears. It's unbelievable. And Judas says, Machiavelli did not write The Prince as a manual. Religion that follows it is evil. Yeah. This is Machiavellian at its worst. Like, I don't think Machiavelli could have conceived a god more evil than this one. And Alski says the FBI just added him to their most wanted list. I hope so. These people are sick out here. And Amanda, thank you for the super chat. Big W says there's no depravity quite like Christian depravity. I can't agree more. The idea that you could read this stuff and be like, "Yep, had it come." Those women had it coming. They deserved it. It was better for them. And Jake, thank you so much for the 666. Hail Nero says, God loves you like a parent who says, I don't care what you do with your life as long as you do exactly what I say. Free will. Yeah, actually, we usually bring that up. I didn't bring it up during that conversation. I should have, because you don't really have free will if God is saying, obey me or you die and burn in hellfire. That's not free will at all. And also, Mike Leitner, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says KKE, Kraken Crew Elite member. I love having the non-vertical stream, the background playing, better chat, more room for stuff on the screen. I didn't know this was actually your alt channel either. So sub. Well, thank you so much for subbing to the DZ Debates channel. I literally just started it like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I was like, I need a channel and test out like horizontal streaming. I didn't want to ruin the metrics of my current channel because I mostly do vertical streaming here. So I was like, I'm just going to post some content, get a new channel started, get it seeded, and then start doing horizontal streaming on it and just see what happens. I just want to see where it goes. I'm curious if horizontal streaming is better than vertical streaming on YouTube. But thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for the follow. And Leah as well, thank you for the super chat. Says, as a now atheist but ex-Greek Orthodox Christian, it's always very healing for me to witness you cook ortho bros. Love every cookout, but these are my favorite. Well, thank you so much, Leah. And trust me, the ortho bros come in hot and they really think they have something, and they never do. I've never seen a classification of Christian so overconfident in their abilities than the ortho bros. They take the cake every time. And Deep Burrito says, God barbecued Paul's donkey, normal everyday behavior. Yeah, could you imagine, like, why would God need to go through all that mess and traumatize everybody there? He could literally just do that in Paul's private time. What are you doing, Yahweh? Also, Chip says, never heard such a psycho pastor before. Sick. That's my, so this is my impression. Most pastors I've talked to, if we read those passages, they'll do anything they can to say that somehow it didn't happen or the words don't mean words. He leaned into it. He's like, yeah, it was a good thing it happened because he's sick. He's gross, just like his God. And Master Machete here, thank you for the $5. Says, Father Joseph, you are evil. If you think you're on a moral high ground, you're not. Your ideals are gross. You should know. Well, thank you for letting us know. We all agree with you, obviously, and he is disgusting. Reprehensible. And Tyler Murphy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Father Joseph thinks he's a good debater, but his only tactic is being disingenuous, a disingenuous ass. Anyways, praise Doug and trust in crust. Amen. Trust in crust. Hail Doug. Rock hard for Doug, guys. Tyler, that's a beautiful sentiment because you nailed it. He really thought he was cooking. Didn't turn out that way. And Space Lord, thank you for the super chat. It says, I think that stopping an action does not violate anyone's will. That does not follow. Stopping evil does not cancel the desire of the perpetrator. This is a good point that I overlooked during that debate is God could theoretically stop the bad shit from happening without violating the free will. He could just step in before the bad shit manifests and save the person. He doesn't have to violate the free will. That's a very good point, though. And Chip, again with the super chat, thank you, Chip, says, Pastor Joe believes in subjective morality. What a sick man. Doesn't want his daughters SA'd, but the concubines, meh. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, is like, he believes in subjective morals. He doesn't know it. He thinks morals, like concepts of justice, change over time, and they don't. And Katie says, autonomy on the past has no bearing on whether or not they were people. These would have been real human beings that would have hated their fate. I agree. It's reprehensible that this was ever a punishment that anyone thought was acceptable. It's baffling to me. Master Machete says, dude defends grape and says we are crazy. That's what happened. You heard it here. Guy literally defending graping women and thinks we're evil. And Cake is a lie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hail Nero says, Father Joseph should ask himself if he would like to be forced into a tent and made you service Absalom's quivering member. I'd love to hear that conversation, actually. Somehow, I don't think he'd like that. And last one, My Conscience says, needed that takedown at the end. Thank you. What a POS. Wow. He was a real POS. Like POS of POSs. All right, let me grab our guests, make sure we can see them. We've got Mac with us. How you doing, Mac?
Give me 1 second to get my other mic going.
Yeah, no problems. While he's doing that, if you don't already follow Mac Luster, yeah, I can hear you, bud.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Good to see you. If you don't already follow Mac Luster, I implore you to drop him a follow. He's a good friend of mine, awesome streamer. And Mac, are you going to help me cook the next guest?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it. Let me bring in, I promised to bring in Fight the Good Fight.
This is probably my favorite topic.
Yeah, it's a fun topic.
Just in general, man.
How you doing, Fight?
I'm pretty good. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Fight, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
So I believe in the Christian God.
Cool. Do you believe that the Christian God is all good, completely good in all things?
Yeah, I think the definition of God, and that's what I was kind of thinking about while I was listening, is I think that we have to come to some kind of a term on what the definition of God is. Because whatever the apex definition is what God is. That's what the very word is for.
So you're just assuming that God must be good.
If there's a God, well, actually, I think that me personally, I kind of lean Calvinist.
Huh?
So I believe that God is completely sovereign and our opinions don't matter to him.
Well, sovereign and good are different things, right? So, for example, if
Well,
God,
pure, holy.
if God was evil, could you know it?
I don't think there would be an evil God.
But
I
if he
think that there'd
was,
rather be no God than an evil God, in my opinion.
I'm not asking rather, I'm saying if God was evil, could you know it?
Well, it kind of doesn't really make sense to me because how
Not
how
hard.
do you know? I mean, but like
Okay,
you're an atheist, right?
is Satan evil?
Well, yeah. I mean, in the story, Satan's evil
Great.
for
Okay.
sure.
How can you
Now,
know that?
if it turned out, yeah, exactly. If it turned out
So
that
yeah, God would be good.
if it turned
That's
out
the
that
story.
Satan was the good guy and God was the evil one, could you know it?
Well, the only way that we know what we know is from the book, right?
It's just yes or no. Could you know it?
I don't know how I would know it, so I don't even know how to answer that question. How would you know that unless it was written in the book?
The reality is you can't know it in your worldview. You have to assume that the God is good, right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole story.
Okay, so you
Right.
have no idea if God is good or bad. You just assume he is.
Well, actually, what's convinced me is morals. Morals. I believe in objective truth, so I believe that their morals are objective. And if morals are objective, that means there's a lawgiver.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Like
Mac,
the
what do you
last conversation, rape
Mac, what
is bad.
Oh,
You know,
it was it good?
evil.
So when God did it, it was bad?
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to you about the definition of God.
I don't think the definition matters. We're talking about what's in the
Well, no,
text.
also-
Because it could
well-
turn out that God is evil and you just haven't realized it yet.
Well, no, because there's a few things that matter. Because if you're going to judge a worldview, then you have to accept
Who gets
all
who gets to
pieces of it,
define
right?
who gets to define if God is good or bad?
I don't like that question. Can you
Yeah.
say it again in another way?
Who
Say it
has
another
the
way for me?
who has the authority to define if God is good or bad? And who gave them the authority?
Nobody. God
Yes.
is his own authority.
So you're just assuming that God is good. You don't know that.
Well, no, like I said, what's convinced me is, well, one of the many things that I think has led to my faith is the like I said, the moral argument, because morals can't come from us.
The
For
moral
instance,
argument is meaningless. We don't believe in objective morals.
well, that's what I'm saying is that I do.
Well, I
And
don't.
questions. So here it is. So questions like this have kind of led me to believe it, which is if everybody in the world
He really wants
believed.
to switch to the Philbro argument. He doesn't want to address his God.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to make it more, give it more understanding, because there's quite a few things you have to define in order to get to the next argument.
Can you
the
be
next,
considered all good if you cause unnecessary suffering?
well, that's where the sovereignty comes into play, the way that I see it.
He can't say yes or
So-
no. He can't do it.
I know.
It's
Well, you
crazy.
haven't let me-
The dodging is
you
wild.
have to,
Can I
no,
ask
you
you a
have
question?
to let
Go
us
ahead,
unpack
Mac.
it.
Ask him some questions. He's not going to answer, but go ahead.
Hey, if I
No, I want to answer. I just need to unpack what I'm talking
okay.
about.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
fine. Your God has objective morals, or is the source of objective morals, right? What's God's moral position? What's his objective moral position on slavery?
So you guys aren't letting me unpack what I'm trying to say.
I accepted your position. You don't have to unpack.
But you haven't let me continue. So like another
Well,
thing
we're not going to let you babble.
Sin,
Okay,
right?
so the way that questions work, right? If I ask you a yes or no question and you want to unpack it, you have to say yes or no, or maybe I don't know, and then you can unpack it. But what you don't get to do is run away from the question without me redirecting you back to the question. So listen, if you want to give me an answer to the question and then unpack your answer, I'd love for you to do it, but you're not unpacking shit until you give me an answer.
What was the question?
The question is, what is God's objective moral position on slavery?
Well, I would say that Jesus said that the what was it? The top two commandments: love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
Who is your neighbor in that verse that he's referencing?
Your neighbor is everybody that's around you.
No, it's a very specific group of people.
That's not how it's understood. Everybody knows
it's your
that the neighbor is talking about.
It's
Or
your
just like
Hebrew
in
kin.
the
It's your Hebrew kin. Was that
That's
Deuteronomy
false.
19:17?
Yeah,
That's
so
false
it's
because,
Leviticus
Ju-
19:18,
Leviticus,
and
that was
the
Mexico,
Hebrew
okay.
word used there is reah, which means someone that is very close to you, or a near kin, or a neighbor. Could have multiple meanings. But the point that Mac is actually getting at here is that the most important commandment that you alluded to, one of them, the second one, shows up in a book that just a couple chapters later says you can own slaves.
Yeah, I mean 10 Commandments too.
So that the neighbor thing, what brings to mind is what the parable about the Pharisee, right? The
Yeah, but I
guy's
guess
beat up on the
the
side of the
question's
road,
still out there though,
and he
right? So
helps.
yeah, but the question's
just a
still out there.
random
It's really
person.
not. You really didn't answer the question. So my question is God objectively for or against slavery?
Are we talking about the like indentured servitude, or
No, chattel slavery. Owning people as property.
so? What was the scripture that you're referencing?
Oh, I just want to know objectively if he's for or against it.
Well, I know that it talks about different scenarios, obey your master and all that stuff, and I could tell you the understanding that I get from that is the situation that they were in all those years ago, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. It's
Starting to
just
sound
part of the
subjective.
situation.
Starting to sound subjective.
Yeah, I didn't hear an answer that sounded objective.
Well, I'm not the arbiter. I'm just saying
Well,
what
no,
the
but
Bible
you said it.
says.
You said there's an objective moral, right? Is slavery objectively morally wrong or right?
What does the Bible say to you?
I'm asking you what you think, because I know what I think.
Yeah, summon the Holy Spirit. Let
and
him
I know what the Bible says.
Well, what does it say? And then I can tell you what I think it is.
Oh, it says it's fine.
Yeah.
Is that what that's what the actual verse says?
Yeah. It says The
It says
slaves
the
you
word
may
fine.
have.
It doesn't say the word fine. No.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in Deuteronomy 21, it does suggest that the slaves are fine, like,
No.
like real
Yeah.
fine.
Like, yeah.
So there's that. So he's referring to Leviticus 25, I presume. Is that right, Mac?
Among others, but yeah.
Yeah. So like in Leviticus 25, which is just a couple chapters after he says, love your neighbors as yourself, we find this passage says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. Sounds a lot like slavery to me.
Do you think back then that could be a better life than being on your own?
That sounds subjective.
Sounds
I'm just
subjective to me.
asking. Do you
Do
think?
you know what objective means?
I'm just asking what you guys think.
No, I'm asking you a very serious question.
I think in 2025 it's wrong.
If you're putting a number on it, you're making it subjective to something. Do you know what objective means?
Sure.
Please tell me.
Objective means whatever God says goes.
So then slavery is objectively
I appreciate.
acceptable.
I appreciate you laughing that right after you said it, because I think you know how bad that was.
Well, no, you guys wouldn't let me talk about the definitions of God, because that really is what brings everything into view the way that I've thought about it.
Well,
I'm no expert,
I
but
don't
I've
think-
thought about a few different things.
I think
and that's what I
definitions
kinda wanted to
matter.
bring up.
Definitions are just your beliefs. Like you believe you can define God a particular way. I can say, shit, I have a definition of God and it's evil. Like the definition is meaningless to me.
Yeah, but I mean, it's coming from the Bible. So like,
So
total depravity.
why do I
know
care?
Tulip, right?
I know Tulip. I know Tulip, but again, I don't care because the God of the Bible could be evil and is just lying to you. It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I think God doesn't love everybody.
He definitely doesn't according to the Bible. He hated Esau.
Yeah,
hard agree.
Right. So he loves who he chose to love, and everybody else is collateral damage.
Yeah, he creates some people to be vessels of wrath. You know this,
right? Romans 9.
Is that
so?
good?
That's what I'm saying. Is that the actual worldview?
So the people
it makes sense within the worldview.
Well, I don't think it does actually. So, anyways, your definition of God doesn't mean anything to us. We're still talking about slavery. So then, like slavery, then if you believe in objective morals, is fine. You can do it.
Yeah, I just don't recall anywhere where the Bible says that it's a great thing. It's basically telling them how to do something that's already being done everywhere.
Well,
right?
he tells them not to do it to their fellow brothers. He says, don't enslave your fellow Hebrews. He says, make them work as a hired laborer. He says, as for the slaves, though, the slaves that you're allowed to have, well, you make those of the nations around you.
Yeah.
So
don't rule over each other harshly.
Yeah. He could have said, listen, treat the foreigners the same way you treat your brethren. Could he not?
I guess it's possible. So why wouldn't he?
Because he doesn't care. He doesn't have a problem with slavery. He has a problem with his people being slaves.
I mean, the answer is right above Justin's head. It's because he's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think there's a different conclusion you could come to.
Like what?
Well, I mean, when you look at the theology of the Bible, like I was saying, God cares.
He can't stop himself.
Yeah, God cares about a specific group of people, and it's called the elect. So,
yeah, I'm aware. I know.
Yeah, so there's no way to get God off the hook, no matter which way anybody looks at it.
So then he can do evil shit, and it's okay.
Hey, Justin,
but it's not evil.
Are the elect the same as his consecrated ones?
Nah, not necessarily.
Okay.
So, and it depends because the Old Testament doesn't really use the elect language that much. It's really kind of a New Testament concept. The Old Testament does use sanctified, meaning like to be called out or separated, meaning like you're separate from others. but it's different than being elect. Being a part of the elect has a connotation of predestination, and that level of predestination that we find in the New Testament, it's not quite as present in the Old Testament.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking of like in an Isaiah 13:3 sense. Right.
We should talk about Isaiah 13, shouldn't we?
I mean, you're talking about goodness.
I don't have it memorized.
Isaiah 13 and 14. Let's do Isaiah 14 first, and then we'll do Isaiah 13, because Isaiah 14 gets overlooked because everyone wants to read the passage about Lucifer, and then they forget about chapter 14, verse 1 and 2, when it says, after the Babylonian exile, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land. Aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob, and the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves. In the Lord's land, they will take captive those who are their captors and rule over those who oppress them. So, like, God's, again, is saying, like, hey, you can make slaves of the foreigners. In fact, it's his plan. God is designing it.
Victory.
Yeah. That's what winners get to do.
And what was that? I just read it the other day. I forgot where it was, but it was talking about how they were saying not to beat your slaves. Like that was a commandment.
Well, you're thinking of Exodus 21 verses 20 and 21, where it says, if you beat your male or female slave, no, it didn't say that. It says, if you beat your female or male slave with a rod and they die immediately, then you'll be punished. But if they survive for a day or two, you won't be punished.
No, that's not the one I was thinking of. The one I was thinking of was, it's in the New Testament.
Yeah, I think it's probably Ephesians 6:9.
Yeah. Ephesians 6:9 tells you to be good to your slave. Yeah. It should say don't own any slaves. Unfortunately, that's not what it says. But
maybe the reason why is because back then, maybe there wasn't any other way for things to progress way back, 2,000 years ago. Besides, even non-Christian, Jewish nations, everybody has enslaved everybody at one point. So I mean, it's not like it's right. So it's human nature, is what I'm saying.
Is God subject to that time and culture?
I'm saying that it's human nature, whether it's God or not God.
Yeah, it's human nature to make up gods too.
What is it?
It's human nature to make up gods too.
Of course it is. Yeah, right. Absolutely.
So is God subject to the customs of a people?
Well, are you talking about a made-up God or the real God?
No, the real God. Quote unquote.
The real God dictated to Israel who he was.
Right, but you're saying he made laws, right? We know he gave laws, kind of establishing how to conduct slavery, right? How to practice that.
Statutes.
So is he right? And you're saying like maybe because of that time, that's why the way things had to be. So I'm saying
there weren't that many jobs back then.
Is God subject to the norms of that culture?
God created the culture for Israel. Is that not quite
sure that
what
answers
you're
the
saying?
question. No, not
He's
really.
the one that fashioned their culture. He told them how to build it, everything.
Right, he told them to go get slaves.
How to treat him.
Right. The question Mac is asking is whether or not God should be giving laws that is already in accordance with their belief systems or their moral systems, or should he be giving them laws that are better?
Well, I mean, these guys came out of Egypt. They were, fourth generation slaves, and they were in a polytheistic culture, so they didn't have any, what do you call it?
Slaves
culture,
of their own?
Any culture, like the Egyptian culture, until he gave them all the commandments and how to treat him.
But that doesn't answer the question. The question is, when God gives laws, should we expect those laws to be better than all the other nations, or should they be roughly the same?
I guess that would go into what God's purpose is. You know what I mean? What's his purpose?
It's a yes or no. A yes or no. Would it be prudent to expect God's laws to be better than other laws that are not from God?
Well, I would say that the laws that he gave Israel were better than what's going on in all the other nations and civilizations back then. A lot of the things. I mean, a lot of the cultures that the Jews wiped out were sacrificing babies to
That's not true.
Baal.
Nope.
Yeah, they're
No, they
burning them
weren't.
on iron hands that were glowing because of the fire.
They certainly were
Melting
not.
babies.
Nope, there's no archaeological evidence for that. And it doesn't say that about all the nations. It only says about the Canaanites, and it says that they were sacrificing their children. But that's irrelevant. We're not talking about
I'm
the
just saying
Canaanites.
they
We're talking
were-
about other people in general. Like the Egyptians didn't do that. The Babylonians and the Akkadians didn't do that. The Hittites didn't do that. I don't believe the
Okay, but-
Canaanites did it either, but even if they did, wouldn't matter. So we're talking in general,
So-
like when God says that you can make slaves of other nations, not just the Canaanites, it seems weird to me that God would be okay with that. We don't know anything about their religious practices in terms of sacrificing babies, except that we have no record of it.
Would you say that the 10 Commandments are moral, just in and of themselves?
Say they're unoriginal, and it also includes slavery in the 10th commandment.
What was the 10th commandment again?
Do not
Coveting.
don't covet your neighbor's wife or what her ox or
That's-
donkey or a house or slave.
wife,
Yeah.
male or female slave.
Oh, okay. So,
So
you don't think that
you can
those
own
are-
the slaves.
those are
Just make sure you
moral?
don't covet those slaves. Whatever you do,
Yeah,
you can
get
own
your
them.
own.
Get your own
The rule
slaves.
is get your own.
Once again, it's kind of hard because that was 4,000 years ago, and there weren't jobs. There was no government.
There were
These
jobs.
guys were walking around in the wilderness. And
there were
Moses-
jobs, by the way.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
they
you
had
this.
they had words
If I was
for.
to
Yeah, God literally provided manna for them. Like they had manna and quail. What they need jobs for?
So, what do I call you, host, other than host?
You can call me
Want me to
Justin.
call you host?
You can call me Justin. But what do they need? What do they need jobs for? God is literally providing manna and quail for them every single day.
Well, I just mean a society. They're building a society. Right?
Do they
These
need
guys
slaves for that?
are 400 years in slavery. Now they're walking through the wild, trying to get to the promised land. Let me ask you.
You know who
Justin,
else was building a society, Justin?
Quite a
Was
few.
the southern states of the United States in
Yeah.
the,
And they
yeah,
disobeyed
in like the
the Bible.
16th
And-
They
century.
disobeyed the Bible because
Yeah,
they
they-
did not treat anybody.
So they needed slaves.
Well-
So it would have been okay if the Alabama legislator if the Alabama I can't say the word legislature. This is
Yes,
words are hard.
that's a funky one.
If they enacted a law that said you can own slaves, but you have to treat them kindly, that would have been okay then.
I don't think it would be okay.
Why?
But because that's
They had a
not
society to
God's
build.
not saying anything to them.
But we
that's-
had-
that's
they
a
had a
man-
society
That
to
is a
build.
man thing.
So God never said slavery was outlawed. When did he say that?
No, I'm saying that the
Well, the Bible
within the
says
framework.
the Bible
I know
says
don't believe it,
you can do
but you have-
slavery. The Bible never says you can't do slavery. And you said it's okay to own slaves if you're building a nation. And so why was it not okay for
No.
America to own slaves?
I said God said to Moses and the Israelites. That was a direct deal for them. I'm not
Okay.
saying anything about anything after that.
So
I don't know
it
if you want to go down that road though,
yeah,
of like the limited audience road, right? Because Jesus specifically said he did not come for you.
also
Did
it
not come
sounds
for who?
Mac, it sounds to me like he's also saying that it would be okay for the Israelites right now to make slaves of the Gazans.
I mean, what would prohibit it?
I don't see anything that would prohibit it.
Well, that wouldn't follow. Well, Israel's they
Are
don't
they-
believe in the New
Are
Testament,
they not
but
are they not building a nation?
once again, though, it's not a direct revelation to somebody. You know,
It was. It
If
was
God-
it
if
was
God-
revealed to Moses.
if God appeared to you like He did to Moses,
No, he
then
repealed.
was probably
No.
listening.
He appeared to Moses. That's all you need. You don't need anything after that.
Moses. Yeah, but now we're under the new covenant.
Not according to Jesus. Not according to Yahweh. Yahweh says to follow the laws all the days that you live on the earth. Deuteronomy chapter 11, chapter 12, and so on and so forth.
That's Old Testament.
So The God who gave the laws said to follow the laws forever. And Jesus didn't say not to follow them. Jesus said, whoever follows the laws will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And whoever teaches people to not follow the laws will be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
Well, yeah, following the law or following the Lord's commandments is a result of salvation, but you can't do it.
Cool. So then what would be wrong with the Israelites following the law?
It would be wrong.
No, I said, what would be wrong about it?
The 10 Commandments.
No, what would be wrong? Why would it be wrong for the Israelites today to follow the laws that God gave them and said to follow forever? What would be wrong with that?
Well, if they're following the law that Jesus is talking about, which is love God, love your neighbor, don't covet. It's not saying go out and get slaves. That has nothing to do with living.
Jesus never said
the
anything
life.
about just the 10 Commandments. He said the law of Moses.
Yeah, I mean, even in Matthew 15, when he spoke about it.
And I'm being pharisaical. Oh, you're trying to say things that's not in the Bible. Give me one example where Jesus. Give me one example where Jesus said to follow only the 10 Commandments.
No New Testament.
You can't do it. Give me one example. I don't care what New Testament believers believe. Give me. That's because Paul came along and contradicted Jesus. I'm asking about Jesus. Give me one example where Jesus said you don't have to follow these laws anymore.
I would love to, but here's another.
But you can't do it because it doesn't exist. It's not there. It's not in the Bible.
I deconstructed for 15 years, and then I just started to reconstruct. Whoa!
Sounds like you need to deconstruct again.
Did that blow everybody's mind?
No, not at all.
Yeah, we're not shocked at all.
Is that it's totally unbelievable unless you've been convicted by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, well, we don't believe in the Holy Spirit, so obviously that's not going to happen. And it's also irrelevant because all you're doing is trying to run away from the argument we were currently having, which is what would be wrong with the Israelites making slaves of the Gazans? What would be wrong with that?
As long as they don't covet their neighbors.
Gazan slave. Just don't covet.
I just think that that's a ridiculous question. It's
not ridiculous. Just answer the question.
Indentured slavery.
Why would it be wrong for them to make slaves of the Gazans? Why?
Because slavery is wrong.
Sure, show me the passage where it says that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mac.
No, you're right. Gotta remember where I am.
Yeah, I'm so used to getting to pounce on one-on-one, but
got to share the stage now.
Yeah, I got to be a little gracious.
I mean, he's just throwing a chum,
Yeah, I mean, nobody would ever say that slavery is good. Like, what is that? That's not even a question.
But our question is, why would it be wrong?
Because it's not right to own people.
According to what?
Well, I would say according to Jesus.
Well, show me where it says that.
Reject that. I listen. I don't have everything memorized.
There's nothing. There's no passage that says that.
Is that wouldn't be obeying Jesus' commandment?
It would be.
Two.
Wrong again.
Love God and love your neighbor.
Nope. Loving your neighbor includes owning slaves. It's given in the same book that says you can own slaves. Leviticus 19:18 is where that commandment shows up. And that commandment is back to back with commandments saying that you can own slaves. So the God who gave that commandment thinks that owning slaves and loving your neighbor is somehow, you can do both of them at the same time.
All right, well, I'm not under the law. That's Old Testament.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about whether or not you can love your neighbor and own slaves, or whether or not those are contradictory ideas. And according to God, they're not contradictory ideas.
Well, I reject your interpretation.
It's not. It's just logically true. Okay, we'll start from the beginning. In the book of Leviticus, does God say to love your neighbor?
I don't know what verse you're talking about.
It's Leviticus 19:18. I said it 3 times. In Leviticus, where that commandment comes from, Jesus didn't invent it. He's giving you the greatest command from Moses, not himself. And he quotes Leviticus 19:18, love your neighbor as yourself. In that same book, the same book that says love your neighbor as yourself also says that you can make slaves of the nations that are round about you. So, are you suggesting that God was contradicting himself when he gave those commands?
I'm reading.
Free to Kitty.
That's Ashera.
That's a great name.
She's charcoal gray, so I call her Ash for short.
It's beautiful.
So what? I don't see anything about slaves in 1918. This is saying don't take vengeance.
No, it says who your neighbor is. You know what? I paired. That's why I paired this with 17. Because I'll just read the whole thing for you. So, you shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord.
Right. So God says to love your neighbor as yourself in Leviticus, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. The same God, the exact same God, only a couple chapters later in Leviticus 25 says that you can own foreign people as permanent chattel slaves, which means owning chattel slaves of foreigners does not contradict loving your neighbor as yourself, or else God wouldn't have given those 2 commandments at the same time.
So Leviticus 19:25?
No, Leviticus chapter 25. Did we not read this with you? I thought we read it. Mac, am I taking crazy pills right now?
Well, I mean, that may be, but we did read it.
I'll put it back on the screen. Leviticus 25 says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves, so on and so forth. The same book that says love your neighbors as yourself says you can own these slaves. So they can't be contradictory statements unless you want to admit that God contradicted himself.
Well, I mean, what I said before was that was a direct commandment to the Israelites at that time 4,000 years ago.
That's why I'm asking you, is it okay for the Israelites to do it now?
No.
Why?
No.
And why?
Because it's 4,000 years later and
so
it's
what?
a completely different world.
So what? It doesn't matter.
World. Jesus came, died for our sins. Everything's changed.
Okay, so morals aren't objective then.
God did the Old Testament and God did the New Testament.
Show me where God said you can't own slaves.
You already asked me that. I said I don't know.
It doesn't exist. The Bible tells you can own slaves in the Old Testament and the New Testament. It never says once that you can't own slaves.
So we've been on the slave thing for a while.
That's because you can't be honest.
The conclusion.
So the conclusion here is for you to have the epiphany and recognize that the slave owning God you believe in is not good unless you accept the fact that slave owning is good.
Okay, well, can I unpack what I think God is?
We don't care what you think God is. We all know what you think God is. You're a Christian.
Okay.
You're a Calvinist. We know exactly what you think about God.
Okay, what about human beings then?
I don't think we care.
So my question is
Mac, do you care?
What would make God good?
Mac doesn't care.
I know what the God is supposed to be. I know
what situation?
Yeah, I don't care either.
Is there any possible situation that could be for God to be good with all this being true?
Well, he would have to.
Bible.
He would have to not do injustice. Like he would have to not punish women for crimes of their husbands. He would have to not say it's okay to own slaves. He would have to not kill all the babies. He would have to not send people to hell for thought crimes. He'd have to do all those things. He'd have to undo all that shit before I would agree that he's good. You, again, as we already stated, are assuming that he is good, and you haven't demonstrated it. Your worldview assumes that he's good.
Actually, I think it's a little bit different the way that the Calvinists believe. We actually think that humans are so bad that we deserve infinite hell, which means anything that
Yeah, that's
happens on this
crazy
earth
work.
it isn't even close to what we deserve. So if we
Okay,
actually
so
deserved it,
I'm
then there's
gonna
nothing he can do
test
that's
this.
less than what we deserve. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna test this right now, and you're gonna do a pretzel. Okay. Do you believe in the age of accountability?
Are you talking about sexual accountability?
No, the age
that's
of
consent.
not consent, accountability. Christians are always worried about women's bodies. Crazy.
So accountability for what? What are you saying?
Do you believe there's an age at which you become accountable for your sins?
I think it's more of a mind understanding of yourself and what's around you. Yeah, like a psychological deal.
Okay.
Okay, maybe not an age, but a point.
People are
A
different
point
ages
in your
at that
life,
time.
right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
there is a point of accountability. All right, let's imagine for a
Yes.
second that in my hypothetical, I become accountable for my sins at age 13. Just a hypothetical, okay? Now let's imagine the day that I become accountable for my sins. I commit a sin. Let's say I lied to my mom. Should I go to hell? If I die that day, having committed just the one sin after being held accountable for it, should I go to hell?
Should you go to hell? Well, if you are a liar, liars go to hell.
I'm asking you, yes or no. Should I go to hell for committing that one sin?
So if we're going to take the
That's
the
crazy. He
worldview
can't
of
say
God,
it. Listen,
yes.
Wow.
the answer is
No,
yes.
I'm
Just say
saying.
it. In
I'm
your
saying with the
worldview, the answer. Okay.
worldview of Christianity,
So,
yes.
in your worldview, you think a teenager who commits only one sin and then dies should be tortured in hellfire for eternity. That's your worldview.
I don't think it. I think
And-
God thinks it.
and
Yes. I think
that's
what
why-
God thinks.
Wait,
That's
does
why
he
your
disagree with
religion-
God? Do you disagree with God?
Do you agree or disagree with God?
I'm saying that I don't make the rules. I
Do
just
you
discover
agree
them,
or
like you
disagree?
guys.
Do you believe
I-
that child should go to hell?
I believe all humans have fallen.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. Do you personally believe that a teenager who commits only one sin and then dies should go to hell?
I believe what the Bible says.
He
Yes.
can't say yes or no. Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay,
So
yeah, there you
crazy.
go.
Yes.
So there
Yes,
you go.
All people.
And
all
this
people
is
deserve
why
hell.
your religion is a red flag, and it causes what I would believe is probably a normal individual. You sound like a normal individual. But your religion forces you to sound like an asshat. And that's the unfortunate situation here, because I bet if you were sitting
But
in front of me, we could have a beer and have a hell of a time. Unfortunately, your religion makes you unpalatable because you believe that teenagers who've only committed one sin should burn forever in hellfire.
Well,
and that to
first of all,
me
it's a
is
loaded
just,
question.
it's not loaded. It's a perfect test of your logic. And unfortunately, you failed the test. But listen, Fight. I promised myself I wasn't going to have like 2-hour conversations tonight, and we got a bunch of people waiting to get in. So appreciate you coming up and having a chat. And shit, you were courteous. We put the heat on you. You took it well. So thanks for coming in and having a conversation with us.
You got it, man. Good talking. Have a good one.
Cheers.
All right. I think
Cheers.
the longer they hesitate on those, the safer they are as people.
I think that's
Right? Because it troubles them, right? Because
It does.
There's guys I've talked to just recently who with like little to no hesitation would, yeah, of course, yes.
That's crazy
That
work.
to me is a dangerous person.
At least, so when they hesitate and do the pretzeling, at least you can tell that they're grappling with the problem. Like you can tell that they know there's a problem. But the people like Father Joseph who don't hesitate, those people.
So creepy. What I liked about him though was that he admitted his dishonesty like immediately when he's like, well, when you get these gotcha questions, I just lean into them. Like,
Yeah.
okay, so what you actually think you leave like aside and you just say, yeah, just whatever. Like, I don't know.
He thought what he was saying was going to make him sound better than the other callers. It didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me grab some super chats, guys, and we'll get our next guest in here. Make sure you're following my friend Mac Luster if you're not already. I implore you by the power of Doug to do so. And Logan is 100% correct. Thank you for the super chat. It says, these guests are why Christianity is so dangerous. It is my belief that is exactly why people will support Trump no matter what he says or does. And that's it, because they're used to authoritarian behavior. And Juan, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you tonight. I love the super chat. He says, but seriously, do people seriously believe there's a God up there who once liked the smell of barbecue and hated yeast? God was so upset that you could have yeast at the eve of the Passover. So upset. I think I figured it out, though.
He loved having nostrils full of smoke, though, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So tell me what do you think about my theory? My theory is that the God of the Bible had serious allergies, which is why he couldn't be around feces. That's Deuteronomy 23. He couldn't be around yeast. Obviously, that's Exodus chapter 12 and beyond. And he couldn't even come into contact with certain metals like iron.
Yeah. My friend Fee,
right,
likes to roll that one out. Yeah, he's just allergic to iron.
He's just allergic to shit. Dude was like the first bubble boy. He's got problems.
You know? Omni allergic.
It explains why he's obsessed with cleanliness. Like the guy cannot stop talking about clean and unclean. He's just got a weak immune system.
He had to tell his people to bury their shit outside of where they were living.
God's got the immune system of a gnat, man. He's got nothing going on.
It's like, I'm tired of stepping in you guys' shit.
Oh my God. All right, let me grab a couple more. Isa Ryden, thank you for the super chat. Hail Satan W666. He said, been listening for a little bit now, and I just wanted to say thank you. You guys are marvelous. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the super chat and the support and the words of encouragement. And I agree, Mac is actually quite marvelous. He's amazing. And we got Satan in the house tonight. Welcome in, Dark Lord. Says, I was also born Orthodox, so I didn't know that. Now atheist. Also, if God says that Israel are my favorite people, that automatically creates a hatred between nations, evil. That's actually a fair point that I have not really considered much. When God says you are my special people, he seems to be suggesting that he doesn't care about the others, right? So like if you did that with your children, Mac, I don't know if you have children, but if you picked one of them, it was like, you're my special child, and then you just like didn't care for the others in the same way. Isn't that neglect?
I mean, what else could you call it?
I think that's basically it.
It's just neglect. It's definitely like an unfair bias, right?
Right,
It would make you not good. I don't think there's anyone who would say like, a parent who favors one child and neglects the rest would be good.
I'm with you on that one. Yeah.
Or even just punishes, right?
Or even dashes them against the stone.
Too. He punishes favorites too, but he's just all around a dick.
It really is. Isa Ryden again says, yes, no, maybe. Even I don't know. But why is it always, well, you need to understand. It's right. If your yes, no answer starts with a full-on paragraph, you already missed a plot. You're in the wrong place. Not going to go well. And yes, it's me. Thank you for the 999. Says, sad Christians didn't think humans had feelings back then. I know. It's weird that they think like it's okay to harm people then. It's just not okay to do it now. Like, why? Well, what's the dividing marker that makes it okay now?
Yeah, that was that Father Joe thing where he's talking about like the women accepted. It's like, that doesn't mean they were good with it or like into it. Like, it just means they knew they weren't going to have any better treatment. It's still awful, and they still felt, they still had to live with that awfulness.
Right, exactly.
Such a weird answer from him, among many.
He's a weirdo. Also, Michael Ood, thank you for the $3.99 on Venmo. I appreciate that. Michael says, please get a guest to justify biblical atrocities, but ask if they are still good if there was no God to command that they do it. Message got cut off. I think we probably reached that point actually, and we'll reach some more of them. I'm sure of it. But let me grab a couple more. I'm sorry, guys, I got backed up on super chats with that long conversation because long conversations go. But Serpent says, "Hey Justin, what are your thoughts on the Song of Solomon? Did the Bible writers just stick random prawn in there for no reason? Not trolling, genuinely confused." So the idea of the Song of Solomon, this is the interesting thing. At the time Song of Solomon would have been written, they had a higher view of the married life at that particular point in time, and they believed that like, since life is essentially meaningless, like when you read Ecclesiastes, which is supposedly written by the same author, there's this idea that, like, listen, we all go to the grave, we all die, you don't get to live forever, so eat, drink, and be merry, enjoy yourself. And they viewed the sexual union between men and women to be part of that. Hey, enjoy your shit while you're here, because eventually you're not going to be here, right? So for them, you know, the Song of Solomon was an extension of that idea, if that makes sense. Also, Amir, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. And also W for the super chat. It says the neighbors also had slaves. That's a very good point. The neighbors certainly did. And Ed said W horizontal format. Well, thank you so much, Ed, for the super chat. I'm going to try to be streaming both formats in the future. I don't know yet if I'm going to continue splitting them by channels, like have one on DZ Debates and one on my main channel, or if I'm going to combine them both on my main channel yet. I'm feeling that out. Send me an email if you have if you feel a certain way about that, because I'm curious to know what people think. I initially separated them because I just wanted to do an experiment to see which one grew faster, if more people would be drawn to the horizontal channel versus the non-horizontal channel. But we'll see. We'll see.
So what's your camera setup for that? You got like just one for each stream or something? Like,
no, it's a crazy setup, man.
Or is it like the same camera, but one is like cropping. They're cropping differently.
Got to use virtual cameras.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm basically setting a canvas and then using a virtual camera to output the canvas. It's pretty.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pretty wild. I got a crazy setup, dude. And people wonder why, like, I have
sounds like it,
like audio issues at the beginning of some of the streams. But like, if you saw, I've got 3 extra large monitors going right now, and I still am running out of room for shit because I have to run so much. Like, I have so many pieces of software open right now to make this a multi-streaming platform that, like, it's crazy. And Greg is saying I need better internet service, and you're right. Even with the internet that I have, it still struggles to keep up. And I've got like 600 megabits per second, and I still end up with situations like right now where I'm pretty sure my horizontal live stream is starting to tweak out.
It's all about the upload, though. That's where they get you.
That's where
you'll pull like 600. Like I pull a gig, but my up is like 30 or something. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like way disproportionate.
But I mean, either way, I may have to have a conversation with my internet provider about the upload speeds. But let me grab a couple more of these super chats and we'll move on to our next guest. Phil Fun says, I'm very happy Father J came up. Important people see that Christian teachers, false leaders are this way. I'm so glad he was honest. He has 2.7 followers. I didn't know that. Actually, I'm pretty sure both of the streams on YouTube are lagging right now because my live views have like plummeted, which usually happens when it starts lagging. Is for those watching on YouTube on the horizontal or the vertical stream, shoot me a message. Let me know if the stream is lagging, because I do have a warning. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So I'm kind of getting the impression here that having a little bit of trouble keeping up running both streams. I may have to upgrade my internet. We'll see. I don't know what the next level is. I don't know how I can upgrade it.
You gotta go business class or something.
I already have 600 megabits per second. How much do I need for this? But
you got to check your upload speed though.
Apparently,
that's the big one.
Well, I did check my upload speed. I do get like 120 megabits upload speed, which is pretty good. You really only needed like 25 for. But you never know. It could just be YouTube. I've had nights where YouTube is just being funny for some reason and it wants to crash out. But we'll keep rolling. We'll keep rolling. GH says, I bet Q Bottom does to his church. Wait, you mean
Goes? Yeah.
Oh, goes. I'm so sorry. I didn't see the G. Yeah. Q Bottom probably does go to that church now that you mention it, because I've tried to get Q Bottom in my live stream, and I gave him only one stipulation. The stipulation is you have to say publicly that it's not okay to marry children, and he refuses to do it. That's why he's never been on my live stream.
I would add a second stipulation that he has to release that girl he kidnapped for his music video.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Dancing with her keys in her hands.
Those are such bad videos. And it's crazy because he's got like 1 million followers and nobody's watching his live stream or his videos. And I'm like, oh, he clearly purchased all these people.
Yeah, it smells very body.
Yeah, these are got to be all bots. But Noah, good to see you. It says, the grape makes sense if women are just possessions. You nailed it, actually. So God views women as though they're just possessions, which is why it's okay to grape them as a punishment. And Captain says, watch you daily on drives. Glad to see you live. You're doing the good work. Praise Doug and Sharon and all of the apostles. Well, thank you so much, Captain. I really appreciate you supporting and watching. I really do. And Jammin says, I hope our blasphemy super chats help pay off your MDiv. It is actually. You wouldn't believe how much money I have wrapped up in student loans. It's crazy. I won't even go into that. But Semi, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says he preaches love, yet slaughters whole lands, demands mercy, yet shows none. By his own law, he'd stand condemned. Why can't Christians understand? Because they're brainwashed. They have to defend it and say that it was good, or else they have to admit that God's not good. And they're not really okay with that. And you nailed it, Rory. Says, did I hear that right? Okay, Yahweh does eugenics. Yep. Yahweh's down with eugenics and slavery, and that's just, God's cool with it. And Father Joseph Swaden from Northeast Pennsylvania, do with that what you will. Okay, so his real name is Father Swaden, and he's from PA. So his Orthodox church is from PA. Guys, search up this guy's church. I want to know what church he teaches at so we can put this in the Discord and maybe make sure that people see this video. I'd be very curious to see what happens there. But yeah, appreciate that. And also, where'd I go? Yep. Tullius says Christians don't seem to think of victims as real. Well, you can't. You can't love the victim and love God. You have to get rid of one of them. You know what I mean? And Larry, thank you for sending out 5 subscriptions. I really appreciate that. Big W, Larry. And Cyber's in the house tonight. Good to see you, Cyber. It says, so when are we, Justin, Ian, Mezzo, and Cyber, going on the exposing your truth tours and exposing to these disgusting church leaders their congregations? I don't know. We should. We need to figure out our busing situation better than the other debacle that we're referencing, the Unfuck America tour. There was some mess going on there. Surely we'll do a better job. But yeah, I think we need to make that happen. Good to see you, Cyber. Guys, make sure you're following Cyber Deconstruction. And Silatax, good to see you tonight. It says, atheists can instantly say slavery is morally wrong. Why can't Christians? You nailed it. It takes me 0 seconds to admit that slavery is wrong. I don't know why it's so hard for others. And we've got Solomon saying Team Edward or Jacob. I don't know who those are.
Well, that's Twilight. I know that. I don't know which one's which.
Is Twilight still a thing?
No.
I mean, I didn't pay attention to it even when it was a thing, but I'm going to go with Team Neither because I don't think vampires are real, but appreciate the super chat. And Solar says, all-powerful God, too weak, too much peer pressure, couldn't tell the Israelites not to own slaves. You're right. The God, if you're saying that God has to give laws that coincide with what's already happening at the time period, then it seems like he's just a punk-ass God. He's weak, And Adele says, oh, the slavery if you treat them okay song. Oh, I know. I need songs like Joel. Unfortunately, I don't have that skill set. Maybe I'll get the license to play them from him. I'll pay him for the license. And Adele says, my teenage daughter made me a homemade lasagna for Mother's Day, and Justin is live. Praise Doug. Good to hear it, Adele. And I love lasagna. Please enjoy a piece for me. And Solar says there are 613 laws that Yahweh's people are supposed to follow, and yet don't own slaves wasn't one of them. Very interesting. But remember, guys, don't eat shellfish was one of them. So give God a little bit of credit, okay? He wasn't a complete monster. And Damo, thank you for the $199 super chat. Holy shit, Dom. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Damo. It says, thank you for everything you do. Keep going and we can change the world. Well, thank you so much, Damo. With support like that, we are going to change the world. And I'm going to do everything I can to change the world. My goal is to get rid of these toxic religions. And thank you so much for your support, Dom. We're going to do it. And Radical Dreamer says, I've watched your show for a year. I don't think I've missed one episode. I finally let go of the fear and deconstructed. Been reading the SBL Bible. Thanks for everything. Radical, thank you so much for letting me know. I appreciate that. Listen, these academic study Bibles are the gateway. They're the gateway to understanding them because the scholars, they don't have a bone to pick here. They're just trying to tell you the truth. And hard work, thank you for the super chat. It says, just watching ortho priests excusing the lack of historical bodily autonomy is irrelevant. God wouldn't have used grape as a punishment if it wouldn't have hurt David and the women. That was his goal, was to hurt the women. You nailed it. Absolutely. This is crazy. I'm so sorry that I got backed up on super chats. I'm almost through them, guys. Look at the trees. I still love the name. As a former Greek Orthodox believer, Father Joseph's smugness makes me sick. I really enjoy you frying his ASS, I assume, like burnt Saganak. Oh, Saganaki? Saganaki. I appreciate that. Saganaki. And also from Danger Aware Organization, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says there are 7 stages of abuse: targeting, befriending, ingratiating, conspiracy, indoctrination, manipulation, and control. Which ones are not used by religion? All of them are used. Every last one of these are used by the Christian Bible and Muslim Quran too. And Iggy says, Christians be like, I'm just here for the ticket to heaven. Don't ask me about the slavery stuff. That's right. Don't read the text. Whatever you do, don't read the text. And happy Mother's Day from Joyful Apostate. He says, happy Mother's Day to beautiful mothers in chat. Well, Joyful, thank you so much. And guys, make sure you're following Joyful on YouTube and TikTok. Another great friend of mine in the space. And Silatax says, maybe do a short video showing your setup. We would love to see how you do what you do. Scylla, I've been meaning to do that. Maybe after the live stream tonight, I'll make that video and release it to the Discord or something. Good suggestion. D-Bone, great name, by the way, says, saw you on Mindshift earlier. I've been binging your content, and I dig it. Well, D-Bone, thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you for watching the video on Mindshift, and thank you so much for binging the content. I appreciate that. And I think I'm finally caught up on the super chats. I apologize for getting behind on the super chats. And I've got one guest that have been waiting in the YouTube queue for some time. So I'm going to bring in our guest from the YouTube queue, and then we'll go back to our TikTok queue. So we've got Tol Veer with us. How you doing, Tol?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Cool. I'm doing all right. How are you, man?
Doing good. I appreciate you asking, and thanks for being patient. It's been kind of a busy night. I'm just switching back and forth between the TikTok queue and the YouTube queue. So
sure, I gotcha.
So, Tol, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. Both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
Christian God, Jesus Christ.
Cool. And do you believe that the Christian God is 100% good, only does good?
Yes.
Do you believe that all of his commandments are good?
Yes.
Do you believe that all of his decisions and judgments are good?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's ever okay to punish like an entire village for the sin of the leader of the village?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Can you give me an example where that would be okay?
So it would be, well, first off, okay, sorry. Let me give you an example. I don't want to be, I've been listening for a while, and I'm going to try and give you the direct answer as best I can. So, if a leader is persuading his people to do an evil thing, they also have the responsibility of participation. So I would say, insofar as they are following the evil of the leader, yes, they are similarly guilty.
Yeah, but what if God just does it? Like, let's imagine a leader commits a sin, and the God says, "Okay, had enough of this. Because you committed the sin, I'm going to go and execute a bunch of your inhabitants."
Yeah, God enacting judgment isn't evil.
Right, but you're saying that would be a good thing, though.
Yeah, God enacting judgment is a good thing. Yeah.
But what if they didn't commit the sin?
if they didn't commit the sin, and God, I mean, well, for one, I would start by saying that no person is sinless. So God bringing judgment upon them is just regardless of them committing that specific sin. But if God is wiping out a culture, or if he's wiping out a certain like evil in the people, I would still say that he is justified in bringing judgment upon all of them.
Right, but what I'm asking is it just? Is it a just thing to do for God to execute the people who didn't sin for the crime of the person who did sin?
No, in that case, no.
Okay, so it wouldn't be just. Okay. Is it your opinion that this ever happens in the Bible?
That somebody is punished, or well, sorry, is the question specifically?
Sorry, I didn't ask a very good question. I guess my question is it your opinion that God never does this type of an unjust act?
I would say God does not act unjustly.
Okay, you want to see an episode where this happens?
Sure, why not?
Cool. We're going to go to 1 Chronicles 21.
Okay.
Says Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commander of the army, "Go and number Israel from Beersheba to Dan and bring me a report," so on and so forth. So David numbers the people of Israel. And then it turns out that he wasn't supposed to do that. And so as punishment, God sends the prophet Gad to give him a choice of punishments. He gives you 3 different options. And David didn't even want to do it. David's like, no. He said, "I'm in great distress. Let me fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is very great, but let me not fall into human hands." So he leaves the punishment up to God. So God decides to send the pestilence. He says, "So the Lord set a pestilence on Israel and and 70,000 persons fell in Israel, and God sent an angel to Jerusalem to destroy it." So was it a just punishment that like a random 70,000 people got executed for David's sin?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I was having a bit of difficulty following. So I want to what verse did we start at? Just so I'm following.
Yeah, 1 Chronicles 21:1 lays
21:1. Okay.
the beginning of the chapter, basically just suggesting that David was moved to number the people of Israel. David is confronted by the prophet Gad that he shouldn't have done that. He regrets his sin. And then Gad says you have to pick between one of 3 punishments. And he didn't pick a punishment. He said, "I'm not going to pick a punishment. Just let the Lord decide." The Lord decided on pestilence, which resulted in 70,000, we'll say, randomized Israelites getting killed.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I would I'm going to be honest, I don't know this. I'm not really I've read through the Old Testament like once. I'm not super familiar as to like what's going on. But I would so excuse me if this isn't a great answer, but I would defer to the point of saying God bringing judgment upon people is just, and if God is bringing judgment upon them due to the actions of their leader, or in particular their representative, who would be David, that he is still just in doing so, because we do recognize that there are consequences of the leadership that precipitate through the household. So like this is the idea of Adam, right? Adam sins. Through Adam, sin enters the world, and now we live with the consequences therein. So because David is the lead,
then it is just to punish people who didn't commit the sin.
It's not for that, but it is bringing judgment upon them.
Yeah, but God decides who gets punished, right?
He would be the one deciding this. Yes.
Yeah. Could he decide not to punish them? Could he have just punished David?
Could he have just punished David? I want to say yes, because the obvious answer sounds like, well, yeah, David did the sin. He is the sinner. He gets the punishment. So I understand that, but I would say that David is not in the position merely of himself. He's not necessarily acting as an individual.
So
I would say he's acting as the representative of Israel as its king.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. The question is whether or not can you call it justice if an individual gets punished for the decisions of their leader?
I don't think that's exactly what's going on here. I don't think it's that. If I were to use like a different, or if I were to change the example, and I were to say like if David went and killed a man, which he does, right? Then if this were to happen and God were to say slay another person, let's just say Joe, and he were to go and slay Joe, I would think that's rather strange. But in the case that he is acting as the representative, he is doing something as a representative for the whole of Israel. So Israel being part of the whole of his people, he's not acting as an individual. That's what I'm trying to say. He's not acting as an individual in this moment.
Okay, so the people of Israel forced him to do it?
No.
Okay, so was it his decision?
To not make a decision? Yes.
No, was it his decision to commit the sin?
The sin being numbering them?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was the one who numbered them.
Yeah, so that was okay. And no one forced him, right?
No, no one would force him.
Okay. So then the sin was committed by David, right?
The sin would be committed by David, yes.
Okay. And did David die?
Eventually, yeah.
No. Did he die on the day that the 70,000 Israelites were killed?
No.
Okay. But the people who didn't sin did die.
Well, they all sinned, but yes.
All of them?
Yes, everyone has sinned.
No, I'm not asking if they live sinless lives, although it's implied that obviously the people who died were randomized, like probably men, women, children, old people. But whether or not they committed a sin in their life is irrelevant. I'm asking, did they commit the sin in which they're being punished for?
No. What you're asking, no.
Okay. So then would we call that justice if people are being punished for a sin that they did not commit?
I don't see. I think that's where I disagree with you. So I don't agree that it's them being punished for a sin that they did not commit. I think that they are suffering the consequences of their leaders' actions.
It doesn't. No, they're not. They're not consequences. Consequences are things that like are unavoidable, right? Like if I commit a crime and I go to jail, the fact that my son is fatherless is a consequence, but it's not a punishment. Punishments are decisions. What happened to the 70,000 Israelites wasn't an unintended consequence. It wasn't an unavoidable consequence. It was a decision that God made. Do you see the difference?
I see what you're trying to say, but I would disagree. I would say that what is happening is a consequence of David going astray.
It's not.
Well, it is. I mean, it only happened because David numbered them, right?
It happened. No. The 70,000 Israelites died because God chose that punishment.
Right, which only occurred because he numbered them.
No,
if he hadn't numbered them, the punishment wouldn't have been incurred, right?
Wrong. Because David could have numbered them and God could have just punished David. The fact that God punished everybody but David means that it's not a consequence. It's not an unintended action. It's a decision that God made. God could have made the decision to only punish David, couldn't he?
So okay, I see. I understand what you're saying. So what I was trying to say, firstly, yes, I understand what you're saying, and in that regard, I think it is conceivable that yes. So I heard you earlier, kind of saying that I couldn't hear the whole conversation, but that you were wanting the strict yeses before we get into it. So I'm going to try and abide by that as best I can. If I don't, just catch me on it. But yes, but what I'm suggesting is that there would be consequences regardless. Now, this happens to be the consequence. Does that make sense?
It's not the consequence. Again, so you're trying to make a false equivalency that punishments and consequences are the same. They're not the same thing.
I agree that they're not. I agree punishment and consequence aren't the same thing, but in this, like, God never acts, or, well, no, I shouldn't say never acts. All sin, all evil is justified. Right? Would you agree with that, at least in the Christian theology?
I mean, in your theology, anything God does is definitionally justified because you bake into your definition of God that God can't do injustice. That's Deuteronomy 32:4.
Well, that's not really what that's not I don't think that's what I
Maybe I
said.
misunderstood what you were saying.
I was saying that like, okay, sorry. Let me try and remember exactly what I had said. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of drawing a blank here. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I was I was waiting a while, but
Trust me, this is a daunting stage to be on. I would be I'd be in the same position as you. Don't worry.
Yeah. So the idea, so consequences and punishment are not the same. I would say that, gosh, I'm really sorry. Could you re-ask the question again? I don't mean to be. I'm normally not so.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if God decided that the punishment was going to be a bunch of the Israelites dying, that to me doesn't sound like justice. I'm trying to figure out how that is a just action.
Right. So do you agree that throughout the Bible that there is always consequence for sin?
Yeah, there's always a consequence for sin, but again, consequences and punishments are not the same thing. I don't know why you keep trying to make them the same thing.
I'm not. I promise I'm not trying to make the same thing. I understand the distinction. I'm not trying to be facetious. I think what I'm trying to explain to you is that the difference is that a punishment and a consequence can be intertwined. And sorry, I know that probably sounds like I'm trying to say the same thing. A punishment from God doing something. So the God's direct action here, choosing the 70,000 to die, is both a punishment and a consequence.
Well, I'm sure it is,
So
but it's not necessary. There's a problem. You keep
Correct,
wanting to
it's not.
tie it to the consequence because you think consequences are unavoidable and like, oh golly gee, God's hands were tied, he had to do it. That's meaningless to me. I'm talking about God's purposeful decision to execute people who did not commit the sin. How is that just?
Because he is punishing the sin.
No, he's not. He's punishing the people who didn't commit the sin. He's punishing the Israelites. David was the one who sinned.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
and
so
what
you
I'm
can't
saying is,
you can't punish sin by punishing the people who didn't commit the sin.
I would normally agree, but what I was saying in the what I'm saying in the beginning.
But that's devastating for my case. I know.
No, I'm. What I'm trying to say is that David is acting in the role of the leader as the whole, right? So he is a representative. So
what?
if he sins, that there will necessarily be well, not necessarily, but
punishments. Use the right word.
Punishments. Sorry, there can be punishment upon the whole.
Okay, and who controls what the punishments are?
Well, David had the option.
No, who controls the punishment?
Be God.
Okay, so God's in charge. Okay, did anyone force God's hand?
David did.
No.
Well, sorry, I probably shouldn't say exactly. Nobody forces God's hand.
Thank you. Yeah.
But God's judgment would, God's justice, would invoke. It would be unloving. It would be against God's character to not punish the sin.
But he didn't punish the sin. He punished innocent people. That's the point. If God has to punish sinners, he should have killed David, not 70,000 Israelites. That's the problem.
Okay.
So like,
so you don't think that
if you robbed the Walmart and I said, listen, I've got to lock up your children now. Your children must be locked up because I can't not punish the crime. I have to punish the crime. Therefore, your children are getting locked up. Is that justice?
In that case, no.
Wait, why? Why is that not just?
Because whoever's the thief is not acting in a spiritually leadership. Well, if we're relating it back to spiritual, it doesn't necessarily.
You're not the leader over your house.
You would be the leader of your house, but just because you are the leader does not necessitate that all of your punishment is collective.
Oh, there you go. So just because you're leader doesn't mean that your punishment should be collective. When should we ever give me one scenario where we should give collective punishments?
Where we should give collective punishments?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say that humans should be the judge.
Yeah, there's never a scenario. There's never a scenario in our reality where we would accept a collective punishment, because our definition of justice includes the fact that the people who didn't commit the wrong shouldn't be punished. That's what we call justice. Now we're looking at the biblical God and we're saying God does not have this same sense of justice, which means one of two things is off. Either our idea of justice is wrong, or God's idea of justice is wrong. They're incompatible with each other. That's why I'm pressing you on why you're bending over backwards to say that the 70,000 Israelites needed to be killed for David's sin when they didn't commit the sin.
So yeah, first I would agree with you that it's not the same. So our judgment, our rules, our ways in this as humans are not going to be the same as God's. I would absolutely agree with that.
So justice has two different definitions?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that our enactment and our judgment, our justice is not the same as God's justice.
But does the word justice have one definition or two definitions?
It has one. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's like a side definition, but it has one definition for what you're asking.
And what's the one definition of justice?
I can get you the definition. I don't know if I could say it off. It's
you can paraphrase it.
Yeah, it's something to the effect of like righting a wrong, right? So if there's evil commit, like it's a repair or a restoration of something that has been done wrong.
Yeah, there is an appropriate response when people do good or bad. And the appropriate response in almost all definitions I've ever heard is that when you do bad, you get punished for it, not anyone else, not the people who didn't do the bad.
Yeah, and I would agree with that.
Okay, so that's the definition of justice that you and I agree on. Now, God does not agree with that definition of justice. So if you're saying that God is doing this injustice, but somehow he's still just, that means you now believe there are two definitions of justice.
I don't agree that there's two definitions of justice. So I understand. I appreciate that it's I appreciate that this may not be your understanding, and like I'm trying not to be I'm trying to be as good faith here as I can be, but my understanding is that God does not interact with the people necessarily as individuals, and that yes, if there is particularly a spiritual leader, that judgment, that his error can, and not always, but can affect me.
But the word we're looking for is should. Should the punishment be on the person who didn't commit the crime? It's a matter of should.
Should?
You know the answer. This is the thing that drives me literally crazy, because Tol, I know, I can almost guarantee in real life you're a decent human being. It hurts me to my core to watch you defend this barbarous God when I know that you know that it's never just to punish people for crimes that they never committed. And to watch you bend over backwards to defend a God doing that thing is painful for me to watch, because I know in real life you're probably smart and intelligent and caring. Why are you pretzeling yourself over this?
Do you want the short answer or do you want the long answer?
Because you can't give up your religious convictions.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
I'm actually like, in fact, if you, I know it's not the topic, but if you wanted me to do that, it would be particularly through the crucifixion. That would be the main way. Because
you're not willing to give up your religious convictions, right? That's what I said.
No, I am. If that's wrong, like, yeah, totally. Like I'm. This isn't something like I said in the beginning. I'm not super well learned on this. It's my understanding. I have a different worldview than you on this. I don't see. I would not see it as inconsistent for God to judge a nation via people, right? Because
He didn't judge a nation.
Is Israel not the nation?
He didn't judge them for their bad behavior. He punished them for the bad behavior of David.
Well, yeah, but I mean that. But what I've been trying to say is that this is a common theme, and I understand that you don't agree that that is
Listen,
a consistent
Tull, we
thing.
know it's a common theme. God brags about it. Exodus 34:7, he brags about visiting the punishment of the parents upon the children. We know that it's a theme. The question is, should it be? Is it right that it is a thing? Because when we bring it up in the real world, every example in the real world, you're going to say, no, we should never punish the innocent people for crimes that other people committed. So I'm trying to figure out why it's okay when God does it. Why is it bad when we do it and good when he does it?
Yeah, I certainly see. I understand your point, and I would. I actually really like this, because I don't think I have a good answer for you.
There's not a good answer. The appropriate
I
answer
know.
is that God is not good. That's the appropriate answer.
Well, okay. Actually, could you answer me a question? What is good?
Well, good is the definition in the dictionary, the thing that is the most beneficial or preferable. And if I believe that God is good, I assume that he's always going to be doing the thing that is most beneficial and preferable. I also add into the definition of good that it includes being just at all times. I don't think you can be unjust and then still claim to be doing the most beneficial or the most good thing. That's why justice is kind of a huge ordeal in the Bible, because God's sense of justice is off. Now, my definition of good obviously is inherently subjective because we can disagree on what is good and what's not good. Your definition of good is not subjective. It should be objective in your worldview, which is why it's so important to know that you think it's objectively good to punish innocent people for crimes they never committed.
Hey, Justin, it's the same thing. He can't hear me.
So
I'm
firstly,
assuming.
there's a decent
Right.
bit in there that I
Okay.
would agree with you with.
No, sorry, I wasn't talking to you, Tull. My co-host Mac here said something, but you couldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
You
him.
can't hear him. I know. Don't worry.
Okay. Sorry. So there was a good. If he's not talking, I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay. So I don't think it is problematic for God to bring his judgment upon anybody for whatever reason he deems.
Even if they didn't commit a crime.
Well, everyone commits a crime, right?
I didn't know the crime that they're being punished for.
Yeah, they're not being. I mean, I don't think any one of those people, when they are judged, are being held or being made to account for David's decision.
But that's what the passage says.
Yeah,
as the angel of the Lord is killing all these people, David says, I alone have sinned. What have these people done? Let your hand be against me and my household only.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with your issue, right? I understand the issue. It's very it's very human, right? Like I empathize with it a lot.
Did you hear the bit earlier about what happened to David's wives?
Yeah, I did.
Do you think that was justice?
I think that was the consequences of human sin.
Was it justice, though?
Was what specifically?
Was it just for David's 10 concubines to be raped for David's sin?
I don't necessarily agree that they were raped.
Oh, what do you think happened to him?
I think that it says that Absalom, right? He's the one that did it. I believe it says that he took them and they were on a roof. They pitched a tent and he slept with them, which would have been like this massive disgrace and sacrifice.
You're blaming the victims right now? You're saying they went consensually? They went consensually and slept with their stepson before all of the Israelites?
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't say that they were raped.
Why would you think that it was consensual? What part of the story would motivate somebody to think that was consensual?
I mean, dude, people are real messed up.
I'm
Like,
asking
especially,
what do you know what the penalty is for adultery?
yeah, it's death.
Okay, did they all die?
No, they were all obviously in sin, right? I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
this whole
so
situation is
they were
somebody
never
who's turning
judged,
away
were
from
they?
God.
So they were
Well,
never
they
judged because they didn't commit adultery. They
sure
were
they were
raped.
judged.
It was a display of force. Absalom
Yeah,
was displaying his force over his father by taking the wives or the concubines and sleeping with them in broad daylight. And you want me to believe that all 10 of David's concubines said, oh shit, yeah, I'll willingly go with my child-in-law and commit adultery on the roof of the fucking palace in front of all of the Israelites. You think that's what happened?
I think the Bible does not say that they were raped.
Do you
If
think that they went consensually, yes or no?
I think they could have.
You think they could have? Okay, so you're just going to blame the victims. Cool.
No, I will. I
What
mean,
were they
again, like,
wearing? Do you think they were dressing salaciously? Do you think they were
okay,
being provocative?
I don't know, but what I do know is
Maybe
that
they
there's
should
a
have
lot
covered
of
up
people
more.
who what I do know is that there are a lot of people
Why
in
didn't
the
David have
Bible
him
who
killed?
do. What I do know is that there are a myriad of
He can't do
things
it.
in the Bible. I'm trying to just respond to the first
Why didn't
point, but you
David
keep
have him
interrupting.
killed?
Do you want me to respond to any of your points, or are you going to keep interrupting
Answer
me?
the immediate question I'm asking you right now. Why didn't David have them killed?
Why didn't David have him killed? Because David is a very sinful man.
Oh, okay. So David should have had him killed, but he chose not to.
By a strict reading of the law of adulterers die, yes. By that same regard, David should also have been put to death,
Yeah, I
right?
agree. But
But just because
his
the
son
law
took his
says that there
punishment.
is an absolute does not mean that every case is capital punishment.
Well, no, it does actually. In fact, there were witnesses because according to Deuteronomy 17, there was at least 2 witnesses, and it's their obligation to pick up the stones and stone them.
I don't agree that it means that every single time that this must be done. I believe that is the maximum sentence,
So
obviously.
all of the
But
all of the Israelites that watched 10 of David's wives commit adultery, all of them were like, "Oh, we're just going to let it go."
I mean, we see the Israelites get to a point where they are considered worse than the Amalekites, right? Like they are considered like an utter abomination in Ezekiel, right? God says that there is literally none who are worthy; they are all villainous, they are all evil. So yeah, absolutely, I can believe that they just shrugged off the law and said we don't care. Absolutely, I can believe
That's
that
crazy. The
because
mental
they do
gymnastics
it
you have
again.
to do to get through some of these stories will never surprise me. It's crazy that you
That's
have
not
to
mental gymnastics. I'm just saying that people are sinful and
literally
evil.
lie to yourself to believe that David's 10 wives are going to be like, "Yeah, I'll just willingly sleep with my child." You know that they're all mother-in-laws to this child, right? So you want me to believe, hold on. You want me to believe that 10 of David's wives, as his child is storming the palace to coup his father, was willingly going to say, "Yeah, I'd love to go sleep with my child-in-law in front of all of the fucking nation." You think that happened?
I do not know their motivations. I think it is
Okay.
a possibility.
It's not a possibility, and
It's not a possibility.
you're delusional that you're willing to
Hold
even.
on.
You're
Can you
delusional.
demonstrate that?
You're delusional that you're even willing to blame the victims in this circumstance. You're another red flag. You're the reason why your religion is fucking dangerous. You're it. You're the reason. You're sick. You're disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself. And I hope you watch this back later and see how disgusting of a human being you are, which pains me because I can guarantee in real life you're probably not as bad as the horse shit you're defending on fucking Mother's Day. You're doing this on Mother's Day, defending these women being raped. Is disgusting. Anyways, let's grab some super chats and we'll keep on moving, friends. Oh my goodness.
Losing my mind over here on mute.
Dude, it's unbelievable the
Such
gymnastics these people do.
It's like like so bad. Like they make themselves bad people.
Yeah.
in a desperate attempt to defend a bad God. It's
They
crazy.
paint themselves into the loony bin corner. They're doing it. That no one's doing it for them. All they had to say is, that doesn't seem right to me. I don't think that should have happened. Maybe I'll look into this. What they really should say is, honestly, that's horseshit. This God can't be real. But they're not going to do that. But still,
Right.
anyways. Satan, thank you for the super chat. Satan's dropping some support tonight. Thank you, Satan. It says, so Christians say God is against corn, but isn't God the author of the first Corn movie when he raped David's wives? Yeah, exactly. He also advertised it live. We're the watchers. Also, good night while watching. Good. So this is actually a really good point, because not only did God have them raped, he had them commit a sin by watching, so all the Israelites could see the nakedness of the women. In Leviticus chapter 18 and 20, that is a grave sin. You shall not see the nakedness of so on and so forth. So, and remember, Adam and Eve were in the garden, and they were naked and not ashamed, implying that you should be ashamed of seeing somebody naked. Crazy. Adele, thank you for the super chat, though. It says, sent a super on Friday's live that I think got missed. I'm sorry, Adele. I try to read every last super chat. I'm a man of the people. I appreciate everyone who supports my stream, and I have to past my bedtime to read them all. It's possible that it was just late. Sometimes, like, you'll send a super chat during a debate, and then, like, it might not get read for like another 45 minutes because I'm in the middle of the debate, and I don't want to read them out in the middle of the debates. I read them between the debates. So anyways, but if I miss one, I apologize. I don't mean to. It says, was I correct that you were in MO, Missouri, on your recent travels? User Rock Hard for Doug and I are Kansas Cityans. No sports talk necessary. Holy shit, Adele. Not only was I in your state, I was in your city. If I had known you lived there, I would have met up with you when I was there. I was literally just in Kansas City. Great barbecue, by the way. Love the barbecue. And now I know next time I go to Kansas City, Adele, we're going to have to hook up with you and your husband and make some stuff happen. And Isa right in says, when I was a Southern Baptist, that's a rough start, I wouldn't have said slavery is fine by the rules of God. Then I grew up and realized I was a terrible human being. That's a good point, because listen, if you're going by the rules of the book, it's not wrong to own slaves. You have to bite that bullet or leave. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, the entire reason Southern Baptists exist is because of slavery.
Yeah, the Southern Baptists
they split off in 1840. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the whole
For
thing.
that specific reason, yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Rock Hard, thank you for the super chat, though. It says, still mad that Christians stole the loving philosophy of Doug and Sharon Stone. Let he who has no sin cast the first stone, added to John. We know the truth. Praise Doug and Sharon Stone. That's right. The stones weren't meant to be cast. There was a different type that Doug was encouraging. He wanted you to get elevated, which is obvious because in the Yahwistic temple and the other temples that had stone altars and stone deities to worship, they burned cannabinoid incense. So I don't know what else to tell you. You know, Doug's a stoner god.
Did
But
you notice my pick?
Yeah, I know. I love it, by the
way. Somebody tried to restore a painting of Jesus and actually improved it.
That's phenomenal, by the way. I love some of the failed restored paintings, though, by the way. If you've seen the pictures of those.
I've only seen this one, like the one that I used as a background for this one.
In your free time, just Google sometime failed painting restorations. It's marvelous to think that somebody got paid to ruin priceless works of art.
It's like those athlete sculptures that we're seeing, like the Ronaldo and the D Wade.
Yeah.
Like they're so bad.
They're so bad. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I'll never remember that. I'll never forget that. I just said, wait, so if America were to be destroyed for our leaders' sin, is that justice? Cheese and rice, pretzels for everyone. Yeah, I wanted to go there, but I didn't want to get off our current talking point. But you're right. Under his worldview, if Trump did something wrong, like if he sinned, then we should be, the whole nation should be punished for it. That's his logic. And Johannes, I'm going to say Johannes. I don't know if it's Johannes or Johannes, but I'm saying Johannes because I assume you're got like a German pronunciation or something of that nature. And thank you for the 666. Says Christians, when will you learn? Only victims can forgive their trespassers. To seek forgiveness or justice elsewhere is wholly immoral and shameful. This is such a good point, Mac, that we never get to talk about, which is God never instructs you, like when you sin against another person, he never instructs you, said, go and ask for an apology from this person. Just doesn't
Yeah, I mean, there is the, well, I'm sure you've talked about it, the thing where it's like if you go to do a sacrifice, but then there's still enmity or whatever between you and that person, you're supposed to leave and go. And but what is that? Where does that land on there?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that means Jesus corrected it then.
Okay.
Yeah, I would count that as seeking forgiveness actually from your brethren. But it's interesting that it took that long for it to happen. That should be like day number 1, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you see every sin is against God first, then that's where you're gonna land, right?
Right. Yeah. If you think everything is a sin against God, then your first instinct is to apologize to God. You should be apologizing to the person you hurt. Yeah. Juan asks, Justin, what makes you throw up if this doesn't? Listen, there are days I'm sick to my stomach and I'm like, yeah, like I'm on the edge. You know what I mean? But Doug gives me strength. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, some people try to say that it's breathing, but actually, when you vomit, you're saying Yahweh.
You're right. I've never said Yahweh while breathing. Yakking, on the other hand, sounds a lot like Yahweh. That's a fair point. I listen. I appreciate that one. Iserodin again says Job had his wives and children slain by the permission of God. We should have brought that up. Being faithful, God gave Job new wives and children. F those old kids. That's justice, right? Listen, I'll never get tired of saying it. You cannot replace children. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you had 100 children after God killed your children. You can't replace children. You just can't do it.
So I have a theory on this one, if you'll indulge me for a minute.
Yeah.
Because just a minor correction on that, right? His wife didn't die early. He didn't lose his wife, right? But my thing is, so it says like Job was restored twofold, right? Double.
Yeah. You're right, though. He didn't lose his wife. She just said, curse God and die.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, he had the same number of kids. So my Job hypothesis, and it talks about how beautiful his daughters were and everything, the fairest in the land. So my hypothesis is that his old kids were like 3s and 4s. But these new kids, minimum 8s across the board. That's the double.
That's crazy.
Just the hypothesis.
I'll never. That's crazy. I like the hypothesis though, but I will never get over the fact how obsessed the Bible God is with beautiful women. It's crazy. He's literally obsessed with beautiful women, and like there's a couple points where it's like not even necessary, and I don't even know why it's in the Bible, but like 2 Kings chapter 1. When David's in his old age and he can't keep warm, he sends his servants out to go find a beautiful woman among the virgins, and they bring back Abishag to lay with him and keep him warm. Like, shit, dude's got a whole harem. You're telling me you can't get a couple women together to keep him warm?
I like the idea of like a human space heater.
Yeah. It's crazy to me. All right, let me grab some more super chats. I apologize, guys. I know I'm going to get backed up. Zagamut, Taylor Tom, actually. It says, Taylor Tom, I know now that this is your name. It says, think about how different history would be if an all-knowing God told people in the Bible to wash their hands before surgery. This is the crazy thing. Not only should he have told you to wash your hands, but Jesus specifically chose not to wash his hands before supper. Like he decided not to have him and his disciples wash their hands, which could have saved so much sickness and disease spreading, which means you cannot convince me that Jesus was God. If the Pharisees were like, guys, we should wash our hands. Like this is part, I know it's part of the oral tradition passed down by the elders, and you really should be doing it. And Jesus was like, fuck that. I want all the germs. What?
One of my favorite people on here, Lortz, You know, Lords.
Love Lords, yeah.
I love when she recounts this story because she says the Pharisees said, they asked Jesus, why are your disciples not washing your hands? And Jesus said, why are you not stoning those kids?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. The Pharisees like, you should wash your hands. And Jesus is like, you should stone those kids. Like, well, what? That's the reason. It's crazy.
Oh, so I said Lords is one of my favorites on here. Relax.
Oh, yeah. Lords
Oso got upset.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. We love you too, Oso. We really do. But Lords is, she's phenomenal. Jam and Jay says, can this be a podcast? My battery dies at work. I don't know. Like, I've looked at various software that will automatically upload my live streams to podcast software. I've tried a couple of them and they're all dog shit and they don't actually work. So, and I don't know a good way to do it. And the problem is I could just strip the audio off of each one manually and upload them myself. I could do that. The problem is I work a full-time job when I'm not streaming and I don't have time for it. Like, if I felt that podcasting would pay me good money, I might hire someone to do it for me. Like I could just pay somebody to do that labor for me. But I don't think there's any money in podcasts. I could be wrong. I know that like if you get a deal, like if somebody says, I'll sign you a deal to do a podcast only with me, like you can make money. But it's not like streaming on YouTube or TikTok. Like no one's just like, you don't like, I think Spreaker pays a little bit if you do a podcast on Spreaker. And I know that like there's a little bit to be had in Spotify, but I mean, realistically, like nobody, I don't think anyone's going on Spotify and Spreaker looking for a deconstruction zone. And so I don't know if it would warrant me paying somebody hours on end to strip the audio out of my videos and then upload them I just don't know if it'd be worth anyone's time to do it. But listen, maybe next year, if I get to do this kind of thing full time, I'll make the time for it. But right now I just don't really have time for it.
There may or may not be like YouTube-ish apps that let you just do audio.
I've tried
from a user side. From a user side. No, not.
Oh, yeah. There are
find
apps.
Your video and just do like a background audio player on your app or on your phone.
Yeah, there are ways to do it. Also, there are apps you can download on Android and on iPhone that will allow you to play YouTube videos in the background. You just got to get the right thing. You could get YouTube Premium, but that's a little expensive. There is a workaround on Android to do it, but that we don't need to explain right now. Sayla says, I can already feel it. A nice, warm, salted pretzel incoming. Yeah, he pretzeled pretty hard, didn't he? Whatever. Hammond says, you know how the ancients thought that each nation had a god? Then what is the U.S. deity? Colombia? In any case, happy Mother's Day. That's actually a fair point. Yeah, if every nation had a deity, what would we assume the U.S. deity is? I don't know, actually. I don't actually know. It's a good question, though. IOPNC1, thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, do you ever try to find something to argue with Matt Dillahunty about? I mean, I don't know why I would. Like, why? Like, we're on the same team. Like, I know that it might feel good to be like, I can one up the big dog or something, but that's not my goal. My goal is to like free people from the shackles of dangerous religions. And if he's doing the same thing, I have no reason to challenge him. Why would I do that? That doesn't make any sense for my position. But yeah, I mean, overall, I love Matt's work. He's one of the reasons why I'm where I am now. Like, I think he taught me a lot over the years. Most about logic and critical thinking. I don't know if he has as much to say about the Bible, but like his logical and critical thinking, I think has really been helpful for me. Mama Lega, thank you for the super chat, says, if the fruit gave knowledge of good and evil, did God kick them out before they realized he was evil? And if humans know good and evil like God, how can they tell when he does evil? Okay, so this is actually really good. We've brought this up before where like it seems apparent that they know good from evil, right? And so like you don't have to do any weird logic games to ask what is good, what is evil. Like theoretically, we instinctually know it according to the Bible. So like it seems to me if they did become aware of what actually is good and what actually is evil, then I have to conclude that like God removed them because it's like, well, I got to get rid of them on account of the either one of two things. They're going to do some shit that's going to really mess things up, or they're going to see that I'm doing shit that's going to mess things up, and we just can't have it. And if Adam and Eve are evil, or if God is evil, I'm picking the evil God every time. Evil God sounds way more plausible. Adam and Eve didn't sound all that bad. And Rory says, theists suffer from Stockholm Syndrome, hard cope. 1,000,000%. We haven't ran that in a while, but we need to run the Christianity of Stockholm Syndrome. And Judah says, deconstructors and Christians, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Justin is good for you. He brings up hard, valid points. I wrestled for many years with being LGBT and Catholic. I wish I had Justin during that time. Well, listen, I'm so happy, Judas, that you freed yourself from those nonsensical religious viewpoints, and like you can just be you. Be you. Be the person that you are. Don't feel ashamed for it. And love who you want to love. I mean, listen, we're on this rock once. Why would you waste your time here worrying about what a God thinks you're doing with your Yahoo parts in your private bedroom, you know? And Sayla, thank you for the super chat. It says, it's daunting because you're trying to justify God's evil actions and you know deep down that it's making no sense. What you're feeling is cognitive dissonance. You nailed it, Sayla. That guest was feeling deep cognitive dissonance. And I mean deep, because as I said, not willing to let go of the cult, not willing. Randy, thank you.
It's the ones who don't you have to worry about.
Yeah, I know. This is the crazy thing too, because I was a Christian. I remember being in the apologist camp, but like when I came up on these hard passages, I never pretzeled. I was like, oh, that's some bullshit right there. Let me look into that, right? And then eventually you look into it enough, and you just have to be honest. You're like, oh, because it's all bullshit, because it ain't true. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think the fear does really, really bad things to their brains.
Yeah, I agree.
It's all fear.
I think you're right. I think
like,
it is fear.
I've talked to them about this. It's like you're just scared of dying, and it's like it's gonna happen. Like, you know, and they can't accept that either. And it's like, I say, like, it's just a fear of death. You're just afraid of death. And they're like, no, I'm not afraid of death. I was like, because you have Jesus. But that's like saying, I'm not afraid of the dark because I have a flashlight. Right?
Right.
You have the flashlight because you're afraid of the dark. It's the exact same thing.
Right. Yeah, it's the fear. I get the fear of death. It's the one thing that humans have wrestled and written about for many, many centuries, millennia. So I get why people would be afraid of it. But at some point, like, you have to use your brain and just admit what's right in front of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, Randy, thank you for the super chat. Randy says, Christians will run up every blind alley to defend the multitude of injustices in the scriptures. You have to. Listen, I had a Christian a while ago when we were talking about the atrocities of God. He said to me, Justin, if you believe in God, you have to justify this. You have to. And he was right. If you believe in this God, you have to justify his bullshit, or don't believe in the God. I think that's the more rational thing. And Solar says, I wish Christians would fight half as hard to improve the world as they would to justify God's atrocities. We'd be in a utopia right now. Actually, my opinion is that religions encourage people to not improve other people's lot in life. It encouraged people to say that you're here because God put you here. This is what you deserve. This is what God gave you. Be happy for it. And I think we wouldn't have that. If everyone woke up tomorrow and didn't have any religion, I think people would recognize how fragile life is and how important it is that, you know, we all work together to make it the best possible experience. But Randy, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, Randy. I appreciate that. And Discordia is still with us tonight. Been with us since the beginning of the stream. Says, why can't these people take a step back and see how horrific the things they're saying are? I hear them and I think they're all POSFFs. I'm staying as far away from the church as possible. My hope, my prayer to Doug Discordia is that some of these people will sit down, and they'll listen to the playback of these conversations and think to themselves, oh, I said some shit that makes me look horrible, and have to sit with that, wrestle with that. You know what I mean? Sayla says, why do they always ask, what do you think is good? As if they didn't just justify murdering thousands of innocent people. Because, Mac, you know the answer to this. The reason why they have to ask me, what do I think is good, is because they want to get away from the actual conversation. They want to have a different conversation. They want to have a conversation 100%. That ends in, I'm not capable of knowing what is good. That's the conversation they want to have, but I won't let them do it.
Yeah, it's absolutely, like, it's so funny that they think, like, I have access to this, like, this paradigm that you don't, right? Like, because I believe in this God and he knows what's good and this says what's good, then I know what's good, but you can't.
Right.
It's crazy that, like, they think that does something, but I don't know.
Which is why, like, when I have these discussions, I think people, like, should listen carefully. A lot of people accuse me of being double-tongued, but I'm asking the theist, do you think this is good? Do you think this is just? Do you think? Because like, they don't have to accept my subjective morality. I'm not demanding that they accept my subjective morality, but I do demand that they accept the morality in their own book. Like, if the book says something, like,
yeah, I mean, that's what I do too. I just flip it right back. I say, I'm asking you about your beliefs. Mine are irrelevant.
Yeah, mine are irrelevant. Yeah, I mean,
yours have to be in alignment with your God.
Yeah, they have to be. Yeah, but we'll publicly shame them, obviously.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Carlos, good to see you tonight, friend. Carlos sending out 10 DZ gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, Carlo. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for always supporting the channel. Big W, Carlos. Carlos is here almost every stream. And Sayla, as well, with another super chat, says, imagine getting graped and then 2,000 years later, some random dude on the internet insists you weren't graped and that you committed adultery and should be unalived. That's the craziest. I know. I will never get over the crazy apologists that will read that story and think, nope, the women willingly consented to sleeping with their own child on top of the palace in front of all of the Israelites. That's a crazy ass take. It's insane. And Randy, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I absolutely cannot listen to this guy anymore. I don't blame you. He thinks David Wise were graped. You have to lie to yourself to believe what this person believes. That's what I was saying. You cannot tell me deep down inside that that's actually what he believes. He's lying to me. He's lying to himself. That's what's happening.
I can't help myself sometimes. I'll ask him, like, do you feel slimy when you say, because I know you're lying and you know you're lying, do you feel slimy doing this?
Right.
Obviously they deny it, but I just want to put it out there that, like, everybody knows what's happening here.
They should feel slimy. They should be ashamed of it, and they should feel slimy. Yeah, I agree. And Jordy, thank you for the super chat, says, help me, stepson. I'm stuck on this rooftop tent. Yeah, here comes the help.
No. They didn't have dryers back then.
No, not at all.
For people to get stuck in.
That's a great Coco reference. I miss Coco. Coco and Dave. Sorry for some inside baseball for those who haven't been in the community for long enough. Solar, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Christians suddenly can't understand indirect language when it's something they don't like, but they twist unrelated passages to fit in Jesus. Well, it doesn't say they were graped exactly. So this is actually a really good point, because they will go to the Bible and they'll say, well, the Bible doesn't directly say that there's a Trinity. You have to infer it from the passage. But when we go to the passage about David's 10 concubines, it's perfectly parsimonious to infer that these poor women were graped, and there's no reason to think otherwise. But then they think I'm crazy for making that inference. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, it's just special pleading.
Yeah, you're right. Special pleading. Nailed it. I need so I picked up a packet of red and yellow cards. I was gonna number them or letter them with all the logical fallacies and give people red cards during the stream. I just didn't get around to labeling them. We're gonna get around to it though.
That's so good. Have to do that. That's
Should
so
be a good time. And 511 says, should the God in the background have a belly button? LOL. It's my birthday, 49th. Well, happy birthday and cheers to your belly button. And also happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Big W for moms out there. And big L for anyone who thinks that David's wives, also mothers, chose to willingly consent and sleep with their child in front of all the Israelites. Crazy work. Jim Nasty, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, Christians defend grape actually like Muslims defend it. Fair point. Both are child predators and should be judged accordingly. Also, come visit Atlanta. I'd love to, but unfortunately,
come on down.
I don't think I have any travel to Atlanta planned in the near future, but after the month of maybe November, I'll have free time to travel. I've got some other stuff I need to do during the good weather up north. When the weather turns to shit up here, then I go down to Atlanta. Taylor.
Hook something up.
Yeah, we'll definitely hook it up. I really want to get down there and visit the crew. There's a bunch of people down there. I just, what are you going to do?
It's a heathen hub.
It really is. It's a great place to be. Maybe we'll be able to catch a pink beard show,
Yeah.
Taylor says, do you have a take on the split in the Methodist Church? My grandparents are involved in church leadership and switched to Global Methodist. So there's kind of two splits happening in the Methodist Church, but both of them seem to be over the topic of homosexuality. Obviously, my opinion is that homosexuality is against the laws given by the biblical God and Paul in Romans chapter 1, which is another reason to just burn the Bible and get the fucking thing out of here. We don't need it. The fact that churches are arguing over this tells you that they recognize that there's a problem with the text, which is why a lot of the churches that are ordaining homosexual ministers and doing homosexual weddings, they have to find ways of pretzeling around the text rather than just admitting that the text is anti-LGBTQ. They should just get rid of the text, stop pretzeling. And Meg, I appreciate the super chat, says exor for that one thing, David was without sin, so his argument is null and void. So this is a good point that we should have brought up. I didn't want to get into the contradiction argument tonight, but First Chronicles chapter 21 does introduce a contradiction, which is that in 2 Kings chapter 15 or something, it says that David was faithful to God according to all of the commandments of God in everything he did, except for the incident between himself and Bathsheba, which is wrong because he sinned in the census. It's just another contradiction. Good eye, Meg.
I wonder about that one, because was that a commandment?
Well, there is a path. Now, whether you think it's a commandment or not, he still sinned. God said he sinned, and he said he sinned, which means he did something he wasn't supposed to. There is only one passage in the Old Testament that could lead you to believe that you shouldn't be numbering the Israelites, but it's not clear, and it may not really even be a commandment, but there is a path forward for that. A lot of commentators say that no, there's not actually a commandment prohibiting it. It's just kind of intimated in the text. But we should talk about that sometime. Okay, maybe I'll make some notes and put a video together on that, because you're right. There's not a direct passage saying don't do it. There is one passage in the book of Numbers that kind of is a suggestion that you're not supposed to do it, but you can take it either way. You know what I mean? Anyways, Johanna, thank you for the super chat. Johanna says, I don't know who, but someone subscribed me to The Trumpet, a free doomsday magazine. Yeah, it is. They are forever talking about everything that is happening now. It's forecast in the Bible. Except you know as well as I do, Johanna, that it is not forecast in the Bible, and The Trumpet is full of malarkey. But maybe I should get a subscription and do some videos on that nonsense, because it convinces a lot of people. One of my good buddies literally believes that the book of Revelation is talking about Trump being the Antichrist. Weird. But Kyle says, what passage is that grape in? It's going to be in 2 Samuel chapter 16 and 2 Samuel chapter 12. Those are the ones you want to refer to. Atheist Dude, good to see you. He says, Justin, what do you think about doing a Reddit debate on our Debate a Christian. I don't think anything about it, could care less. I don't do text debates. I only do video debates. I have zero interest in like debating people old school over text. If I was interested in that, I would just like log into Facebook and argue with my relatives. Don't really want to do any of that nonsense. Way easier just to do what we're doing here. You know what I mean?
Also, Reddit's kind of a graveyard.
Yeah, it really is. I could care less what's happening on
Nothing
Reddit.
happening on Reddit.
No, they're done. they're the old media. But Johanna, thank you again for the super chat. Big W says they bring up scripture to explain everything. Do Isaiah 23 and Ezekiel 27 and Deuteronomy 28 recast a mart or a smart, a something of nations and a world trade alliance that will shut us out of the U.S., Britain, and English-speaking nations? No. There's not a single word in Isaiah, Ezekiel, or Deuteronomy that refers to our time period. Not a single one. Not a single word in any of those books has anything to do with the time period we're living in. Ignore all of them. Don't worry about it. Don't let it. Everything in Isaiah is about either the post Assyrian invasion or the post Babylonian invasion, and that's it. There's nothing in there about our time period. I got 3 more super chats, and then we're finally done. Sorry, I really wanted to catch up, so we didn't get further behind on our next guest. And tired of liars, I'm with you. Thank you for the super chat. It says Matthew 5:23-24. Leave offering, seek reconciliation. Oh, yeah. Referring to what we were talking about before, where it says God, where I presumptuously said that God didn't say to seek forgiveness from your neighbors. And then Mac corrected me, and it sounds to me like you found another one. I think Jesus might be the first. Now I need to go back to the Old Testament and do some digging, but
I think that was the same reference.
Okay, same reference. That makes sense. And John Gates, thank you for the super chat. It says, in the beginning, God created all of us in heaven, for he is just and loving God, and we lived happily ever after. That could have been the case. God could have just created the good world without all the bullshit, and he chose the opposite. And he could have done it because according to Revelation 21, theoretically, there's going to be no more pain and suffering or tears in heaven, and presumably we're all going to have free will. So like whatever he's doing there, he could have done first, you know?
That's the thing, like that's what heaven is, though, is like worship, right? That's going to be like the main thing in heaven is worship. So he wants everybody to be worshiping him, but he wants to kill a few people first. Like,
I'm going to pass.
By a few, I mean most.
Yeah. He's like, I really want to like have everyone with me and do like this big party and whatnot. But before that, I've got some bloodlust I got to get taken care of. In fact, one of my favorite passages, I think it's in Jeremiah. I'm pretty sure it is. He says, I am full of wrath and weary of holding it in.
I gotta get this out.
Yeah, he's like, I can't hold it back. I gotta go kill some people.
Yeah, Jeremiah 6:11.
Yeah, Jeremiah 6:11. Yeah, there you go. But he's loving, guys. He's loving.
Pour it out on the children in the street.
Yes, and the elderly. The elderly and the children.
Husband and wife, the elderly, all those. Wow.
What a good God, right? Phil, thank you for the super chat. It says, I thought Obama was the Antichrist. They keep changing. Yeah. They do. That's all they can do is keep changing it. The same thing that the ancient Hebrews were doing with the prophecies. When they don't come true, change it. Change the timeline. Words don't mean words. Aromatics, my friend, good to see you tonight. It says, didn't Job get punished for being good? What could have been just or good in the story? Nothing. Nothing was just or good about the story. God punished an innocent Job to test him, theoretically, even though he was all-knowing, for crimes he didn't commit. And all the children as well got punished. And it was just to win a bet because God was like, Mom, I want to show this Satan guy. What?
You know, I was on a panel with Rabbi Hannah, and she was talking about like earlier tellings of it. Job was like a dick and like arrogant and all this stuff, and was just like kind of had it coming. Was like that was the idea. So it's interesting that evolution. I would have to see more about it, but I just remember that it stuck in my head. I was like, yeah, that would make the story make sense at least.
So in the Jewish literature, you find lots of contradictions with the Bible. in order to make stories more palatable. And that's one of them, right? Because in Job, it refers to Job as Tom, which means blameless, without blemish. That certainly wouldn't be parsimonious with the way he's described elsewhere in order to justify the atrocities. So, like always, it's like, as long as you just change the story, it could be more palatable. Just don't tell them the real version. Tell them the version we like.
Yeah.
Oh man. And TTV Atheist Gamer says, when you check my Discord message, it'll fix all your audio issues. TT, I'll definitely check my message. Somewhere I'm kind of backed up there too. But my guess is you're going to say that I need to use a mixer and use something similar to, I forget the mixer I tried once before. There's a couple audio mixers that allow you to take the audio from one app to another and port them over and do all kinds of stuff with it. I tried them all. They're all broken in Windows 11. Windows 11 overrides half that shit. They want you to do all the mixing on the back end in Windows 11. Can't do it. It used to work great in like Windows 10. Windows prior, like Windows 7 was better. The newest version of Windows, which is what I'm using, can't use the cable apps, the cables, the AB cables app or whatever it is, and the other variants of it. None of them work. I've got another mixer. I use Motive Mix from Shure. Doesn't work. It won't port the audio the way it's supposed to. Windows overrides it. So maybe you've got something that works in your machine that I've never discovered. I'd love to hear about it. I'll be checking my Discord. And also, Johannes says, see Yahweh's navel. Is that because he's born of man? No, it's because AI, AI is just kind of doing what AI does. But he does have genitals, according to the Bible, which seems odd because he wouldn't need any of those. Those are completely useless. But Asian, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, have you seen YouTube video of Alex O'Connor and Link? Oh, yeah. You mean Rhett? The reaction of Christian apologists blows my mind. Very sorry for the different topic. No worries. I did watch the interview. I loved it. I love Rhett and Link. In fact, that duo, when they came out with their deconstruction story, that was literally the thing that inspired me to start doing deconstruction content. It took me a little while after that to kind of get online and start doing it. Maybe like a year or so, I was doing like some online discussing with friends on Facebook. And then finally, I was like, I probably should start a YouTube channel and discuss these things openly. Because like a lot of what Rhett and Link were doing, I feel like their research was good. Like they were doing legitimate research and came up with good answers that people that are credentialed like me agree with, right? So I thought, I actually have the credentials to enter into this field and to give an opinion. And so that's what I decided to do. I was like, somebody's got to be talking about it.
I didn't know that they were going at it for that long. I thought they were more new to it. But I don't really have any
Yeah, they've been at it for a couple of years now. They came out around the same time as the guy who did I Kiss Dating Goodbye. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Oh, Josh, what was the name? Shit, now I got to think of the name of it. Who wrote that book? Joshua Harris. Yeah. So anyways, Joshua Harris deconverted actually. If you knew that. So Joshua Harris and Rhett and Link kind of all deconstructed around the same time, it seems like. But we've got a new guest with us.
He might have invited you.
Raindrop, welcome in.
I think he might have invited you.
How you doing, Raindrop?
He just invited you. Hold on.
Accidental.
Hey, I'm her boyfriend though. I got a question.
Sure.
Oh.
All right. Well, I know she's a follower of you, but I just want to have a question. Like, what do you feel about the Pope?
Well, I actually don't know much about Pope Leo. What is he, like the 14th or something now? 20th? So I don't really have an opinion. I would say this. Of the popes in the past, I think Pope Francis and John Paul II were palatable popes. I don't know what Leo's going to turn out to be like, but I know Leo is like afraid that atheism is taking over America. But to me, I say critical thinking. I don't know what his positions are on like many topics, so I guess I can't form an opinion. But the reality is, It's possible that he turns out to be a decent pope. It's possible that he doesn't. We'll see.
Yeah, it seems like everybody has something to grab onto with him.
People
Right?
won't
Because you
enjoy it.
see like the tweets with him countering JD Vance, but then you see that he's a registered Republican. So it's like, well,
Right.
it's just a never. It sounds like just a never Trumper.
I think when it comes to the Pope, people want to be hopeful because he's such an influential person. They want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the reality is he's probably not that much different from prior popes. Oh,
Yeah, I think so too.
yeah, we just lost our guest. Okay. Oh well. Well, we'll grab the next one, I suppose. Anyways, let's see who we got. Well, this should be fun. Rob's been begging to get in, and Rob's been waiting for a while, so we'll get Rob in the mix.
You know Rob?
I've talked to Rob once or twice. I have to like limit our conversations because they're always circular. But Johanna, thank you again for the super chat. Big W, Johanna. I appreciate that. It says, I'm totally disgusted with fundamental Christians who rejoice in the end of times. They have no care for the future because they believe our world will end in their lifetime. They are the worst custodians of the earth. This was a big concern when I was still in the church, was the fact that so many Christians were okay with destroying the planet, thinking, well, it's going to end anyways, and this is like the inevitable. To me, that seems like you're not being a good steward. Remember, because God made Adam to tend to the garden, like you're supposed to take care of the earth. So I'm with you, Johanna. It's weird that so many Christians are okay with just annihilating the planet that we live on. Welcome in, Rob.
Yes, why do you think Christians are so much haters? I am a Christian myself. I'm a God-fearing Christian, and I like everybody.
I'm sure you do.
You know?
We're not judging you necessarily. I mean, we might be, but I'm judging the God that you worship. The God that you worship seems to be a bit of a barbarian.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's a just, loving God.
What is the definition of just?
Someone that brings justice to the world.
Right. But what is justice?
It's defending the righteous from the wicked.
I don't know if that. I mean, I think that's a component of justice, maybe, but I don't think that's the definition of justice. Want to try again?
What do you think? I mean, I don't know. I don't have my dictionary right here beside me. But
justice is essentially that you get what you deserve. If you commit a crime, you get punished for it. If you don't commit a crime, you don't get punished. Like what you put in, you get out, right?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so do you believe that it's ever justice to punish people who didn't commit the crime at hand?
No, I don't believe that's fair.
Okay. Is there ever a scenario that would make that fair?
No, not really. I can't come up with one.
Okay. So,
but you would probably want me to be punished for being a Christian just because I'm a Christian.
No, I just want you to leave your dangerous beliefs. I don't want you to be punished for believing them. I don't see any fruitfulness in that.
I don't like enforce my beliefs on anyone or try and convert anyone to thinking like me, but I don't like to, turn anybody away from my beliefs and my views and philosophies.
Is it your opinion that God wants people to go to heaven?
Well, yeah. That's why he sent Jesus to die for us.
Is it your opinion that Satan is inhibiting that goal?
Well, probably, yeah. Look at all the sin going on in the world.
Does God want Satan to do that? There's a lot of bad
motherfuckers in the world that are doing stuff that's harming people.
Does God want Satan to be inhibiting this goal?
Well, it says in the book of Revelations, I believe, that God's going to
just a yes or no.
Unalive
Does
Satan.
God want Satan to be inhibiting this goal?
Why do you? No, he doesn't. Why would you think he?
Okay, so God. Okay, so God does not want Satan to be doing what Satan is doing, correct?
Right.
Okay, so why does God allow Satan to continue to do it?
Well, they both have similar powers,
Did God give
but
him those powers?
at the end of the day, God has more power.
Right, but who gave Satan the power?
Well, Satan was an angel
Right,
at one time.
but who gave Satan the power is what I'm asking.
The dude that invented Satan.
God did. Okay, so could God limit Satan's powers?
He will in the book of Revelation. See, everybody
What,
was put
Rob?
on this planet.
Rob, just focus.
and we all
Rob. We all know the story. We know the story inside and out. We don't need a Bible lesson. I'm asking simple questions. All I need are answers to the questions. So God could limit Satan's power, right?
Well, yeah, he could.
Okay. Why doesn't he?
But God can do whatever he wants to do.
But why doesn't he?
I don't know. I'm not God. I don't get to make up. I mean, I don't get to decide what God does.
Okay, so God created Satan, gave him an unnecessary amount of power. So God created Satan, gave him an unnecessary amount of power that he didn't actually need. When Satan uses it to harm people and send people to hell, God just allows it. Meanwhile, he punishes people all the time for even minor infractions. In Numbers chapter 15, he punishes an individual for picking up sticks because they violated the Sabbath, didn't even know that that was a violation of the Sabbath, had him killed anyways. So why does God kill the person accidentally violating the Sabbath, but does not kill the individual that is literally sending millions of people to hell?
Well, I don't really follow the Old Testament.
Just answer no one cares. Just answer the question. Why does God kill people for minor infractions, but he doesn't kill Satan for committing literally the gravest sin ever?
What was a minor infraction?
Picking up sticks on the Sabbath.
They did what?
Picking up sticks on the Sabbath.
Well, yeah.
So why does God kill people
who the heck's going to pick up a stick on the Sabbath?
People who need to cook. So why would God kill somebody for merely picking up sticks on the Sabbath, but he doesn't kill Satan for literally sending people to hell?
Well, he's the one that's sending them there. Him and Satan are working together. Probably.
Okay, thank you. You finally got it. Okay, so Satan is doing what God wants then.
Well, I mean, Satan's just like going to jail, you know?
Is Satan doing what God wants him to do?
Well, I don't know if they're like communicating. I just know
Rob,
about
this is why every conversation we have never goes anywhere, because you can't answer questions. It's a yes, no, or maybe.
Answer any question. You can't answer my question.
It's a yes, no, or maybe.
You want to control the conversation every time. I'm a normal, logical.
It's my stage. This is my conversation.
I know. I get it.
So the question is, does Satan do what God wants him to do?
Probably not.
Okay, so Satan
probably a sinner.
So Satan doesn't do what God wants him to do, which is described in Jesus. Jesus' own words says that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. And 1 John chapter 3 says that there is no truth in him. So it seems to be like he's not doing what God wants him to do.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so
he take the tortoise in the hair and twist that around to make it a really bad story.
Yeah, he can't stay on topic.
If I wanted to.
Mac, I know you've talked to Rob before. He's always this bad, isn't he?
I mean, if you can consider what
I'm really
good
with
Rob, if you can consider that talking, yeah, I've done it. It's always this bad.
I'm really good.
It really is.
But yeah, I've got
Listen, Rob, I bet in real life you're delightful. I bet you're like the uncle everyone wants to be at Thanksgiving dinner. But like I can't keep talking to you. You just talk in circles. You don't answer questions.
It smells great.
I bet he's delightful. He's got Yeah, definitely. Oh shit. Okay, I got like 2 super chats, and I get the next guest in here. I'm gonna end it after this guest though at 11 o'clock. I can't stay up late tonight. I got a headache, man. I don't know why I got a headache, but I got a headache tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna make it till midnight. A Wild Willie text. I appreciate the super chat though. It says it's like in Old Testament time that all Israelites interpreted the anti-LGBT plus verses, mainly Leviticus 18:22, in the same way as it is interpreted today, as in just prohibiting same-sex intercourse exclusively. There's it's a little more nuanced than that, but that seems to be the case. It seems to be more of a problem with men on men. The idea of women on women didn't seem to be that big of an issue because the idea was that the crime is that you're penetrating a man and you're reducing his God-given status as a man to that of a woman. It doesn't necessarily seem to be an issue for women because women don't have penetrators, because God, even though he's all-knowing, didn't know anything about pegging because, he's God. He just doesn't know anything. Also, Jake, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, here comes a joke. Why are there never any good Reverend Jim Jones jokes? The punchlines are too long. Sorry, that was in poor taste. That was not in poor taste. That was in great taste. I might even say grape Kool-Aid taste, which is, of course, for anyone who missed it, Jim Jones had everyone drink the Kool-Aid and died, which is why I said the punchlines are always too long. Bazing! Amazing joke, Jake. I appreciate that. And guys, if you're not following the Exodus Brothers yet, their podcast is streaming on YouTube and everywhere else where podcasts are streaming. Make sure you get a hold of it. They tell their story of leaving fundamentalist religious cults like the ones we know. And Kembeth says, ugh, what's worse, believing God exists or believing God is good? Answer, a solid tie. And trust me, I agree with you. I think what's happening here is that both of these are unpalatable because they can't coincide. You can't believe in this God and believe it's good, which is why it's a disgusting place to be. And
Hello. I am here to prove you wrong, and please listen to what.
I'm sure you are. Let me read this last super chat, and then you'll say whatever nonsense you have to say. Design, I appreciate you being here tonight, though. It says, to see righteousness in a God guiding, losing, punishing, and even barbecuing what's ostensibly being cared for. Anyone ever consider the role was written by a shepherd justifying actions, re his flock? So this taps into what we all know seems to be true, which is that the God described is a God that behaves just like the humans describing it, because in the beginning, man made God, not the other way around. But anyways, Theorem or Theodorum, I'm going to call you Theo. Theo, welcome in. So how old are you and what God do you worship?
I am 18 and I am deconstructing from Christianity, but I do dare say that God is good. So God let Lot be great. God flooded the earth. God, instead of God teaching the children to be respectful, he just let bears unalive them. Yay, a God of love. The God of love is that
we got an atheist
what
troll here with us.
Yeah, Theo,
what's up?
what are you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm just
It's okay,
I'm just,
Theo. We don't mind a good trolling every now and then.
yeah, so well, what else?
But anyways, we appreciate that you deconstructed. Big W on deconstructing. But we do have to move on to the next guest, though.
Thank you for having me up.
Cheers, friend. Cheers. All right, Steven's been waiting for a little. Oh, Steven dropped. Okay, well, I guess Steven's not coming in. So try Logan. Also, Katie, thank you for the super chat. It says, does Doug wake up with morning stalagmite? I could only assume the answer to that question is yes. I mean, obviously. Okay, Logan dropped but came back. We'll try to get Logan in here. That's a great question, though. I appreciate the question. Now, welcome in, Logan.
Hey.
Logan, are you at least 18 and are you a believer? And he's gone. Shit.
Wait. I'm gone?
No, I think it was my
Oh,
end. I think my TikTok froze for a second.
oh, okay. So, how do you feel about like 4 people like witnessing him and then dying for it?
4 people dying for whom?
Yeah. Like seeing Jesus be resurrected and they died because of that belief.
Oh, I couldn't give a fuck about that. We're talking about whether or not God is good tonight. If you want to talk about whether or not your religion is real,
sorry.
if you want to talk about whether or not your religion is real, we do that most nights of the week. That's just not tonight's night. But listen,
I usually see your lives.
we invite you to come back and run that argument on the probably Wednesday night. But it's not really in the purview of this particular topic. Did you want to talk about? If you don't want to talk about this topic, you don't have to. But if you want to talk about this topic, that's what we're doing.
I just say, I know you don't like trolls, my bad, but co-leaders do it all the time and people believe it all the time. Let me leave.
Oh, I think he's one of us, actually. He just gave me the atheist answer. Well, listen, shit, I think we're kind of out of opposition, but Morpheus wanted to come in and say something with us. Let me get Morpheus pulled in. You'll be able to hear Morpheus, but Morpheus won't be able to hear you, Mac. Morpheus, welcome back, my friend.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Not too much, man. How you doing, buddy?
Okay, man. I got a real quick. Hey, listen. I got 2 things that I would suggest. I'm asking, can you add to your questionnaire for Christians? Right. Here's one. Right. They'll come on here. Try to argue and defend Jesus fulfilling prophecies, correct? Am I right?
Yep.
Now watch this. What is the foundation of Christianity? The foundation of Christianity is the resurrection. Am I correct?
Oh, for sure.
So without the resurrection, there really is no Christianity. So the argument, so the foundation is not riding on a donkey. The foundation is not a virgin birth. The foundation is not the miracles. None of those are the foundation. The foundation is the resurrection, correct? You would agree with that, right?
So this is the argument from Frank Lacona and Gary Habermas. And I think this is one of the reasons why I talk about the prophecies so much, because the resurrection, even if he resurrected, it doesn't fix all the bullshit prophecies. The bullshit prophecies are going to be a problem no matter if he resurrected or not. But the other thing too is there's no way to argue the resurrection, because if you're pro-resurrection, you have no way of proving he resurrected. If you're anti-resurrection, you have no way of proving that he didn't resurrect. Like you can't go back in history and prove a negative, right? So to me, it's just kind of a wasted argument, you know?
No, but that's not what I'm arguing. My argument is this, right? Is what prophecy prophesizes the resurrection?
Not a single one.
The foundation, right? That's the foundation of Christianity, is the resurrection. So if that's the foundation, we would expect to find that in a prophecy somewhere. Yet we can't find that anywhere.
Right?
It's nowhere. Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 claims, right, that there is some scripture, right, that Christ died for our sins and rose the 3rd day according to the scripture. What scripture is he talking about?
There ain't none.
We can't find it.
That don't exist. Yeah.
Right. So then for all the Christians, I keep asking them, show me the prophecy of the most important thing in your religion, which is the resurrection.
Right.
Can you show me that prophecy?
They cannot.
Right. And that's the foundation.
Right.
Of Christianity.
That's all they have. So I do challenge them on that. I ask them to show me where that prophecy is. And the only thing they can ever do is go to Isaiah 53, which is not a great place to go.
Right, because that has nothing to do with the resurrection. Right? None of that has to do with him being buried, rose the 3rd day, or nothing. they'll argue about things like I said about a virgin birth and things that are really ambiguous, right? They'll argue about things that are very ambiguous. However, the most important prophecy is the one that's missing, and that's the one about the resurrection.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
A 1,000,000%.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. That's one. And number two, the other one I want to ask you, Justin, is the commandments and laws was given to the children of Israel, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
there's a couple commands where God says, that these commands are for the foreign born and the native Israelite. And then there's a couple of points like in Ezekiel and also in Isaiah and so on and so forth, where God is saying that the foreigners are going to participate in the same legal code and that it's going to go forth from Zion to the ends of the earth. So there's this idea in the prophetic literature that the law that
Right.
Israel had is eventually going to cover all of the earth and everyone's going to live under the same law.
Right. That's a prophetic thing, correct?
Right.
But the question is, what are the other nations being punished for if they weren't never given a law by Yahweh for them to follow? What are they
Right.
being punished for? Right? Because if the laws and statutes and commandments and all these statutes are for a particular people group, right? I could understand them being punished, right? Because they was given these laws and commandments that they violated, right?
Right.
But what are the other nations violating from Yahweh if Yahweh never gave them any laws?
Well, they're not. And Paul actually addresses this. Paul says that in the book of Romans that when the people who are without the law do what is required by the law, that they are in fact doing something even better than the Israelites because they don't even have the law. But he seems to be saying that, if you are without the law, then you're not necessarily going to be held accountable to the law, which is why he advocates for not getting your son circumcised. Because he says if you do circumcise your sons, then you are bound